winning is every driver's dream.
I can't believe it.
Yes! Australia's biggest names join international races to tackle one of the world's most challenging endurance races.
It's the top of the mountain that's claimed another victory.
Today, it's all about speed.
Van Gisbergen, it does a 2-1-2.
That one flying lap around the mountain, the top 10 shootout.
The marathon continues.
The battle for the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour starts now.
Some of the biggest names in motorsport have made their way down under to Sydney and beyond to Bathurst. Oh, we know this place so well. It is famous in the world of motorsport globally. It is a beautiful city to visit at any time of the year, but at this time of the year, it's a gorgeous spot to be. But you know why we come here? Yep, for the mountain. Mount Panorama, there it is. We love it. And we cannot wait to get this big weekend of motorsport started with you. Welcome along, everyone, for the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour race. Garth Tander, Chad Nolan, great to have you back. There is just a buzz every time you come to this place, Garth, isn't there?
It's such a special place, Barrett's. Every time you roll into town, you see Mount Panorama Bathurst on the side of the hill, the hairs stand up on the back of your neck. And we've been coming here for 20-odd years, and that still happens. And now with the internationals, when they come to town, they really appreciate how special this town is and what a special racetrack we have.
Yeah, and great turnout, Chad, this year too. It's just great to see everyone back and absorbing this event once again.
Yeah, we had the Town to Track event earlier this week, Brett, and that was fabulous. Watching these race cars drive down the Bathurst streets here. The school kids are out welcoming everybody back here. The campgrounds are full. I got up in the practice session, watched these cars race across the top at night last night. It was immense, absolutely fantastic atmosphere.
And that's one of the things we really look forward to in this event too. I mean, kicking off tomorrow morning at 5:15 a.m. is going to be just incredible. And for the first time, there'll be in a lot of darkness. GT, the international drivers' reaction. I mean, we know here how much we love this circuit, and it's brought Lounsey back once again, which is great. But what about the international drivers? What do they say about it?
I had a good chat to one of the Audi factory drivers, Ricardo Fella, who's having his Bathurst debut this weekend. And I just asked him, what do you think about the track? And he just went, instant top 5. His face lit up. It's just such a challenge. He said, like we all think, the first time you come here, TV doesn't do it justice how steep it is going up, but more importantly, how steep it is coming back down again. So they love coming here, and they appreciate how special this race is and this circuit is. Saw in the intro there, Jules Gounon, who won for Bentley back in 2020, what it meant to him to win this race. He's back to defend it, this time in a Merc, because he knows how special this race is.
The driver lineup is actually really fantastic this year. Some GT aces here, but we've already seen some pretty big incidents as well. So yesterday in the opening few practice sessions, a couple of big incidents. The mountain does bite when it gets a hold of these GT3 cars. Theo Konduras in the Super Barn Audi, wham, taking out the track cameras down there coming out of Reed Park. That was a pretty big incident. And Garth, they've had to bring a spare chassis up from Melbourne overnight.
Yeah, they freighted in another car from Melbourne, like you said, Chad. Melbourne Performance Centre, Audi Customer Racing, had a spare car. It wasn't the current spec car, so they had to work through the night to get that one ready. And then Mark Rosa in the BRM Audi had a drama in practice earlier this morning. So that car won't be ready for qualifying, but they're hoping to have it ready for tomorrow morning, 5:15 a.m.
Yeah, big amount of work going into that car. And the news there is Nick Percat, Supercars driver, who's a teammate there. He's only got 6 laps in so far in practice. Next time he could be driving that cars in the race. Big responsibility.
Yeah, it sure is. Of course, we haven't been here for a couple of years now, and one of the great things about this race was the momentum it was building over the years, you know, and world fame. Drivers wanted to come here. International teams, manufacturers, all need to be here, and they are back, which is fantastic. But it's been a lean couple of years without this race. It's fantastic to have it back, Garth.
Oh, it certainly is. I mean, a GT3 car around Bathurst is one of the real challenges to get right. All the internationals, we know all the locals, we know the circuit, but the internationals know the cars. And one of the real challenges is driving around here at night time or in the dark. They don't light the track up. It's purely the lights on the race cars. And Bentley have been coming here for so long, and they finally had success when we last raced.
Yeah, this was a really popular win amongst the Aussie fans, even though they're a British team. That was the moment they finally got it, and it absolutely poured down rain the second that car crossed the finish line. Jules Gounon, the team had a huge reaction. They've tried and tried for so many years to finally see Bentley get that win here. It was an extremely popular win indeed.
Yeah, fantastic. And one of the things that we've all come to love about this race is we see our legends, our big names of Australian motorsport, the guys who we know week in, week out from supercars, come here and race in a different car. We also see some of the world's great manufacturers and teams here racing GT as well.
Yeah, we certainly do. There's a couple of our local legends, Chazzy Gilmore there, Chaz Mostert, and Nick Percat, both teammates at Walkinshaw Andretti United in the Supercars Championship, competing against each other this weekend in a pair of Audis, checking out the Mark Rosa car that is sharing with Nick Percat and Joey Mawson, a young open wheeler race. So there's a lot of camaraderie up and down the back of the paddock here with guys that normally would be racing against each other in the Supercars Championship, and then couple that with a lot of the international races that have been coming down for the Bathurst 12 hour for the last couple of years. So there's a lot of camaraderie out the back of the paddock. When we get back out to the front of the paddock, camaraderie's gone. It's on.
There's so many changes up and down pit lane, not just with these driver lineups and seeing some familiar names that we know in different cars, but also the qualifying format. And it's going to put a much greater probably responsibility on the Pro-Am drivers, these guys who aren't professional race car drivers, to get the job done, because their qualifying times are going to count today. So it's going to be a combination of the fastest time from your AM driver and then your fastest pro lap, and that is what's going to decide who gets into that Pirelli shootout. Garth, that's going to be a big ask for a lot of these drivers to get the maximum out that they can out of these GT3 cars today.
Well, that's one of the big changes from the previous 12 hours that we've had here in the years gone by. It's been, in the past, just traditional all-out qualifying. Put your fastest driver in, strap them in tight, put some new tyres on and send it and set the lap time and hopefully make it to the shootout. Now, as you said, Chad, it's changed this year where it's a Pro-Am race, so the AM driver becomes part of that equation and they need to go out and set a lap time. And that's the combined, like you said, lap time of your AM driver and your best pro that then will determine whether you get yourself into the shootout or not. So a lot more pressure on the AM driver in the qualifying aspect. There's always been pressure on the AM drivers in the race, but Saturday afternoon, they have to go to work.
It is a great event. It's unlike anything else we see during the year. Sit back and enjoy right here at the mountain all the action. GT, Chad, great to see you guys. We look forward to your big day today too. But let's catch up with a few familiar faces now. Here's Bryony Ingerson.
Well, I've got two of the current and former supercars drivers in the Bathurst 12-hour field this weekend, Cam Waters, Davey Reynolds. Hey, normally you're rivals in the Supercars Championship. This weekend you come together as teammates. How's that playing out so far?
It's been a lot of fun. Awesome to be able to team up with D Reynolds and Tony. Having a lot of fun this weekend. We're both very green to this car, but having a lot of fun driving it.
Davey, Cam's got his engineer here this weekend working with you. Where's your engineer? Are you feeling a bit left out?
Hopefully he's making parts to make my supercar faster, which is where he should be.
Now, you guys have been tracking pretty well in the top 5 in most of the practice sessions so far. So, who's been fastest and who's going to qualify?
So far, Water's been a bit faster than me, but, well, yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's 12 hours racing, but, yeah, I drove this morning and I basically crashed the car without crashing it. It was pretty much, I had a massive moment that I pretty much should have crashed it, but somehow, I don't know, maybe God steered it off the wall and he gave me a second chance. So, yeah, that sort of killed my confidence a bit, but hopefully we'll get it back over the next day.
We're going to do a bit of a rock, paper, scissors for qualifying?
Yeah.
Let's do it now. Come on. Ready? Rock, 3, 2, 1.
What?
That was terrible. Try again.
3, 2, 1.
Hey! What about starting the race? Who's got that one? Have you got that organised?
Definitely Reynolds. I'm terrible in the morning, so...
Yeah, I've sort of figured that. Like, I've known Waters for a long time, and I try and get him out of bed to train with me and go for rides and stuff. So I live in the city, which is like an hour from his house. So I'll leave at like 6 a.m. in the morning to meet him, and he gets another hour sleep than me. So I'll text him and say, hey, mate, I'll meet at Morty Alec at 7, and then I'll get like 10 minutes from the destination. He'll text me, goes, nah, I slept in, not coming. I'm like, dude, you're in the morning. So that's why I'm starting.
Oh, lots of fun down here in the Audi garage. Good luck today, guys.
Thanks, we'll need it.
Pretty much, yeah. Thank you.
One guy to watch out for all weekend long is going to be Chaz Mostert. He's with the Audi team this weekend. First of all, Chaz, how are you fitting in here amongst the Audi Sport team?
Yeah, it's pretty good, you know, but saying that, even in the Audi Sport team, you have individual cars and little teams around it. So pretty lucky this weekend to be racing here with my, long-time engineer, Adam DeBore as well. So that fits like a glove. And then obviously being with Liam and Fraser as well, they're two great guys, very fast in the car as well. So, yeah, look, I'm really looking forward to the race. Car seems to be responding really well. It's nice and comfortable to drive, and obviously it seems to be pretty fast too. So, yeah, we'll see how we go for the rest of the weekend.
Judging by the shirt, you look nice and relaxed here this weekend at Bathurst. This is a track that's obviously been very kind to you lately, coming off the back of the 1,000 win.
Yeah, it's one of my amazing birthday presents that my partner got me, so I'm very lucky. Big fan of Happy Gilmore. I think when he, beat old mate back in the day, whatever year it was a fantastic win there in the PGA or whatever World Championship. So it was real, right?
I swear it was as real as your Bathurst win here in October.
I think it put golf on the map. So yeah, look, I'm pretty relaxed. These races are always fun. My favourite part about this weekend so far is being a bit of a Pro-Am race. You're able to help the AMs out a little bit, to find a little bit more in themselves. And I think as a I wouldn't say I'm a pro, but a lot of these other pro drivers, it's very rewarding to be in a car like that be able to help and influence. So yeah, I really enjoy that, and I talked to Liam after practice 1, and next he's like actually showing me how to do it. So we're having a lot of fun here in this rocket here. So yeah, pretty cool.
Good luck for qualifying, and remember, Chaz, nice and easy.
Yeah, everyone keeps saying nice and easy. What are you trying to say? Are you trying to put 2015 voodoo in my head?
Good luck.
Cheers.
One of the great things about this race is seeing Craig Lowndes back at Mount Panorama. Lounsey, welcome back. How good to be driving here again and teamed up with this great team in operation.
Yeah, absolutely. I think whenever you get an opportunity to race the 12 hour, it's really exciting. I love this because of the endurance of it. It starts at 5:15. It's going to be dark for a good hour before the sun comes up over the Blue Mountains. But this year it's a little bit different for me, obviously running a charity car. Scotty Taylor, that owns the car, is one of the 4 of the drivers. He came up with this great idea of running it for the Prostate Cancer of Australia, Foundation of Australia, and really for me it's close to heart for me and close to home because my brother and my father have been through it. So that really for me means I need to get checked every year, and just really this weekend's about not only raising money but get good awareness out there.
Good stuff. Now, great idea you've come up with. People can actually jump on the car effectively and be part of the race with you guys. How does it work?
Well, yeah, yesterday afternoon, again, we were sort of sitting around trying to work out what we can do to help this cause. So 3 o'clock this afternoon, if you're anything around Bathurst or Mount Panorama, we're going to wheel the car out. All the blue section of the car, we're going to allow, if you donate $50, you can sign the car and you can travel with me and the 4 of us over the course of tomorrow.
That's brilliant, isn't it? So effectively, you pay your $50, you sign on here, you're racing with the team.
It's going to be besides Scotty Taylor, myself, Alex Davison, Jeff Emery. So it's going to be, across the board, and we're hopefully going to fill the car.
We love it. Great idea. Just quickly, how's the team looking? Looks good on paper, you guys?
We are. I thought we're just having a bit of fun. Like when Scotty rang me up, he said, look, we just want to have fun. We want to run the car. He had the car. I was the 4th link, and no, really, it's great fun. I love driving this car around here. We know it's going to do the distance. We've got sort of stiff competition, our guys next door, so we're good for a top 2, and then we'll see what happens. Like we know the attrition over 12 hours is going to be high. We've already seen a couple of incidents and accidents, but again, we love it.
Lounsey, it's awesome to see you back here. Enjoy the mountain once again. We'll look forward to seeing you race. We've got plenty more action coming your way. Stay right there. We're back with the Bathurst 12 hour right after this.
Endurance racing is back at the mountain. We look back at some memorable moments over the years.
Oh, it's off! He's off! He's out! His bucket's gone off!
Well. And catch up with some of our international drivers.
I love this place so much. You could come here for 20 years and not make the podium.
Later, it's qualifying for the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 hour.
Van Gisbergen does a 2:01.2. That's a mega lap.
Then, it's all about that one flying lap. The 10 fastest cars will compete for pole position and the coveted Alan Simonson Trophy.
The Alan Simonson Pole Award's going to Matt Campbell. The fairy tale continues.
This is the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 hour.
nails the tail wall.
Oh, there's contact from behind, and it's fired it across the driver's right.
This will be a big job to get this car back on the racetrack. Again, it's the top of the mountain. It's claimed another victim, and again, it's one of the Audi's 14 Valvoline cars. Now, 4 cars have a big wiggle at exactly the same point. Very yellow. Kirchhoffer out of the car, steps out of what is left.
I've watched a lot of motor racing at Mount Panorama, and I've never seen that there before.
That's how he's walking away.
It was a very expensive Saturday, wasn't it, back in 2020? Well, we're back in regional New South Wales for the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour, and Bathurst is open for business. It's a great time to visit the hub of family attractions, local produce and amazing countryside. It's definitely one of our favourite places, not only to visit, but to go motor racing. Certainly has been a scene setter for a long, long time, and that's what it looks like on Saturday here. The LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour. So we welcome you back to our coverage here from Mount Panorama and get set for the Aussie Racing Cars Top 10 reverse race. Race number 2, Garth Tanders alongside me for what promises to be a big afternoon here on the mountain.
Looking forward to this, Matt Nolte. The Aussie Racing Cars always put on awesome racing at Mount Panorama. One of the real strong points of this category is when they race here is the slipstream effect down Conrod Straight. It makes a huge difference. So it's a bit like Moto, if you follow motorbikes, it's a bit like Moto 3 racing with 4 wheels.
The 4-wheel version,
yeah,
you're right.
So it's great. It's always exciting, always plenty going on. And with this one, we have a top 10 inverted. So the top 10 are inverted. So our fast cars will be coming out of the 5th row.
A slight tweak to this weekend's format as well. We originally would have practice/qualifying, then 4 races, but with so many rookies in this year's field, not saying they can't drive, it just gives them a few more laps yesterday. We decided to drop race number 1. It becomes a 3-race format. And if you won yesterday, you're starting from position number 10 for this one. So doesn't mean it won't stop the likes of Tom Heyman coming through and winning the race. He's done it before from the 5th row of the grid. Can he do it here today of this 6-lap journey?
Well, that's where that slipstreaming effect down Conrod Straight can come into effect. So just because you're starting out of 9th or 10th, the 5th row doesn't mean that you're not going to get back to the front. So expect plenty of overtaking in this one. And those that are on the front row will be thinking all their Christmases have come on once. Starting on the front row at Mount Panorama, how good's that?
And it's going to be a big moment for Adam Clark and Kyle Ensby. In fact, in qualifying yesterday, Adam Clark made this move around the outside at the final turn to make up 3 positions in qualifying. He starts on the pole from Kyle Ensby in the KE Motorsports entry. Courtney Prince joins Reece Chapman on the 2nd row. There's been an engine change to his Cool Drive car. Lockie Ward and Craig Woods, who copped a penalty yesterday, will start further in this field. Ryder Quinn just outside the top 10 with John Stephenson, who made up some laps yesterday. Cody Brzezinski still struggling with that Shell Rimula car starting out of 16. Anthony DeMauro, who started from near back of the field, got his way up inside the top 20 yesterday. Cody Garland went off the track at the final turn, so keep an eye on the MTA New South Wales entry starting from position number 27. And Grant Thompson was our only retiree yesterday. He broke a cam. They've swapped engines overnight, and he'll charge through from 28th on the grid.
So plenty of excitement to look forward to in this one. A couple of cars out of position deep in the field, so look for them to come through. And as we said, that inverted top 10. So yesterday's top 3 will be starting out at 10th, 9th and 8th, so watch out for them. But Ensby's one of our real front runners in the Aussie race cars, so with giving him a front row start, it's a bit like giving him the keys to Christmas, isn't it? Like, it's okay, I'm off to the races here, but very, very difficult to break away here because of that slipstream effect. You can't break away, so keeping at the front of the field's a real challenge. So if you get to the top of the mountain in first, you really have to put your head down, try and open the gap before you come onto Conrod Straight out of Forest Elbow, and hope that you're far enough up the road that they can't slipstream by.
So the car's making their way to position here, and you're right, it's all about using the slipstream here on Conrod Straight. You'll find someone to dance with all the way down. It's a very fast track. We've been here nearly 10 times now. 2015 was a wild year here. There were several incidents, including that big crash on Conrod Straight with the Flack brothers that got into each other. We had another crash in the Saturday afternoon race. You've just got to learn to respect this place, don't you?
Well, it doesn't matter what you're racing, you have to respect Mount Panorama, and it doesn't matter if it's one of our small Aussie racing cars or a full outright GT3 cars, we know the mountain can bite. So now it's all full focus on this one. wait the rest of the field to grid up at the back.
So, slight change at the front there compared to our grid sheet sees Lee Bowler being moved to the front row now. We did believe Craig Woods caught the penalty. He'll start down just outside the top 10, so keep an eye on the 64 car out of Western Sydney Motorsport as we get set to let 11,500 RPM times 28 down to turn number 1 here. The Aussie racing cars supporting the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour. Green flag waves at the back. Tom Heyman has been the standout man all year long. 9 race victories and has dominated this year's Aussie Racing Car Super Series. We get underway for the first race of Saturday here at Mount Panorama, and Bowler will lead us down to turn number 1. Clark tucks in just behind with Ensby. We're 3 wide into turn number 1. Nothing unusual in the Aussie Racing cars, and we make sure that it gets through nice and safely as they charge up Mountain Straight on lap 1.
Easy to go 3 wide in Aussie race cars because they're only half the size of a normal race car. So, as you said, Matt Nolan, here we go 3 wide again as we approach the hump on Mountain Straight. Everyone jockeying for position as we run up to turn 2. 4 wide for a little bit there. So, as you said, that slipstream effect already starting to come into play. 3 wide as they tip it in to turn 2 and start the trek up the mountain.
I think we had 4 wide as well there, GT, a bit further back in the field. But it's Bowler that will lead us up to the cutting for the first time. The Cool Drive car starting to make their presence felt here as Bowler pinches a break in his Super Groups number 11. As the field make their way up through the top of Mount Panorama for the first time. Good to see Ryan Reynolds back out in the field, car number 9. They repaired his Shell Rimula car yesterday, didn't make it out for race number 1. As here come the Aussie racing cars across the top of the mountain.
How good's that shot? Now 2 wide as they come through McPhillamy. That's brave. Anyway, we got through there, but Bowler has done exactly what we spoke about. There's one that has parked, it looked like, at the exit of turn 2.
That's Cody McKay who stopped. It's out of harm's way on the exit of the cutting. There's a nice little road there you can back into. Meantime, Ensby right on the back of the Super Groups car, looking to make the move down here at the elbow. He swerves his way down. He's going to get this done just. And now the 11 will have the 8 of the slipstream heading down Conrod Strand.
And that's brought Clark and Chapman into play as well. So both Ensby and Bowler had a small gap, but that move by Ensby up the inside at Forest Elbows now brought Chapman or Clark right into it. Here we go, the slipstream 2 wide. Clark looking to try and make it 3 wide. That hole's not big enough, not even for an Aussie racing car. 2 wide, through the kink at the chase. Oh. And here comes Chapman deep on the brakes, kept that momentum. And we said that it's hard to break away in the Aussie racing cars, and there we go, lap 1, graphic example that you cannot get away in this class. The slipstream effect's way too powerful.
That was a cool bit of racing through the chase, wasn't it? Chapman thought about it for a moment. He's got past Adam Clark in the 15, the Lustre Bar entry, as we look at Lachlan Ward in the 117. He's been a multi-time champion in Legend cars, a similar series to this, but has really adapted well in his first full season in the Battery World Aussie racing cars. Ensby, Bowler, Chapman, Clark and Anderson, your top 5. Tom Heyman is up to 7th position. Remember, he started from position 10 after winning yesterday's race number 1.
So the top 3 have a small break as they make their way back up Mountain Straight for the start of this second lap. Adam Clark in 4th needs to make sure he gets his head down and doesn't allow those top 3 to break away. So the front 2 now, side by side. I feel like we saw this last lap already, Matt Nolte, but here we go. They start their run up the mountain again, and it's really important in these underpowered Aussie racing cars to keep the momentum up, keep the flow up, because you want to get up the mountain as quickly as you can by using as little sliding as possible.
So Ensby leads us across the top here on lap number 2 from Bowler, Chapman, Clark and Anderson. Dramas for Thompson. That's Craig Thompson across the shelf. There's contact in the background, trying to pick up who it is. It's Cody Garland who was charging through the field. That's pretty much the spot I was just referring to before the start of the race, where Sam Milton had a crash back in 2015 on the left-hand side. In fact, almost climbed up over the top of the wall where the BP Ultimate sign is. So Garland gets away, but damage to the 72 Hertz Rent-A-Car entry.
Absolutely, big damage on that one. So we'll keep an eye on what Motorsport Australia Race Control think about the position of that car. If it's unable to get moving, we need to keep an eye out for a safety car. But The battle rages on at the lead. We're still green. And it's Ensby who's got a bit of a gap now on Bowler. The safety car is called, so that was to be expected based on where Thompson's car was parked at the exit of the cutting.
And this is bad news for Ensby because he's got 5 seconds next to his name as the field now accept the yellow. They gave Thompson enough time to move the 72 machine away. And Ensby's given 5 seconds to his time, and he's not going to like the fact the safety car is out because it's going to make it very hard for him to keep the race win if he can stay there. They were lining up behind him, weren't they?
That's right. That's a long way to go in this one. So the Mercedes safety car awaiting the field as the exit of turn 1, as the field makes their way down onto the front straight. And there's Thompson's car. Thompson moving inside the car is able to get himself out, but big damage to that one. So I certainly hope that that's able to be fixed ahead of the next race for these guys.
He's just returned from holidays. He hasn't missed a round in many years, and probably thinks now it would be best to stay on
holidays, Matt.
The Pirelli replay showing the start, and hard to tell whether Ensby had got an advantage there. He was on the second row in the KE graphics entry, car 21. As we waited for the field to make their way through and climb Mountain Straight under safety car at the moment. So we'll take you through a replay of the start sequence. Garland was on his way up through the field too. In fact, he was inside the top 20. It's a bit hard to tell there too without...
Whether he was potentially just rolling as the red light went out. So just need to... there's the slightest roll, but rules say that if you are rolling when the light goes out, that's classed as a false start.
Here's what happened on the way up. So that was the second Hertz Rent-A-Car entries. This was the 2.5 wide for a moment. Move down here at the chase.
Big move from Chapman up the inside, and then we just caught at the bottom of screen. Thompson and Ensby. Big contact in the wall for Thompson. Rendered that car too damaged.
Heads up the Western Sydney Motorsport team. There's a handful of cars that they look after. And he steps out. There he is with the black helmet on and out. Ford recovery crew on the scene, and the tilt tracer might take a lap or so. The view from Motorsport Australia Race Control tells the story right now. Ensby, Bowler and Chapman, but you'd expect with a couple of laps to go at the end of this, it's going to be hard for him to extend 5 seconds.
Yeah, that's right. That's a big challenge. One that Ensby needs to think about once we go green.
Mercedes-AMG safety car out on the track here with an incident for Craig Thompson. His Hertz Rent-A-Car number 72 will be just the left-hand side here as the field, headed by Kyle Ensby, come by at a safe pace while they recover the number 72. Cody Gullen was also caught up in the incident there. He was coming from the back of the field after going off yesterday in the MTA New South Wales car number 41. And this is what it looked like. Good stuff, a ball, a bit of wheel spin.
Yeah, good launch, good reaction, good launch.
Car,
like you said, just stepped sideways a little bit, but his reaction's what got him the run for down to turn 1.
That was Lachlan Ward going through the middle between Chapman and Courtney Prince in the local legends car 32. So it was okay through here on the first lap. It got wild down Conrod Straight, but that's always like that in Aussie racing cars.
Standard issue. Yep. 3-wide action. Now just watch for rolling here. Oh, there was better eyes than I. So as to whether Ensby was rolling and there was a start infringement for that 5 seconds penalty. Still no word from race control to confirm why our race leader has that 5-second time penalty added to him. And as you said earlier, Matt Nolte, this safety car makes it quite challenging to be able to pull a gap.
And that was Thompson. Sorry, that was Woods, in fact.
Big moment there. On board now for the run down to Forest Elbow. This is the move for the lead. Just sets it up nicely, floats it around the outside, gets the inside running down into Forest Elbow. I love when it would take the onboard shots from the Aussie racing cars, just how busy they are at the steering wheel, working.
It's barely straight.
Yeah, they're never straight, an Aussie racing car. And then this damage here for Thompson. You can see Ensby going around, so there's been contact before they come into shot. And Thompson into the wall on the outside of the cutting.
Although there's waved yellows here, that's a blind approach to the right hand and see a car parked in the middle. Garland has got away. Thompson, his race is done. And he'll regroup for the final race later on today. It's a short turnaround between the two races. The Mercedes-AMG safety car continues to lead the field. Under yellow here, this is race 2. On what's a busy period for the Battery World Aussie racing cars. They'll race at Winton and Victoria next weekend before the second half of the season commences, and Tom Heyman has been the standout performer. At the start of the year, we had a whole fleet of rookies come in, and Cody Brzezinski was really quick out of the box, but that car has just been a mystery since then. Significant engine dramas at the second round, bigger dramas at Wakefield Park, and now finds himself in 23rd position.
Yeah, certainly faster than that is Brzezinski. So dramas for that team, trying to understand a rookie team, rookie driver in the Aussie race cars. And whenever I see a race car with rental car sponsorship on it that has damaged, Matt Nolte, I often wonder whether they ticked the insurance option when they took out that rent-a-car policy.
I hope he has this time.
I would hope so too.
I think with years of experience of running one of those rental companies, he has done that. And looking from there, it's definitely going to need a new front bonnet, maybe.
I saw significant suspension damage even as the car was spinning around before contact to the wall. So the contact between Thompson and Ensby was pretty significant by the looks of it, because it looked like the right front tyre or suspension was hanging out of the car before it made the contact with the outside barrier there. So a bit of work ahead of the Western Sydney Motorsport team if Craig Thompson's able to make it out for this afternoon's race. Certainly hope we can go racing again in this one though.
Ryan Reynolds' GT has come from 28th on the grid, 29th, because he was absolutely last. He's up to 19th position ahead of his teammate now. Tony Quinn just ahead, Troy Jones in 17th. We'll go further back up the order. Outside that 5 was Adam Clark. Remember, he started from the front row. Joel Heinrich scored pole yesterday, who keeps making cameo appearances here. The 2018 Aussie racing car champion is 7th position. Lockie Ward's dropped back to 8th now. Ryder Quinn inside the top 10 in 9th, and Brett Osborne in the Osborne's Transport entry, car number 86, completes the top 10. Then it's Woods, who stayed there in 11th position. I think he made up a couple of spots before he had that scary moment on the way up to the cutting. Courtney Prince in 12th. DeMalro, 13th position now in the 91. He's up from 19th on the grid here today. Then we go back to Stephenson, Lichtenberger, Quinn, Jones, Tony Quinn, Reynolds, Waters in 20th, and Matt Gooding, Grant Thompson, Cody Brzezinski, Scotty O'Keefe, Andrew Lorgelli, Dennis Butler and Cody Garland of the cars that have survived here in the Battery World Aussie racing cars. A reverse top 10 race. They'll be back out later on today. We've got Toyota 86s in the field, and the combined sedans are here as well, a mixture of New South Wales cars that have been rocking the mountains since yesterday here at the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour. Isn't it great to be back here?
It's so good. So good to see so many fans. One thing that really surprised me when I rolled into the circuit precinct was just how many campers were here this weekend. So great to see so many here for the Bathurst 12 Hour as we now start to pick up Craig Thompson's car. And just look to the bottom of the screen, you'll see there Ensby, and then, yeah, look at that right front suspension moving the way it shouldn't be on one of these Aussie racing cars. So clearly a lot of bodywork damage to Thompson's car, but I think there's a few more dangers, horrors under the skin, if you like, Matt Nolte.
That may not make it out.
Yeah, a bit of work ahead of them.
There's the campers you talked about, and most of them have been here since Wednesday and Thursday, where Thursday could barely see. There is Tomo walking back to be checked in at the medical centre here at Team Medical Australia. If you were here Thursday, you couldn't see the top of the mountain most of the afternoon. It was relentless rain. The car parks were boggy. The outfield during practice yesterday was not a place to be. Had memories of 2000 for me. A great year for you, but not a great year for the fans.
Yes, well, it's wet. It was pretty wet in 2000. And these guys have taken a bit of fashion advice from our friend Matt Nolte here. I mean, have they?
It's on loan, that left one.
Can you just make sure that your luggage has not been stolen, Matt Nolte? Because I feel like I've seen some of that gear before.
That is crazy. They're too busy in a conversation about who's best dressed up there at the moment.
None of them are best dressed, that's for sure. But great to see some atmosphere. The boys now realise they're on the big screen, so shout out to them.
And they've just come out, like yesterday we had the evening practice session at dusk. It was
so cool.
Yeah, and the fans stuck around for it. And with it not being around for 2 years, a lot of people have watched the 2020 race said we've got to go there next time it's on. It's my first time up here and I'm thoroughly enjoying it. It's really, really cool. I can't wait for tomorrow to race start in the darkness, and we'll have a longer period in the dark to race tomorrow too.
So what do you think? Who do you think lost the bet the worst here, Matt?
Well, if that was our commentary group, that's probably going to be me, isn't it?
Yeah, well, you'd be the guy with the nappy on. feel like it would be Chad Nailon with the Jane Fonda tracksuit. So there's a bit to break down there. We might have to get back to that and debrief a bit more on the fashions on the field here at Mount Panorama.
We love the characters.
It takes all types, Matt Nolte. Takes all types, and we love them all.
So Phil still behind Mercedes-AMG safety car this 6-lap journey. They're heading towards a time-certain finish here. That's looking down the mountain, and if you've never been here, we talk this place up because it's just one of those places you have to come and experience when you drive across the back of the Blue Mountains and see, or the way Garth Tander arrives like this.
What's that doing in the air? I told them not to fly without my permission. Actually, when we were here for the 1000 last year, I got a text message from my 9-year-old son from the helicopter saying, oh, yeah, by the way, Dad, we're in the helicopter.
Oh.
How cool. And I still have never done that here at Mount Panorama. So, great way to see the entire Mount Panorama precinct.
But you can see it when you drive in from the distance. You can see the famous sign, and you just know this place is something special about it.
Still the only racetrack you go to where you get hairs on the back of your neck when you drive into. Coming here for a long, long time, and whenever you drive into town and you see that Mount Panorama signage on the side of the hill, there's just something special about it. We obviously have grown up with it. We love it. We know what a great place it is. And it's going to be a great place for our competitors in the Aussie race cars because we are going racing again.
That's a good sign. They go back into the rows of two. That's the standard restart procedure in the Aussie racing cars. It's going to be a one-lap dash.
That's how we like it. That's how we like it. 2x2 restart, one-lap dash. All to play for.
Now, be optimistic to think the 21's going to get 5 seconds in one lap.
That would be a challenge. But nothing surprises me in Aussie race cars. But Ensby's got a good launch here. Bowler hasn't gone with him, and Chapman could be the recipient. Now we're 3 wide.
Still room for a couple of more cars to join that if they feel it. It's going to be Tom Heyman, the big winner. Remember, he started from 10th and now goes up into P2.
He's still a chance to win this one. So now 3 wide again as we make our way up Mountain Straight. Ensby's trying to put his head down and open a gap. Heyman, though, has done a beautiful job at this restart. He's jumped in the slipstream of Ensby for the run up Mountain Straight into turn 2. Ensby's giving him no room on the inside. You want to pass me, mate? You go to the outside.
I wouldn't rule it out at the moment as they climb towards Griffins. This is the 3rd time he started from position 10 this year in the reverse top 10 race, and 2 of those 3 times he's won it. So the odds are in his favour as they climb their way towards the top of the mountain in this one-lap dash, 6,200 metres of racing.
Ensby hugging the inside everywhere, making sure that if Heyman wants it, he's going to have to go the long way round. Now, traditionally, you would say that you're safe. From the turn-in point here to the exit of the dipper, that you are safe in traditional race car. That's not the same in Aussie race cars because they are so small. They take up less footprint on the racetrack. That means you can pass in places that you can't traditionally pass in a supercar or a GT car. And Heyman now, pressure on Ensby for the run to Skyline. It will be line astern. Oh, look at that, how they dance the cars over Skyline, flick it over the curb for the run down to the dipper.
Ensby has not won a race since 2018 at Queensland Raceway. A long time between drinks. If Heyman gets it done, it'll be his 10th victory of the season.
Oh.
He's getting defensive.
Ensby sends it into Forest Elbow. Does a beautiful job, though. That stops it right in the middle of the corner. Maybe stopped it too much and allowed Heyman to go around the outside. Now 2x2. Either of these 2 cool drive cars of Chapman or Anderson could be a winner here. 3 wide for the run down Conrod Straight. Let's make it 4 wide, shall we?
No, I can't watch. The cool drive cars have gone around the outside here and might just sweep across to take the lead, and they've done it. They stay side by
you
side.
Can't go form up yet, fellas. Got to get it over the line before you go side by side for the form finish.
Anderson on the outside of Chapman, who rides the curb, and Anderson suddenly finds himself in this from 7th position on the grid. Heyman off the track on the outside of the chase. We started the lap with Ensby in the lead, and all of a sudden the cool drive cars come out of nowhere, and it's going to be Anderson who gets the job done in one of the best last laps in a long time.
Anderson sets the fastest lap of the race on the last lap. Some might say, Matt Nolte, that was a cool drive.
Well said. Well said. What a finish. Half a second at the end. And the cool drive cars go 1 and 2. Ensby with 5 seconds will drop back a long way down the field, in fact to 13th when the screen corrects itself. What a final sector. We have lap leaders in most stat files. We have sector leaders in the Aussie racing cars. Give it to Anderson. Cool Drive 1, 2. Chapman 2nd. Ensby, Bowler, Heyman, Heinrich. We go back to Lockie Ward, Adam Clark, Ryder Quinn, and Craig Woods got himself into the top 10 with Brett Osborne, Courtney Prince, Anthony DeMauro, Kent Quinn, Cody Garland, Lichtenberger, Gooding, Reynolds from 29th on the grid inside the top 20. And of course the 2 DNFs of the race being Craig Thompson and Cody McKay in race number 2, the top 10 reverse race. This is, what's the background of the shot here coming down to the final turn of contact?
Big contact.
And looking at, it's going to be John Stephenson because he's dropped down to 26th position. There it is, confirmation on the screen. He was having a great run up to that point, a shake of the head. The Toyota Gazoo Racing Series is coming up soon. As we head to a break, here's a chance for motoring enthusiasts to win, thanks to our friends at Shannon's.
Shannon's are giving motoring enthusiasts the chance to win the All-American sports car, a 1974 Chevrolet Corvette convertible in classic white with a factory original 350 V8 motor with a 4-speed manual transmission that provides great driver engagement. And a heritage-inspired 2022 Scout Indian motorcycle in white smoke. The prize also includes up to 12 months Shannon's comprehensive car and bike insurance and Shannon's roadside assist, plus $5,000 cash if you're an eligible Shannon's Club member. That's up to $103,000 in prizes. To enter, go online or call Shannon's on 134646 and obtain an eligible new quote on your car, bike or home insurance. Or to find out more, scan the QR code.
a safety car.
That's it, the 69 Super Pod. Audi has gone around Ash Walls, and there's a Merc up there as well, Mercedes MG GT3 at least.
That's an enormous accident. God, that's the leader going through. Winkup goes through as well, and Crunch. Where does the Merc come in? Comes in afterwards.
Wait.
Oh, wow, that was close.
Just wait, the Merc's going to nail the door. Oh, straight in. That is two cars losing it almost. And then the agonising wind. Oh, that's a bad noise. That's a bad noise.
The race is going to be suspended. The safety car will stop the field on the grid. Thank you.
Wow. So a race suspension. So they will pull the cars onto the grid. They will stop. You would assume the clock will stop.
Yes, it is, correct.
And no teams can work on the cars
now, the
when
issue...
they stop on the grid.
Race control to all teams. Race control to all teams. The race has been declared. The race has been declared. The safety car will lead the field into Parc Ferme. We will require car 37 to proceed slowly to perform podium procedures. I repeat, the race has been declared.
They are the most successful brand ever now. And on their first visit to the mountain, Audi Sport Team WRT win the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 Hour.
Another incredible Repco rewind there of the 2018 Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 Hour here. That's where the race came to an end, and already it's bitten some cars in practice. We build up to qualifying, which is not too far away here today at Mount Panorama. But for now, we keep the racing theme going with the Toyota 86 series out on the track. My old buddy Chad Nailon's alongside me. This category is cool, just like the Aussie racing cars. It has been around for many, many years, and another breed of young stars making their way up. Good afternoon to you, mate.
Good afternoon to you too, Matty. Yep, and then we've got a couple of invited guest drivers to watch out for. There's one of them, Chris Pither, who's been invited by Toyota to compete here this weekend. And he'll be out there sharing the track with the other invited guest, Will Brown, who picked up the second place finish yesterday. He's actually the 2016 champion in this category, so really cool to have Will back this weekend. And he's also competing in the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 Hour as well in a GT3. And he put the pressure on Zach Bates yesterday for the race win. There was a late race restart and a one-lap run to the checkered flag. And Will Brown, here he is right now, from Toowoomba, former champion in this category in 2016, was all over the back of Zach Bates. And it goes to show just what a talent Zach is, that he was able to fend off in our Supercars race winner all the way to the checkered flag.
And how good Zach Bates been since he's been in this category. Every time you know he's in there, you know there's going to be a W next to him, or he's going to be giving someone a really hard time up front.
Well, he actually broke a record yesterday that has been in the series since 2017. Most consecutive podium finishes, 14 in a row. It beats the record set by Jimmy Vernon back in the 2017 championship, which was 13 straight. He's been on the podium every single race since Townsville last year in July. 14 in a row. Incredible streak by Zach Bates. He's turned 18 since the last time we went racing in Sydney. He's got a bright future ahead of him, and he'll be starting this one from pole position alongside the 2016 winner, Will Brown. Series leader Lachlan Gibbons will be off the second row. He's got wins here at Bathurst. He'll be quick. David Chills has been the surprise packet of the week, and he qualified on the second row. Got given a post-qualifying penalty for impediment, and he picked up a couple spots yesterday to finish fifth. And then we've got the likes of Chris Pither out there as well. Clay Richards, talk about family history here at this track. Clay Richards, the son of Stephen and grandson of Jim, racing here at the track that his family have been so successful at. And ditto that Emerson Harvey as well, keeping that famous bloodline of famous driver names here at the mountain. Grandson of John Harvey, Connor Roberts, with a very rare engine failure yesterday. They've had to put a new motor in that car for today. He'll be off the back of the field. It's been a very clean weekend in the category so far this week, and just want to highlight, Matt, before this race gets started, that Toyota have extended their support of this series to the end of 2026, and there will be a new car coming. So the new GR86 is launched into Australia at the end of the year, and it's going to be on Aussie racetracks 2024. The team at Neil Bates Motorsport are going to have their hands on those cars and building them up, and that means that there's going to be a feeder series. So the cars on track now will go off in a state level motorsport,
and that'll give everybody a chance to have a crack at racing these cars before they arrive on the national scene. Really fantastic support by Toyota.
And so many people still lining up just to get into the category.
Well, that's what they've done.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Exactly that, oversubscribed field. So another 33 drivers on the grid here today. The only drivers who couldn't make it were the ones who are too young. So this series has a number of 15-year-olds that race in it, and they're legally not allowed to race here at Mount Panorama. 16 years of age is the age minimum. And as a result, they'll have to wait patiently for the next race when we head up to the sunshine of Townsville.
And we've had some incredible races here at Bathurst over the years with the Toyota 86 Racing Series. The final cars make their way down to take their positions on the grid. Got Mitch McGarry in the field too. We saw Jaden Wantak in the list. He's been running the Circuit XL Series for several years. Rossi Johnson, all the way from the Territory, and car 333 joins him on that 7th row as we look from the top of the mountain and the campgrounds, which have been filling up all weekend. It's 6 laps as the final cars come around to lock themselves into position. This one-make series that's been travelling the nation since 2016, ready to rock Mount Panorama here as we build up to qualifying the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12-hour.
Wait for that green flag to wave. For the first time, the 86 is on the bill with a 12-hour. Toyota Gazoo Racing Australia, and the Toyotas are on the international stage here at Mount Panorama. It's a great start from Will Brown. He might just have enough to swing across in front of Zach Bates down here at turn 1. They're even as they turn in, and the young 18-year-old from Canberra does enough to hang on and climb the mountain for the first time. A couple out in the dirt with their Dunlop tyres flicking up some dust. But this is going to be an exciting 6-lap sprint.
And Chris Pepper, the second of the invited drivers, up in 8th position already as they go 2 wide. We saw the Aussies going 3 wide, but they're a bit smaller heading up the straight. So Brown tucked in behind Zach Bates. You got Job Stewart running 3rd and Lockie Gibbons in 4th. Just behind them is Sweeney in position number 6.
Oh, Casher on the inside of Scholes, and Sweeney was also wide there. Erebus junior driver. Run up to the cutting. Can't go too wide through here, so they'll have to try and sort this out. It's going to be very difficult for Casher to hang on the outside there. Somehow they've managed to sort that out. I think it took Chris Pither lifting for a moment to fall in behind the back of Casher. We have seen some bravery across the top here at Reed Park, trying to go too wide before.
This is great for the young drivers to have the experienced guys like Chris Pepper and Will Brown. Will Brown was the young guy in the first year of the series when he dominated this category as well as the Formula 4 series. He's down through the S's and into the Toyota Gazoo Dipper on the first of 6 laps, and a fairly safe opening lap here.
What a great sight and sound that is, diving through the Gazoo Racing Dipper. Now the games begin down Conrod. The slipstream is worth a good 3 or 4 kilometres per hour if you can get in behind the boot lid of the car you're chasing. So we should see a big train of cars and maybe some opportunities to pass. We dive onto the brake pedal down at the chase. Bates leads the way. Is Will Brown close enough? I would suggest he is. And watch for a move. Down at the chase.
Just pulls up. Car 24, we're in car with the Swill, who tucks in behind Zach on the way down underneath the Liqui Moly Bridge to complete the first lap. Stewart hanging back there in 3rd position with Lachlan Gibbons. Bailey Sweeney pulled out for a phantom look, but tucks in behind.
Oh.
And just like we see in the Aussies, Chad, it's all about finding someone to run with down Conrod Straight. This is a tight little battle pack happening.
I missed who it was, but somebody was slow coming out of the chase, and it really checked the whole pack up. Brown on the defensive. Job Stewart now. This is interesting. An Erebus junior driver going toe-to-toe with an actual Erebus Supercars driver. I haven't seen this in the series before. Well, they're going to go all the way up Mountain Straight and in the toe, and that's good news for Zach Bates, who's been able to open out a little bit of a lead.
Jaden Wanzak, who's come to a stop on the exit of the final turn in car number 90 as it continues on. Big move from Job Stewart. This is going to open up a gap now for the other cars to move through. Lachlan Gibbons is in the mix, and he might just get past Brown here. On the way up to the cutting. Close your eyes, Chad. Here they come.
Oh, boy. This does not bode well. You can't go too wide through here, or can they? That is tight, tight stuff. And they're still 2 by 2 by 2 climbing up the mountain. That was the move of an absolute lifetime from Job Stewart to get to second in this race. Will Brown went defensive, but he went anyway and lost 2 for the price as 1 as well, because he got followed through by Lachlan Gibbons. So nice move from Lachie Gibbons, opportunistic move, get him back inside the podium spots.
And all of those drivers' briefings they have saying you can't go too wide up there. Wrong. They've done it several times in the 86 series. This angry pack headed by Job Stewart, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th, plunging their way down into the Gazoo Dipper here on lap number 2.
The commitment to get a car flowing down from Skyline through the Gazoo Dipper is just amazing. I've been watching it on the in-cars this weekend as well. Just so on the edge of out of control. Chasing the car, keeping that momentum up is key to getting the speed out of these cars.
One wrong gear shift and cost you several positions in this category. As they work their way down Conrod, let's go to pit lane. Bryony Ingerson.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Some good news, I guess, for the Superbarn team. They will make it out for qualifying. It's been a mammoth effort from these guys. This car arrived here at Bathurst at 6:15 a.m. this morning from Melbourne. It's been up-spec'd from a 2019 car to a 2022 version. Unfortunately, though, Theo Kondouris, who suffered that crash yesterday, has been ruled out of the race under medical conditions. But we will see Paul Stokel, James Kondouris and David Russell out in qualifying in about half an hour's time.
Nicely done, Bryony. Part of our team this weekend will update us from the pits. That's good news for the Superbarn Supermarkets team. They'll have a car out for qualifying very soon as they come through to complete another lap with Bates, Gibbons, Stewart, Brown and Sweeney working their way down into Hell Corner. I've missed calling this stuff.
Yeah,
it's a great category.
It's a really fun category. It's the Moto 3 of Aussie car racing. Young stars all keen to impress the team bosses, willing to drive the wheels off their machinery and in close combat as well. And just look at the games going on at Mountain Straight right now. Chris Pither right in the middle of this one. He'll be having a lot of fun. He'll have his head on a swivel as well, because they're coming from every angle as he goes to the inside. And so too does Bailey Sweeney. That was aggressive. Shoulders wide. He'll lose a ton of momentum. He might just lose another spot as well. Here comes Cash on the outside.
So he'll pick up that spot, you'd think. Rarely do you see cars go wide up there and survive. Track sort of tapers off, doesn't it, on the left. Drew Griffins back in car with Chris Pither as we climb the shelf at Mount Panorama once again. So halfway home, it's been clean, but at the same time, as much pressure as we've ever seen in the 86s.
He has the aggressive moves we've seen, particularly on the inside up towards turn 2.
You ride in car with Chris Pither in the 85 Toyota 86 as we're halfway home here at Mount Panorama. He's got cars ahead of him, cars behind him, and that's a sad sight for Jaden Wanzek. He did come to a stop at the end of the previous lap, and his 90 comes into the pits in this second race of the Toyota 86 series.
He drives for TechWorks. They've just moved to a brand new workshop in the Gold Coast. They also have cars competing in the Porsche Carrera Cup Championship as well. And they do a really nice job preparing those cars. So highly unusual to see a car pull up like that on the opening lap. Replays the start. Will Brown initially got the bite off that front row, and Job Stewart did a nice job to get across and clear Lachlan Gibbons before they arrived down there at turn 1. The rest of the pack keeping it relatively clean.
That was really clean, considering how many cars were trying to filter their way through this 33-car field. And now an incident for car 23.
It's Lucky Bloxham.
And that's on the way down into the elbow, pretty much where Chaz had his crash back in 2015. I remember because the P17 sign stood out for us.
That is the famous marshalling point where Chaz made contact, and that is a nasty spot of the track to be pulled up. Michael Sherwell's on the curb. He's a former freestyle motocross competitor, and the boys, some of them might be seeing the yellow flag, some of them might not be at the moment, given how close they are to one another, and that has now brought the race under safety car conditions. The AMG safety car will go and pace the field, and that'll be at an awkward time in the race to get a green flag lap in at the end. I wonder what happened to Lachlan Bloxham. He's actually doing double duties this year in the 86s as well as Porsche with McElroy Racing. Yeah, I think he's gone in obviously a few corners back, and it's dropped the exhaust system down. It's punched that right front wheel and tyre assembly back, and that'll be a huge job to try and get that car fixed in time to get back out for the final race. He had an okay day yesterday, a bit of speed there. He's actually been working quite closely with Kel Tressida, former Aussie racing car star, sort of driver coach and team manager there.
Good guy to have in your corner.
Well, he occasionally even gets on the phone to Scott McLaughlin and gets a few tips from Scott, given the good relationship between Kel and Scott, long-time friends. This car is starting and stopping and starting and stopping, so hopefully they can get it out there and try and get some points in his championship charge. Needs to see the checkered flag to get some points. So
exactly.
There's been some awesome moves in this race, Matt, particularly at turn 2. Check this out. Job Stewart, Erebus Jr., getting the move done on an Erebus driver and in an aggressive manner as well.
Will decided to just pull to the left a bit there and let it all happen. He's seen this all before. That's what it looked like from the 87 machine. As his young protege makes the move like he's been doing it forever. Job Stewart. In fact, he lost 2 positions on the way up, nowhere to go. But it gave him a bit of a bump to say, hang on, where's the respect?
That was crazy. And how about this one down at the chase? Lockie Gibbons on Job Stewart. So that was nice. Gibbons was in 4th at one point of that race, championship leader, just showing his experience and patience to move back to 2nd. Schultz with an absolute slingshot through on Ryan Kasher, and that was for 6th position. David Schultz doing a great job running inside these top few spots. I was chatting to him yesterday. He did a bit of kart racing, David Schultz, when he was a kid, but then spent 10 years out of racing. So he spent quite a long time sort of on the sidelines and went off and had his own business, made a bit of money. He's from Portland in Victoria, 32 years of age, decided to come back to racing after 10 years out, and has been just instantly quick. And I'll give a little plug to his business for your mind boxes, because what they do, Matt, is they actually send out packs for people struggling with mental health issues. And it's something that he wanted to bring in during the pandemic to be able to help people who were on tough times. And I just think that was a really fantastic initiative. And well done to David on getting back in a race car and being so successful. Bryony.
Yeah, just another update before qualifying. Unfortunately, Car 91, the Craft Bamboo Racing AMG, will not make it out. In fact, it's not even at the track. They don't expect it to arrive back at the circuit until later tonight because it's out in town getting that engine change. But fingers crossed they will make the start of the race tomorrow morning.
Thanks for that update, Bronny. So we won't, unfortunately, see Maro Engel have a lap today in the Pirelli shootout. But we did see Darryl O'Young, the team boss for Craft Bamboo, say earlier today that the focus was to get that car back in time for the race. Engine change is pretty unusual in GT3 racing. So not quite like a supercar where you can get that job done in an hour or two. It's a much bigger job. And they'll have to use the tools and equipment that they have in the greater city of Bathurst.
So saying they found irregularity in the car last night after the final practice session.
And you know what this could mean, though, Matt? With so many unusual issues for some of the top-line cars, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Mark car or someone different pop up inside the top 10 shootout today, because they're there on speed.
Exactly.
Particularly with the new qualifying format where you've got to use a lap from your AM-class driver. So we may see a very different-looking Pirelli shootout today.
Richard Cradle will join us very soon for the call of qualifying for LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 hours. We're still under the Mercedes-AMG safety car, closing towards the end of this race.
I mean, if you look at some of the really good combos that we've got here this weekend, they might have a really fast driver like Shane Van Gisbergen, but it doesn't matter which car you're in, you're relying on your AM driver to be able to give you a really good lap. So there is a huge possibility that some of the big names will be missing in qualifying later today. And that could be quite the story when you've got a guy like Shane Van Gisbergen who may not even make the shootout, will have to come firing through the pack tomorrow, or their AM drivers might be able to get the job done, and that's essentially what it's going to take to get those guys through to the shootout later today. And that's going to lead to a really fascinating AM qualifying session today. It will really mean more than ever before here at Bathurst.
Yeah, because the pressure's on. They can't just get their sessions done first up in the morning. They've got to come back in the second half of the race and put in some time as well.
Absolutely. Typically, if you're an AM driver here at the 12-hour, you don't go anywhere near the car in qualifying. And then further to that point, you don't go anywhere near the car in the second half of the race. Usually your day is done as early as possible. The rule changes this year puts a lot more weight on the shoulders of the AM drivers to be able to get the results here this weekend. And it's going to make for quite interesting racing, particularly in qualifying today. So looking forward to qualifying and definitely looking forward to the Pirelli shootout a little bit later in the day. The AMG safety car is pacing the field here. Toyota Gazoo Racing Australia 86 series. And an incident up in the approach towards the elbow. Zach Bates out at the front of the field. And as these laps tick down, it'll be very tight to get that last lap of racing in under green flag conditions. So we'll just keep an eye on what's happening out there. And the Motorsport Australia race control team. Interesting fact for you, Matt, this is one of the only categories in Australia that has a female technical delegate in Felicity Woods and also a female race director in Jessica Nicholson. So fantastic to see women used in some really critical roles. You can see Jessica sitting right in the very middle there of race control. Steve Owen to her left in the red vest is the driver mentor, and right on her left is Steve Johnson, the driving standards observer, son of Dick Johnson, of course. And that's a pretty cool team and a lot of experience there to talk to such young drivers and be able to coach them through the course of their careers and weekends.
And that's a very cool view, that room. We were lucky to call some races up there back in 2020. High above. In fact, at some points, the fog can be lower than that control tower when the pits were rebuilt back in 2004 here at Mount Panorama. So we're rolling back behind the Mercedes-AMG safety car once again, looking likely to be a checkered flag finish under yellow in race number 2. Another one still to come in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Australia 86 series, supporting the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 hour. We've got the Aussie racing cars back again this afternoon, and the combined sedans, a mixture of so many unique cars from New South Wales will be out as well during the afternoon. It's just great to have this event back on. Driving in yesterday, seeing the track. It's been a long 2 years since GT racing was happening here, back on the world stage. Looking forward to a massive race here tomorrow, starting at 5:15 in the morning. The alarm is set, by the way.
Yes, yeah, remember, half an hour early this year, so no sleep-ins, 5:15 a.m. It's going to be an awesome sight and sound watching these cars rip around the mountain. Probably 90 minutes of genuine dark racing tomorrow, and chatting to a lot of the AM class drivers, because the best strategy, we're going to chat more about this in the Pirelli Pit Bunker, particularly throughout the course of tomorrow. The best strategy is to try and get as many of the AM laps and minutes done in the early part of the day, but that would mean putting them in when it's dark, and that's going to obviously have its own inherent set of risks. Bryony.
Craig Lowndes, you are one of a few entrants that have 4 drivers. Yes. You've got 2 AMs, 2 pros. What's the situation for qualifying?
Rock, scissor, paper. No, actually, Jeff Emery's going to run the bronze side of it, and Alex is going to do the pro side of it. So, yeah, they're sort of going to have a bit of fun. And really, at the end of the day, it's the best of what we can do. Like, Jeff's been fantastic. Alex is quite comfortable in the car, so give it up to them.
Okay, so if you're not racing or, during qualifying, are you going to do some more fundraising? Tell us about what's happening with the prostate cancer.
So what we've done with Concept, we actually started a bit early. I know we said at 3 o'clock, but every signature that's on the car at the moment is donated $50 to charity. So for the prostate cancer of Australia, it's really fantastic. So every signature around, the actual back of the car is filling up quite quickly. So we're thinking we might have to then convert to a silver pen on the black.
All right, I'll bring a pineapple down later on and I'll put my name on the car. All the very best for qualifying.
It's a great initiative. There's been so many people down there today. Thanks, Bryony, in the pits, getting their name on the car, because earlier today, Richard Crowell and I spoke about this. If we get all those autographs across the car, it could be a die cast. We could feature on it.
That'd be cool.
Even more incentive.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic cause, and well done to the team down there at Scott Taylor Motorsport in getting that out there. And have a look at this, Matt. They're queuing up behind Zach Bates. And nice work by Motorsport Australia Race Control and the officials here. Zach Bates doing such a good job in this category. The potential to go 2 from 2. And maybe even close that championship lead up. Green flags are waving. Just like yesterday, Zach Bates could have a job to do here. He was able to hold off Will Brown yesterday. Is he going to be able to hold on and win 2 in a row at the mountain? The pressure will be on Bates, Gibbons, Stewart, Brown and Sweeney. And he picks up the throttle just before the apex. Similar spot to yesterday. Green flag. Next one will be the checkers. Let's go racing at the mountain.
So for the second race in a row, we've got a 1-lap dash with Bates leading us down with the remaining cars of this race. Lockie Bloxham, the reason why we had the safety car out for several laps. And we wish the young guy all the best in car 23, but it's Bates on an absolute tear in the 86 series. Gibbons runs behind him with Stewart, Brown and Bailey Sweeney. In position number 5, it's Kasha, Schultz, Piffer, Logan and Jackson completing your top 10 on this, the final lap.
Zach Bates showed so much commitment across the top, that middle sector yesterday, to be able to make sure that there was no chance Will Brown was close enough removed on that last lap. He's eked out nearly 0.4 of a second up towards the cutting already on Lachlan Gibbons. Gibbons doing such a good job just collecting the points as well. We talked about the streak of podiums so far for Zach Bates. Well, Gibbons is putting a pretty handy streak together as well, and banking more and more champ points. These two look to be the class of the field this year, but Job Stewart's taken a massive step forward as well. He's sitting 3rd on the road.
So one more time across Mount Panorama. Bates has about half a second to Gibbons. We've got a big gap there behind the top 5, in fact. But it's all about getting the run down to the bottom. That exit at Forest Elbow can set you up. Would you like to be the leader? Although Zach Bates is hard to beat, is out in front as he squeal the tyres, absolutely maxed out on their way down through the Gazoo Dipper.
Well, Harrison Gray running it straight through Skyline. Just coming up on our timing screen that he had to take the shortcut, which means that must have been a pretty wild moment in the train. Last time down Conrod. Purple sectors on the last lap for Zach Bates. He set the fastest lap of the race yesterday on the very last lap on the restart, and he's looking to do it again today to bank himself another 100 points and to just make sure he's dropping as much of that slipstream behind him as he can. He's weaving down Conrod, and I think it's going to be just enough to make sure that Gibbons isn't close enough. Here we go.
It didn't really help for Bates. Gibbons managed to find some time in the chase, but he looks okay here now as they exit through past the Ridges Hotel and down to the final turn. Bates is looking good here. He's even set the fastest lap of the race. He comes down into the final turn, and the streak is continuing here today at Mount Panorama.
15 straight podiums and 10 wins now for Zach Bates, and he is incredibly consistent in these cars. Star of the future, absolutely continuing that famous Bates and Toyota relationship. And well done to Zach Bates. And his dad Rick will be immensely proud at the run of form that he has so far. Lovely job getting that job done from Lachlan Gibbons, half a second clear on that last lap, and he did it with a 2:39.6, a stellar last lap. And Clay Richards talking about famous family names here inside the top 10, and he'll be awfully happy with that.
Famous surnames topping top and bottom here. We're gearing up for LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour qualifying coming up very soon. Come back and join us soon on the mountain.
Gee, it's great to be back in this part of the world in Bathurst, and to get here you need to go through the Blue Mountains, Sydney's backyard playground, World Heritage listed wilderness, ancient rock formations, waterfalls and rainforests. It can be as relaxing or as an adventurous as you like it to be. It is one of the most popular tourism destinations in Australia, and always worth the stop when you head out of Sydney town and head west to come to this glorious racetrack in Bathurst. Mount Panorama welcomes you, the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour. We're firing up for qualifying, and I'm excited to be joined by Matt Nolte and Garth Tander for this. Gentlemen, good afternoon. A fascinating qualifying format, different to what we've seen in the past here at Mount Panorama for this race. We're bringing the AM drivers into the equation. They play a meaningful role now into getting your car into the top 10 shootout later on this afternoon. Just adds another dimension to qualifying. Noel, good afternoon.
Thanks, Krause. I know you're excited because you're the voice of the 12 Hour. Me and Garth have had different roles in the last couple of years. I was race fanning it back in 2020 on the couch at home. You were driving it last time out. Now you get to steer it from the commentary box.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. It's an interesting one, isn't it, Rich? Because the AM drivers in the past have basically only had to go to work on Sunday. Basically, they had an important role in the Pro-Am aspect of the previous 12 hours, where they had to make sure they were a safe set of hands and kept the car on the island. Whereas today, they contribute to the grid position for their car. So they need to make sure in this session for the AM drivers only, or bronze-rated drivers, that they need to make sure they get the best out of themselves in qualifying.
And this is what the track looks like from high above. We'll talk about sectors, and this is what they look like. First sector is at the top just before Salmon Park, but that's the big talking point. The elevation change here, 174 metres from where we are on the LIQUI MOLY front stretch to the top of the mountain. It's broken up to 23 turns. It is just an unbelievable piece of racetrack here. This is some of the action zones, though, Krause.
Oh, there's been some moments in 12-hour history up at Turn 2, Griffin's Bend. That's one C Lowndes just firing up the inside. This was a remarkable moment that everyone managed to get away with it. The medal great there, Mark Senior aboard the Hallmark Property Group car. This was the pass for the lead. At the end of the 2019 Classic, Matt Campbell in the Porsche on Jake Dennis in the Aston, about 10 minutes from home. And these were the pair of Merc AMGs boxing on down at the Chase with just a few corners to go in the race a couple of years ago. That was ultimately for second and third position in what was a classic 12-hour. Garth, you've been around here in a GT3 car on new tyres in qualifying trim. She's a pretty fast old John at the best of times, but when you get a car with this much aero and a slick Pirelli tyre, what's it like?
Oh, I mean, we all love driving a supercar around here because of their unique challenge, but as far as going as fast as you possibly can across the top of the mountain, there's nothing better than a GT3 car in qualifying trim, because the car's trimmed out for high grip from the new tyre. It's light with low fuel, and that's when these cars really come to life. So the real challenge in this session is getting tyre temperature into the tyre, because for those of you used to watching the supercar broadcasts, you'll see that the drivers work very hard on the outlap, weaving and accelerating and braking, trying to generate brake temperature and tyre temperature into the car on the outlap. That doesn't work in a GT car. The best way possible to get the tyre temperature up in a GT car is go out of the pits and go as hard as you possibly can straight away. Now, that's a challenge because you need to build aero from the road speed. That gives you downforce, which gives you grip on the tyre, but you can't build that road speed up till you've got some temperature in the tyre. So it's a bit chicken and egg. You need to get up to speed, but you need tyre temperature to get up to speed. So really, the real challenge, particularly for our bronze and amateur drivers, is having the confidence to get up to speed as quick as you can. It might take 3 or 4 laps before you get the tyre in the right operating temperature window.
And for those that remember 2020, this is fundamentally different conditions for going qualifying, because on the Saturday of the 2020 race, before the world stopped back in March and February that year, the track temperature of qualifying was about 52 degrees. Ambient, I remember, was nudging 40. This is very different. 21 degrees ambient at the moment. The track's got a bit of UV. So they've got to adapt to vastly different track conditions to what GT cars are used to being at this place.
Well, that's right. When we come here for the 12-hour, traditionally it's February. It's always very, very warm. And in the past, we've also had tyre warming cupboards where you could actually bake and get the tyres up to temperature. They're not allowed here this weekend. So all the teams have been searching for any bit of sun that they can find to get their tyres out into the sun. There's a lot of cloud cover around here at Mount Panorama at the moment. So finding the sun to get the tyre temperature up before we even start the session has been one of the real challenges for the teams.
Brett, good afternoon.
Hey guys, Will Brown with me, who we're used to seeing here in a supercar. Today's in something very different, the GT3. And Will, you know a bit about qualifying here. What's the tip for this session?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe in a supercar I'd feel a bit more confident around here, but it's just about getting tyre temp and putting in a good clean lap. You know, hopefully we can end up somewhere up there.
Will, tell us about this setup, this team you're with.
Yeah, it was pretty last minute. We probably committed 2 weeks before the event. We haven't tested, hadn't run the car, rolled up here, first time in a GT3 car. So we're a little bit behind the game, and we had a gearbox problem which put us out of most of the practices on Friday. So hopefully we can just get confident in the car, and it doesn't really matter where you qualify. It's a long race, and yeah, hopefully we can have a good day tomorrow.
And always nice to have the opportunity to race back here. I know you love it. What do you love most about coming back to Mount Panorama?
Yeah, I'll race anything here. I'm trying to race at every event this year. So, no, it's just awesome. It's a great track. All the internationals know about Bathurst, and it's just great. So I can't thank Griffo enough for getting us out here in the GT3 car.
We can't wait to see you out there. Will, all the best. Good luck.
Cheers. Thank you.
And Will's not sweating with anticipation about qualifying. He's just stepped out of the 86 a few moments ago. One of the great characters, one of the new names in Australian motorsport as he watches on down in the pits. We've got 6 minutes completed so far in this part one of qualifying. Brad Schumacher at 2:13.0, but very early days. We check in with this beautiful KTM Crossbow, the new generation car.
Yeah, this is Trent Harrison behind the wheel and actually goes quickest with a 2:11.4. So just to bring up to speed on this session, so the time from the amateur driver will be combined with the time from the pro in part two of qualifying, which is coming your way next. That will be the combined lap time and the result from qualifying. 10 fastest cars move forward into the final part just after 4 o'clock this afternoon. And the positions 11 further back will be where they start the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 hour at 5:15 a.m. Yes, 5:15 on Sunday morning.
Set your alarms.
Exactly.
Set your alarms, everyone.
Stop it, you two.
On board here with Martin Conrad aboard the 75 Sun Energy 1 Mercedes AMG, one of the international drivers that have come down to enjoy this year's Bathurst 12 hour. Currently fastest to the end of the second sector. Actually just been beaten to Yasha Sahin, but Conrad will finish this one. Very strong lap. Should see this one jump to the top of the timesheets. Comes to the line with a 7.5. So we talked about the tyre temperatures starting to come in now. Starting to see more representative lap time from the bronze and amateur drivers. We talk about the bronze driver rating. Generally the drivers are split up into 4 ratings, if you like. Platinum being the ultimate professional drivers, gold being those that are very, very close, silver being more of your part-time drivers, and bronze more your amateur gentleman drivers. On the screen there, Yasser Shaheen crosses the line but stays down in 10th, so had a very, very strong middle sector, but potentially traffic in the last sector. It's John Stephenson watching on with Cam Waters. Watching on intently.
Carrera Cup racing to his credit. Johnny Stephenson, Brock Feeney, hoodie on, watching on from the...
Looking very cool there, wasn't he, Brock Feeney, looking the part.
And there's the Scott Taylor Motorsport crew racing for Prostate Cancer Foundation Australia. Craig Lowndes and Alex Davison, some great Bathurst surnames there, a lot of Bathurst tradition. And car 222's got Jeff Emery behind the wheel, a man who was a narrow, somewhat controversial runner-up in last year's Porsche Carrera Cup Australia Pro-Am Championship battle.
See more and more autographs starting to go on there. It's part of the Prostate Council Association. Get down there for $50 and signing your name on the car, and they've been lining up their troves down there. What a great initiative, and get yourself on potential race-winning car as we head down Conrad Straight with Martin Conrad, who's driven with the Sun Energy 1 team. He's teamed up with Kenny Habul once again for the 2022 Classic here at Mount Panorama. At the moment, sitting comfortably at the top and looking for back-to-back flying laps. Barrett.
Oh, great to welcome this guy back, Murrow Engel. Great to see you back in Australia. Look, bit of tough luck with the car. What's the update?
They're currently changing the engine, and it's about to be completed, but unfortunately it wasn't enough to get it done for Q1.
Okay, ideally you will get some time in the car if all goes well before tomorrow.
Hopefully, we're trying to get it ready for Q2. The guys are flat out, they're doing a mega job, but we'll see.
Get the Aussie fans up to speed on your last 12 months. What have you been doing?
Yeah, lots of racing. First of all, it's great to be back here. I mean, what a place! Every time you come here, the first laps you turn here is just amazing. A busy program in Europe and the rest of the world. Luckily, racing is back up to speed, and doing DTM this year, doing the IMSA endurance races, so GT World Challenge endurance. So yeah, really can't complain. Great program, and yeah, above all, fantastic to be back here.
Do many of the drivers you come across in Europe who are coming here ask you about Mount Panorama, and what do you tell them? How do you describe this place?
I think we're past that point. We're past the point where the drivers ask, how is it? They all know the place. They've all driven the place on the sim. Everyone wants to come here. I mean, everyone who's not here this weekend is jealous that they're not here. So it's, this is definitely, I keep saying it's within the top 3 circuits in the world. There's only Macau and the Nürburgring Nordschleife that sort of are in the same league.
Awesome, Murray. Great to see you back. Good luck for tomorrow.
Cheers, thank you.
Yeah, it's been one of the big stories today that Craft Bamboo Racing, they discovered an anomaly, was the official word, from Mercedes-AMG in the engine on that car last night after a twilight practice session, and they elected to change the engine as a precaution, thinking ahead to tomorrow afternoon more than qualifying today. To do it, they elected to take the car into town to a local workshop to get the car on a hoist so they could do that safely and lift that big 6.2 litre V8 out. It's a massive shame that we don't see them in quali though, because Maro Engel, one of the most experienced internationals in this race, a pole sitter here in 2014, won the first Alan Simonson pole award, and in 2020 missed pole by 0.2 of a second, very, very close between 2 Merc AMGs, but they will be a very strong combination in the race tomorrow. Here's one of the Porsche GT3 Cup cars, a little race within a race this weekend with the 2 Cup cars going head to head, and a Darren Zerafos behind the wheel of car 11. He's 16 at the moment, second in class.
Spends a lot of time overseas these days. Don't see him come back to Australia all too often, but great to see him back out in the number 11 Porsche. As Garth Walden has come back into the pits in the Ram Motorsport. That's the second car for the team that they've brought for the weekend. Their original mount was damaged in a testing crash. Brad Schumacher goes to the top now, 2:06.1. The times, they start to tumble here with 13.5 minutes roughly remain this session. This guy's on a flying lap as well, Liam Talbot in the coin spot Audi, car number 65.
Heaps of experience, Garth, in these cars. Liam in Porsche racing as well. He's one of the best AM drivers in Australia. This would be a decent lap. His final sector actually was no good, and then actually gave away a lot of time across the top of the mountain. So he remains third. Brad Schumacher still fastest, 0.2 of a second. Audi and Mercedes AMG on top with 12 minutes to go. So nice and evenly matched. Chaz Mostert biting his nails, Garth. Pretty good bet to get in a car for qualifying at some point, though, wouldn't he? There's one of your former co-drivers.
Kelvin van der Linde will be aboard the 74 Valvoline Audi in the next session. That's currently fastest with Brad Schumacher aboard, so that car looking very strong in this very early phase of qualifying. Still 12 minutes to go in this one, and then the entire 25-minute pro session, if you like. With Martin Conrad on screen, who's gone fastest to the end of the first sector. A little bit of traffic ahead on this one, so maybe a little bit time polluted to the exit of the second sector, and it is 1.2 seconds off. He comes up on the back of Paul Stokell in the Kundura Superbarn Audi that's basically having a shakedown. That car completely rebuilt. Well, it's not even the same car. The new car from yesterday, built up overnight by the Audi Sport Australia team. Big effort from those guys to even have that car on track today.
Arrived at 6 o'clock this morning, having driven up overnight from Melbourne, and that team's worked miracles. So Paul Stokell behind the wheel, the Triple Australian Drivers Champion, not being timed in this session. Every lap time deleted. This is purely a shakedown to make sure that that car gets some laps, and Paul did no time behind the wheel yesterday, so he's just trying to get up to speed.
I had a chat with Paul earlier. He goes, I've had no laps. I said, Paul, come on. You have done a lap or two around here before. You'll be okay. There's 12 hours of racing tomorrow. But as you said, Rich, just a bit of a shakedown for that car to make sure it's all good ahead of 12 hours of competition tomorrow.
And really well done by the race organisers to permit that to happen, because in other scenarios it might not be allowed, but a bit of pragmatism going on in the world to make sure that we can get every car we possibly can on the grid. We should mention Team BRM working away feverishly to get their car back out. Mark Rosser had a big crash in practice earlier today. We expected to see either Nick Percat, former Bathurst winner with our mate here, or Joey Mawson behind the wheel in qualifying. They will miss quali, but they believe that car will be good to go for the race tomorrow, which is tremendous. And of course, we're also missing the Craft Bamboo AMG, we just heard from Maro Engel. Here's 888, Man Filters AMG GT3 with Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim behind the wheel.
In another run at the mountains, his third start here, not in the 12 hour. He's here last year in the GT World Challenge Australia. Moves himself up to 13th place now with 2:11 in this one.
Still a little bit of time to finding just comfort in this car on a cold tyre. That was certainly the issue yesterday in practice, when this car had a little moment just at the end of Mountain Straight right here as we make our way up Mountain Straight. On board there with Prince Jeffrey. And it was right here at the exit of turn 2. Just cold tyres caught him out and just getting comfortable on the cold tyre. We've spoken so much about getting the tyre into the operating window. It was just that catching Jeffrey out. But every lap, more and more experience. And this car will be certainly in the game tomorrow.
Certainly not going to miss it, are you?
No.
In the early stages of the race, that bright man filters livery, it's become quite synonymous with Mercedes-AMG at this race over the last couple of years. To Green Park they go.
This car had a slight issue, didn't it, last night in the final, the dusk practice session that we had. The man filters 888 Mercedes. As Ibrahim takes us across the top of Mount Panorama. We're inside the final 10 minutes of this part 1 of qualifying here for the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour.
Quick times at the top of the leaderboard in qualifying. Qualifying part 1 of qualifying for the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour. Some of the best GT3 cars in the nation going head to head. Liam Talbot is on a very good lap. We'll follow this through. Yasser Shahin on an even better one and potentially going to go to what will effectively be provisional pole position. So Talbot across the line, the first into the 5s. Good lap, 2:05.7. Shahin gained ground, it was a PB, but remains third, just behind his teammate, Brad Schumacher, as we go down and say hello to Chad Nalon.
G'day guys, just wanted to give you a bit of a Pirelli tyre update in this session as the 222 gets a little bit too close to the grass at the turn in down there at Murray's. Most of the Audi cars are working on using 2 new sets of Pirelli tyres in this session, including the guys that we're seeing at the top of the order at the moment. Just keep an eye on Garth Walden though, because his time that he set at the moment was actually on a roaded set of tyres, so he hasn't had a green tyre run yet in this session. So maybe Garth's going to pop up 1 or 2 spots towards the end here.
There's a bit of chat up and down pit lane, Chad, that some of the teams with pro drivers in the car, we're going to look at running a roaded tyre as well, just to assist with that tyre warm-up phase. 25-minute session is very, very tight to get 2 new tyre runs in, and they felt that potentially running on a roaded tyre on one of those runs would eliminate one of the extra laps required to get the tyre up to temperature. You don't have to get the shine off the tyre when the tyre is already roaded. So a little bit of strategy coming into play, and potentially this car, the 45 car, just maybe looking to understand the roaded tyre versus new tyre ahead of the next qualifying session.
Liam Talbot going on with that impressive lap time before, so this is basically the second run for car number 65. So fastest of all to the first sector, personal best across the middle, so he's up overall, looking for somewhere in the mid-205s in this time, and that extend that margin, which currently stands at 0.3 of a second over Brad Schumacher. Now, the thing which makes this qualifying session really interesting is that there might be quite big margins between the AM drivers up and down the field, but you know that when you put the pros in, we could see 7 or 8 or 9 cars covered by 4 or 5 of a second. So it's a law of diminishing returns. If Brad Schumacher's 0.2 of a second behind Liam Talbot at the end of this session, that means Kelvin van der Linde is going to have to find 0.2 over Chaz Mostert, and that's unlikely to happen.
Yeah, that's right. It really is. This session is the critical session. It's the lap time that your AM driver can get for you, can deliver for you. The lap time is there. The Audi boys, Chaz Mostert, very happy with a 5.5 from Talbot. That's a strong lap time. And Chaz is smiling because that means he doesn't have to work as hard in his session. Because if Talbot can retain that near on 0.6 of a second gain over Brad Schumacher, who we just saw his teammate Kelvin van der Linde in the screen next to Chaz Mostert. So they're effectively racing each other in this session. There's Kenny Habel clapping on his man, Martin Conrad. So here we go, they watching the screen. Chazzy's happy. Van der Linde is like, oh, I'm going to have to dig a little deeper.
Oh, and off the road is Yasser Shahin.
It's down here at pit entry.
I wonder if he was trying to get into the lane.
And he's stuck, so that's a drama with a red flag, potentially bringing a red flag out.
It just shows, even though it's not rained here since early yesterday morning, you get onto the grass, very rarely will you get out. It is so boggy on the outfields here at Mount Panorama. He's trying his best.
And the trick with these cars is they've got a flat floor, so the car could be effectively bottomed out there. I mean, it looks like beautifully flat green grass, but if the, as you said, Matt, with the wet outfield, the tyres sink, the car's actually sitting on the ground with that flat floor. What Yasser actually needs to do here is first gear, put the pit limiter on, and then use the pit limiter as effectively traction control and gets you out of the grass.
This is Brad Schumacher. He will be praying that a red flag doesn't come out in the next 5 seconds. It does.
Oh, it always happens at Bathurst like that. You come around the last corner on your best lap of your career,
and the red flag comes out.
It was going to be provisional pole.
You'll see it on the dash, but it won't mean anything on the timing screen.
Oh, he might be so furious. He'll just keep driving up to turn 1 and park because he lives just up there. So red flag out.
But again, that's another strong showing from Brad Schumacher. He has been in the top 3, top 4 through the practice sessions. That's a genuine quick lap, his previous one. This is the replay of Yasser Shaheen coming down to the final turn. And
you can hear the tyre shudder. So he'd slowed down. And then now he actually hadn't had the moment. He was just getting out of the way. He'd slowed down to get track position there, and you could hear the tyres shuddering.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can pick it up from the in-car. So getting track position here, setting himself up. Look at that understeer. The tyres have cooled out too much. And then around he goes, and then tries to do the right thing here and just do a 3-point turn, and that's what gets him into trouble. But it all started with actually slowing up too much, losing tyre temperature, put him in a tricky spot. Chad.
Yeah, the replays definitely tell the story. The Audi crew were not set up and getting ready for that car to come back into the pits. But further to that point, I was actually standing behind Chris Stuckey, the engineering team down here for Audi Team Sport. And it was, well, I can't exactly use the words that they used, but it was definitely a disappointed feeling when they saw that red flag come out. They knew exactly how close they were to banking that lap time, and they were definitely angry that the red flew at that exact moment.
so there is the fastest car of the session so far. Tough one for 777. They'll lose their fastest lap now for bringing out.
Well, I mean, this could be fundamental to getting them in a shootout
because they've amended the timing screen now. So it drops him from 4th to 5th in this session. But importantly, it opens up a 1 second gap between himself and Liam Talbot. So that actually means now that Ricardo Fella has to go out and go a second a lap faster than Chaz Mostert in qualifying.
Good luck.
Do you think that's going to happen?
I don't. I've seen Chaz Mostert qualify at this place, as have we all. No, that's a massive ask for a tiny little error. And the session won't go green again until all the cars are back in pit lane. So there'll barely be time for one lap.
Yeah, and the thing here is the tyre temperature that they're losing, sitting here, not doing anything. So rolling around under red flag, coming back to the pits, you obviously lose tyre temperature. As Motorsport Australia Race Control keeping an eye on things, working out whether we will go green or we will call this session. And we are hearing that we will not go green in this one.
Centre of screen is James Taylor, who's the race director and performs that role for the Repco Supercars Championship. To his left is Craig Baird, driver standards chief. He's been instrumental in piecing this race together, especially from an AM component.
Control to all teams, just confirming session has been declared and will not be resuming.
And the reality of that is, I doubt we would have seen any more improvement lap time-wise, just because of the tyre temperature factor. The fact that that so many of all the cars would have lost tyre temperature, and you can't rebuild that back up in 2 minutes. You basically would have got one crack at it. And I don't think you would have seen enough tyre temperature to improve that lap time.
So part one of qualifying finds Liam Talbot on top. Superb lap 2, 2:05.529. That is as fast as he has gone all weekend. Just pipped Garth Walden, who climbed up to the end there. So Chad nailed that call as well for Ram Motorsport. Brad Schumacher, the local third. Martin Conrad, fourth. The Sun Energy, 1. 8/10 back though. Big ask for the pros to try and take that chunk of time. Grant Denyer, 11th for Wall Racing in the Audi, in their Lamborghini, I should say. So they've got a little bit of work to do. Tony D'Alberto expected to drive that car in part 2 of qualifying. But Mark Beretta, Liam Talbot on top at the end of an entertaining first half of qualifying here at Mount Panorama. Entertaining, we know how much this guy loves to race. Shane Van Gisbergen. Shane, great to have you back at the 12-hour. Big job ahead this afternoon.
Yeah, I think they've changed the quali format or something, but hopefully I can get in the average top 10 to get through. But yeah, it might be a bit difficult, but we were getting quicker and quicker there, but unfortunately the red made it harder.
You've had a great record at this race over the years. You obviously love racing the Bathurst 12-hour.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's a bit of a shame this year, not many cars, but still, to drive a GT around here is pretty awesome.
Awesome, mate. We'll let the crew do their work. Thanks, Shane. Good luck.
Yeah, Brad Schumacher's just walked back into the Audi garage, just detailing with Kelvin van der Linde what happened there. Oh, man, the timing was just off. Good news for you, though. You only have to find just about, half a second over Chaz Mostert to get pole position?
I mean, there's other guys that prefer to find a half a second on other than Chaz, but we're going to have a crack at it. Like you said, it was unfortunate for Brad. He was really on a good lap, could have improved, but obviously with the red flag, that kind of like, didn't help us, obviously. So now it's all out for this qualifying. That said, though, it's all about the shootout in the end. So we just need to survive, get into the top 10, and then we go full gas for the shootout.
Car 74, though, has been strong across all 6 practice sessions so far this weekend, so it must bode well for you to jump in the car for this qualifying.
Yeah, definitely. The confidence is high. Brad has shown that he's doing an amazing job here at his home track, and that's really such a key part is the AM drivers, and they can really make a difference in the race here. So lucky to have him on board, and now it's up to me to kind of just bring us into the top 10, and then we see what's going to happen later.
How is the team developing? Because as we spoke before the race weekend, you'd only just met your teammates that day. So it's a very new dynamic between yourself, Brad, and Nathaniel.
Yeah, I mean, it's always different, but that's the beauty of endurance racing. You always meet new drivers along the way, get new friendships as well along the way. So it's been interesting. We've gelled well together, and obviously the performance also helps that, So at the end of the day, very happy, smiles around. So let's see if we can keep it there.
All right, good luck for quali.
Thanks a lot.
I'm standing alongside the star of the session, Liam Talbot. That was an awesome lap time. Can you just talk us through that lap and the sensation of driving these amazing cars here today?
Oh man, it's so good being here at Bathurst in a GT3 car. Weather's pretty good actually, and just kind of trying to find that gap in the traffic. So it was a bit difficult early, but just knew we had the pace, so it was good to be able to show that. There was more pace left, so frustrating to have the red flag, but satisfying to have that session.
It's a low to mid 205, and making that even more impressive. These cars have quite a bit of fuel in them because there's no refueling between these sessions.
Yeah, correct. The car's pretty heavy, so definitely could have gone faster, but it's all good. Just a shout out to Kensington, Theodora, and Charlie back at home. Love you girls.
That was very Craig Lounsey. Well done.
I miss my girls. Thanks.
Nicely done, Liam Talbot sitting at the top, the 65 Audi at 205.5. When we come back, the pro drivers start suiting up. You're watching qualifying for the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour. We'll be back soon. Well, New South Wales is open for business, and it's a great time to be back in Australia's biggest city, which is built around a huge harbour and hosts many tourist attractions, as well as a number of beaches, bays and a couple of national parks. This, of course, home to the world-famous Opera House, Harbour Bridge, and, of course, Bondi Beach here. Come and check it out. It's great to be back in New South Wales and back here at Mount Panorama Bathurst, the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour. Part 1 of qualifying is done. We're getting set for the pro drivers to come out to the track. In the meantime, let's go to pit lane. Here's Bryony Ingerson.
Yes, Stephen Grove putting the Porsche in 7th place in that qualifying session. Impressive, considering I'm pretty sure I saw that car finish the last practice session on the back of a tow truck.
Yeah, in the last practice, we were pushing pretty hard in the last lap. We just clipped the curb, did a turnaround, did some damage. The car's still a little bit damaged, so we're just waiting on some parts to come through. So the main thing was to try and get it in the top 10 for me, try and get Ben in the top 10, and then from there we'll be able to put the new parts on, which are on their way, and then hopefully have a good top 10 shootout.
When you say on their way, please explain that.
Well, the part that we need, we just can't get one. So there's a car in Wollongong that's got the part, so we've had to get a chopper to go out to Wollongong, pick the part up because we just can't get it anywhere, and they should land shortly, and that'll give us an hour or so to put it on and give us best chance we can in the shootout.
Outstanding. Look, there's about a second's difference between 10th place at the moment and you guys in 7th. What advice or what information have you given to Ben as he heads out?
Well, because the car's a bit wounded, the rear wing's a bit wounded, so we couldn't push everything there. Well, that was probably 95%, so he's got to try and find that 95% mark and hopefully be enough to get into the shootout, repair the car, and away we go. But, yeah, it was pretty hairy out there.
All right, go get him.
Thank you.
Okay, a couple of old mates are teaming up in Jack Perkins and Will Brown, and Mark Griffin as well as driving with them. Jack, you got your hands on this car for the first time yesterday, drove it left-hand drive. How different was it around the mountain?
Yeah, it was very different. The first time all three of us had actually got a chance to drive the car was yesterday, and having raced around here for 16 or 17 years in a right-hand drive V8 supercar, jumping in a left-hand drive just kind of threw me out a bit. It's really good through some corners, and then other corners I'm kind of not sure where the walls are. I feel like I'm in the passenger seat, Brett, but it's really good fun, you know. It's a bit different environment to what we usually do when we're here for the 1000. I haven't done the 12-hour since 2007 when it was a production car race, but it's really good fun, you know, hanging out with Will and Griffo. It's always a good fun time with these guys, and thanks to Griffo for the opportunity.
How are you going? Do you give yourselves a pretty good chance tomorrow?
Yeah, we do. We haven't really put a foot wrong, and we're kind of just learning the car, and we've seen there's been a bit of a natural attrition already. So I think if we can keep out of trouble and just have a solid 12 hours, it'd be quite good. You know, Griffo is really getting up to speed then. That red flag kind of knocked around his quickest time in the qualifying session, which I'm sure other people got the same story. But I know Will's pretty pumped up for qualifying here. We've G'd him up a bit, so he was quick in practice this morning. And I said to him at the start of the weekend, he's the young one that can do the qualifying. He can do the nighttime stuff as well, because that stuff's starting to scare me a bit.
All right, Jack, let's sit back and see how he goes. Good luck, we'll get into it.
Nice lap from Garth Walden, second quickest in that session. You've got Brett Hobson in the car right now. Do you reckon you guys can hang in there for the Pirelli shootout?
Yeah, I hope so. Brett's been doing a great job all week, and especially for someone who's never really driven a car. We got here and been tuning the car all week, just steady. So, hopefully we can hang on. I think Brett's going to do a great job, so we'll see how we get on.
You guys ran a little bit of a different tyre strategy then. So you started on an older set of tyres. What did you learn from that?
Yeah, basically we want to start on an old set of tyres. We haven't done a lot of laps, and especially myself, just back to back. And we've been, as I said, we've been tuning the car, and we made a pretty big road forwards with the car in the last session, and I didn't get to drive it, so I just wanted to start on an older set and see what the car balance was like, and head back in the game and bolt on some greens.
All right, nice work, Garth. I just had a quick run up and down pit lane. I can tell you that all of the Audis are currently on older tyres. I'm going to try and get down and see what the Mercs down that end of pit lane are running at the beginning of this pro session.
Kenny Hubble, Martin Conrad did a fantastic job for Sun Energy Racing in that session. 4th fastest at the moment, and now you've just got the defending Bathurst 12-hour champion in the car.
The French superstar. He took a couple of croissants with him, I think, in his pocket. No, Marty did a good job. Really good. The car's good. We're all happy. We're a little bit worried about the speed of the Audis, to be honest. It's kind of concerning. But we were giving it everything, and I'm glad he did it. We flipped a coin, actually, about who was going to qualify. He's a little more conservative, and I'm prone to being a little more crazy. So I said, you better do this one, because the race is tomorrow.
You guys have been so strong, though, across all the practice sessions. It just seems like the form is continuing for you guys.
Yeah, it's been wonderful. Thanks to 888 and AMG Mercedes have been helpful, and we have a great car, and everyone's excited. So
wish you all the best. Thanks, Kenny.
One of the great characters, Kenny Habul, who's just purchased one of the most sought-after properties at Mount Panorama on Conrod Strait. It's the first time he saw it this week when he arrived into town, and one of the great guys who moved to the United States a long time ago now and runs a very successful Sun Energy One business. As we get set, green lights are on and we're out for part 2 of qualifying. Another 25 minutes heading our way. Clouds around us. It's got a bit darker outside since the end of the last session. We should be fine through this. The big guys come out to play. It's not how you look, right?
Well, they're looking for the clouds, but I'm not sure which way. They were looking through the binoculars, but great to see so many people here. And there's the house that Kenny Habul now owns.
They didn't take Crowley and I's offer.
Nice bit of real estate, isn't it? Not too bad.
I think room for development. We were theorising that perhaps you could put a marina in there and get a...
Well, you've got to paint the ground blue, and you can call it a marina these days, it seems. So, anyway, now the game here is all about track position. So you can see already the intensity level has lifted.
And Garth, the word is that the AMGs are on new tyres. So we heard from Chad about the Audis on worn or roaded tyres, the Sun Energy One car and 888 on brand new Pirelli slick tyres for this session. So some different approaches to get your warm up. There goes Kelvin van der Linde racing for track position at the Maguire's elbow already.
Cool. So the Audis would have gone on the tyres that the bronze drivers used, so there would have been some residual heat. So now, racing for track position, van der Linde actually had the inside for the kick, side by side, trying to break the side draft. Now, this is qualifying, mind you. This isn't the race. And van der Linde does, he would have all had more braking grip with the warm tyre coming down into the chase, but there's a little bit of intensity there before we even start a qualifying lap. This is the warm-up lap.
And 24 hours too early.
Yeah.
So
you've raced with van der Linde before, a couple of years at this place. The only word I can think of to describe him is just brutally fast.
Maximum attack. Doesn't matter whether you're in pit lane, in the truck, or on the racetrack. It's just maximum attack all the time, and that was a classic example. He wanted that track position. He fought for the track position. He got the track position.
Maximum attack in the truck sounds like a story.
Yeah, no, we can't talk about that on air.
No.
So this car very, very fast in the previous qualifying session with Brad Schumacher aboard. And van der Linde very fast. We were just talking to Jack Perkins about Will Brown having a crack in qualifying, and that will bring out the red flag. Turn 1, cold tyres.
Brad Schumacher watching who was the victim of the red flag earlier, was on a lap that would have put him to the top in part 1 of qualifying. So no time set, all that racing for track position, all for nothing.
I feel like we might do that again after this red flag.
I suspect you might be right. And with the pit order, those Mercs are at pit exit end, so it's not determined like you would at a regular Supercars Championship round, for example, based on the championship last year.
This will tell us what happened to the 19 and just understeered in, didn't it?
Yep, so it would have been ABS lockout, no tyre temperature. Will tried to turn the car in and just carried too much rolling speed on turn in.
These cars have adjustable ABS. Did you find yourself using it, or do you wind it right back?
No, you can turn it off, but the cars are designed, the aero's designed, suspension's designed to have the ABS engaged and turned on. So you actually need to use the ABS to engage the rest of the car, if you like. So you use minimal ABS engagement, but you do have ABS on. And various different settings for different track conditions, low grip, high grip, wet, dry, all the rest of it. Let's hear from Bryony in the lane.
Yeah, well, this is unexpected. We did not expect to see Nick Perker getting behind the wheel of car 17 today, but he is strapping in. They are allowing him to go out and do 1 or 2 laps during this qualifying session, just to shake down the car, I guess, and check that everything is all okay. Obviously, it doesn't count for anything. They will still start from the rear of the grid for the race, but Supercars officials have deemed that they are allowed out for 2 laps.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
More than a chance they had about 2 hours ago. Team BRM is a bit of an unorthodox way of getting the panels back in, jumping up and down, trying to get that sorted. That's the view from Motorsport Australia Race Control. So they'll get to come out at least, sort out the gremlins, of which there probably will be a couple, and it'll bring us 18 cars. The rest of the cars make their way back into pit lane. We'll do the same. Here's Chad.
Yeah, I'm not seeing too many teams set up to change tyres at the moment. Obviously, a lot of them would have gone out on new tyres just then, but one of them is car 75. I can see 888 setting up to change the tyres on that AMG Mercedes. Now, just make a little note of this. Why is this important? That has just done 1 lap. They now have a nicely roaded set of tyres, should they choose to use that for the shootout.
It's a Very good point, and I was starting to theorise that potentially those that went out on a brand new tyre right then actually have generated a bit of temperature. The clock is still counting down now under this red flag. You'll see that in the top left of your screen. So those that went out on a used tyre would have to get onto a brand new set of tyres. So it flips. The advantages the Audis potentially had by going out on some tyres that had residual heat have now lost that, and potentially those that went on a new tyre have generated a little bit of temp that'll sit there under this red flag ready for them when we go green again.
So the Ford Ranger Raptor recovery team have done a great job. Will Brown has been deposited. He'll do his very best to not cover Mount Panorama with the Bathurst Regional Council's finest gravel from turn 1. Drives right across to the opposite side of the road, so he'll go back to pit lane and we'll get the session back. And just to follow up on Chad's point about tyres, there was a brief shot of Sun Energy One Racing with another set to go on car number 75, so they were ready. There they are, thank you very much, to go on with Jules Gounon. The Frenchman, who was so brilliant here in 2020, survived that last stint at the end of the race. There was rain all the way around Mount Panorama. There was thunder in the air. There was a puncture with about 40 minutes to go, but survived it all to win the 12-hour for Bentley. Chad?
Riddle me this, Kralsey. I just thought it was interesting that they chose to change the tyres on one car at Triple Eight, but not the other. Now, they both went out on new tyres at the start of that session. It's almost as if maybe they're not expecting to make the top 10 shootout.
On the bright yellow car? Yeah. Well, they've got a margin to find. To get into the top 10, they need to find 9/10 of a second over car number 6, which is the Wall Racing Lamborghini Huracan. So will Shane van Gisbergen be 9/10 of a second faster than Tony D'Alberto in this qualifying session? That's the million-dollar question.
Yeah, Tony's been very fast in that Lamborghini all weekend so far, so van Gisbergen certainly has it ahead of him, but I'd be going on a set of tyres that have some heat in them. So you've effectively gone out and done an out lap across the top of the mountain. You were generating temperature. And even under the red flag, you could still be working the brake pedal, keeping the temperature in the rim, that then it radiates that temperature out into the Pirelli control tyre. So I'd be going on a tyre that has some temperature, given that this car, the Triple Eight car, will be the first car that leaves pit lane. So Shane can put his head down and go and not really catch the back of the field on the first push lap. So you might get a bit of an understanding of the car balance, come in, grab another set of tyres with around 12 minutes to go and push to the end.
Started with fog earlier today, Kralsey. Now they've got bigger clouds hanging around the top, but the forecast of weather never really eventuated yesterday during practice, and certainly not today at this stage, as the red stays on here with 16 minutes and 40 seconds. We're just waiting for Will Brown to make his way back towards the pits in the Daimler Trucks Brisbane Mercedes-Benz. There's car 777 with Ricardo Feller, who was great yesterday in the final practice session.
Yeah, all of these internationals that come into town, and it never ceases to amaze, and you should just stop being impressed, really, because they roll into town in 3 laps, bang, on the money, but they're paid to drive racing cars for a factory sports car team, so they should be good. Right, we're back to green. Just to finish a point on the weather, I think we're safe from rain for the moment, but the temperature has dropped a degree since the start of AM qualifying earlier, so ambient temperature has come down, and with no direct sunlight on the racetrack, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. The irony is, when we're normally here back in February, we're looking for the qualifying cloud. You want a bit of non-direct sunlight, and the lap times jump down and get much, much faster, but today I think they'd be loving a little bit of sun to poke through right about now to get a bit more track temperature up. So the field led out of pit lane by Shane van Gisbergen. We go qualifying now. The fastest drivers in the fastest cars looking to get themselves through to the shootout here at Mount Panorama.
.5 minutes remaining in this pro session of qualifying for LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour. As the cars are making their way back out across the top of the mountain now. Scuffing for the man filter entry. Shane van Gisbergen behind the wheel. And there's that burst of sunshine that we've been looking for in at least one corner of the track.
It's one of the features of the AMG Mercedes is just how much these cars bottom out across the top of the mountain. You can hear the car scraping. So tyre pressures are low at the moment. So when the tyre pressures come up, the tyre expands a little bit and the ride height comes up. But when the cars are low on tyre temperature, low on tyre pressure, you'll hear that particularly the AMGs, they just always scraping the ground, particularly across the top of the mountain. That'll get better as the tyre temperature improves and the pressure comes up. It's certainly something that's a little bit unsettling as a driver when you hear that for the first time trying to push across the top of the mountain.
It's not as cold as Brock Feeney makes it out to be here
Well,
at
he's
Mount
from the
Panorama.
Gold Coast,
He does
so
live in
it's
Queensland.
He does live in Queensland.
He's just over 20 degrees ambient at the moment as Shane goes through the KW suspension chase to start a flying lap. But Garth, based on what you were saying earlier, maybe not this push lap, the next one's likely to be the money one.
That's right. So you need to be based on red flags. It's not like you can just cruise around on this lap, but it's not like you're going to tighten the belts and go for maximum 100% push on this lap. You'll need to make sure it's a solid, you know, workmanlike lap, if you like, without any dramas, and then set yourself up for the next one, particularly those cars that have gone out on a tyre that had some residual heat in it. So Van Gisbergen has plenty of track position around him. There's no one in front, no one behind. It's effectively his own mini shootout, if you like.
It's right on board the Mercedes-AMG GT3 up to turn 2. A man who knows a bit about qualifying at this joint is alongside us in the commentary box. Garth, take us for a lap of this amazing racetrack.
Shane's rolled out of it already there on the run up to the cutting. So that's one of the real parts of the circuit. It's very, very different than a supercar, just how much speed you can carry around the kink into the cutting. Shane's rolled out of it. So that tyre temperature that we've been speaking about doesn't feel like he has the confidence in the car right now to be pushing and hustling the car. And then as you drop the car down here into Reed Park, that's where the car bottoms out quite heavily. This is all fifth gear when you're on maximum attack in a GT car. You just hear the car there bottoming more, and then the run over Skyline, and you can go so deep in a GT car. Can't quite attack the curb in the S's so much down the hill as we're used to seeing in a supercar. And then right down here, the run right here is so fast in a GT car. It's almost like you can't get the car stopped in time for Forest Elbow. Pick up Ricardo Fella, who's very fast, straight out the gate on this first lap. A 50.7 to the end of the first sector is what we saw basically in practice on their real hot rod lap time. So the Audi guys have found something to turn the tyre on straight away.
This is what he did yesterday in that practice session. Just came out his first flying lap. You and I stood back at the timer going, did he just do that? It's his first look at the track.
A little bit of traffic ahead, but should be okay by the time he gets down to...
It's okay because it's Van der Linde. Van der Linde's on a very good lap as well, so both the Audis are pushing on.
So what can the 21-year-old from Switzerland do? He's an ADAC GT Masters champion from Germany. At 21, this guy can drive a GT3 car as well as anyone, and he's been right at home at Mount Panorama. It's a good lap. It's a 3.5, and on their aggregate time, 4:09. So remember, we're combining the lap times from the AM driver and the pro. So a low 3 already for Ricardo Fella, and we're looking for that margin between himself to get the Audis a little bit further up the grid. And this is a great story. A huge job from Team BRM to get the 17 car repaired after a big crash at the Dipper. Spoke to a couple of people. We didn't capture it, but he said that car rode the wall for a little bit up there. Quite a big impact, damage on all 4 corners. And they have worked so hard to get this car back out into the lane. Barrett's?
Old mate Grant Denya's out of the car and finished in the top 10. Good spot to be.
Yeah, they said put it in P10 if you can, and I will comply. I did. Actually, I haven't driven these things for about 5 years, and I forgot how frighteningly fast they are. They are so blisteringly quick, and not all of us is a Garth Tander. We can't just jump in the car and go quick straight away.
But you told me a great feeling, beautiful car to drive, right?
It's absolutely stunning. It's the greatest car I've ever raced in my life. It is beautiful, it's well planted, it's safe, over the top, it's not trying to kill you or anything, but it's so blisteringly fast. My brain speed's just not quick enough, you know, to get up to the speed of the car, and without a test day prior to it here, it's like Star Wars. It's just everything coming at you.
So how do you readjust? How do you set yourself and cope with that?
Well, the pressure is here. When it bites hard, and you don't want to crash someone else's car into the wall. As we've seen over many years, there's been far better drivers than me that have crashed around this mountain, and you just don't want to be that guy. So 12 hours, look, an hour in tomorrow's race, no one even remembers Saturday. So that's kind of our aim. You know, we'll be the sleepers, Barrett's.
Survivors, most importantly, GD. Good to see you, mate. Good luck tomorrow.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
And it was just a quick pit stop for car 24, a new set of Pirelli tyres for Davey Reynolds.
Thank you, Bryony. Down in pit lane, of all the drivers Grant Denyer had to pick on, he picked on an old mate next to us here.
Well, Grant Denyer, he needs to grow about 5 feet if he wants to be a Garth Tander.
And then some, yeah. Van der Linde crossing the line, and another flying lap, cements himself nicely at the top now. Keep an eye on the aggregate time from the first session and the second session. He pulls the belts tight and goes for another run. Gunon goes up to third position now behind Ricardo Fella. Here's SVG.
Mostert bangs out a very good lap. It was a 2.9, I think. So we're not talking about the Hollywood number this time around. We're not going to go, oh, it's a 2:02.5 for pole. What we're talking about is the combined time of the two sessions. So at the moment, it's a 4:09.01. So that backs up Liam Talbot doing a 5.5 in qualifying one, and that basically says that that lap from Chaz Mostert was a mid 2:03. So you add them together and you get 4 minutes and 9 seconds. Chad.
Yeah, I'm standing down at the Team BRM pits and just keeping an eye on and the ear out for what's happening with Nick Percat's car. It's starting, and that's fine, but they've just had to wheel the battery in because they've had to start it up a few times now. It's just not engaging the clutch. Every time he goes to take off, the thing just dies on him. So at this stage, it looks like a clutch issue, pesky little clutch issue sticking around with this car.
That's the car that was in the wall right here earlier today during the final practice session with Mark Rosser and Joey Mawson, who makes his Bathurst 12-hour debut this weekend. No stranger to this kind of racing. Again, Vanderlinde goes after it out of Maguire's elbow, but it's Ricardo Fella that's flying. Fastest 2 sectors for car 777.
And Ricardo Fella is tucked in beautifully behind this car, Kelvin Vanderlinde, so has the effect of taking the slipstream. Vanderlinde just checking the airflow coming through the air duct, if you don't mind, at 270 k an hour. Tipping in one-handed to the chase, if you don't mind. But these two cars going very, very quickly at the moment, but it's this one that's fastest to the end of the second sector, Ricardo Fella. And don't these pros that come out from Europe, they know the cars so well, just come out to our Bathurst and just deliver lap time-wise.
So cool.
It's seriously impressive to watch.
So across the line goes the 74 and the 777. Vanderlinde good. Remember, Fella's got the job to do because Yasser Shahin lost his fastest lap time for bringing out the red flag in part 1 of qualifying. So there's more work to do for the driver of 777 when we smash the lap times together. But he's actually gained some ground. He's only 3/10 away from Vanderlinde, whose most recent lap put him in front of Chaz Mostert. And now Mostert goes through again and goes faster. So 3/10 of a second on the combined times. So 4 minutes and 8 seconds of lap time, and they're still only split by 3/10 of a second. Very, very close, and we go red with 7 minutes to go, and it's the Porsche stuck on the run up the hill towards Reed Park.
Oh, and that's with 7 minutes to go. That's a reasonable recovery. So the Porsche has found the wall, as you said, Rich, on the way up to Reed Park. 7 minutes, and the clock keeps counting. That's an important factor to take on here. Looks like just got a little bit wide over the hump out of the cutting for the run up to Reed Park. It's a very similar skid marks to an accident we saw there in 1980, if you don't mind.
Very nice.
Almost a metre.
Bathurst history from you. The skid marks just in front there, I think that's from the earlier Aussie racing car crash. Or am I wrong?
Well, let's see. We'll find out right here, right now. Oh, you can hear it over the hump. You could hear it.
No, they were from the Porsche. Eric Constantinidis has had that impact on the run up to Reed Park. They were second in Class C at the moment. He actually wasn't that far behind Alex Davison on their aggregate time for the 222 car.
So that contact very close to where our flag marshals, our Motorsport Australia volunteer flag marshals, doing a great job of warning everyone exactly where the car is with the yellow flags out, but did a nice job of avoiding a Porsche trying to come at them at speed.
The big story here is that Shane Van Gisbergen has done a good enough job to get 888 into the top 10. I reckon they're in the shootout on those numbers. Dale Wood in the KTM, who that car was inside the 10 from part 1 of qualifying. They haven't been able to bash out a good enough lap time. He was on a good lap, but they've dropped back to 12th position. So I think, Chad, SVG could be in.
Maybe. I'm actually standing down in the Audi garages, and I've been waiting for them to throw a new set of tyres onto these cars. If you tilt your head to the side, yep, that is 777. And these are the tyres that should be going onto the Audi, but they've just rolled them back into the garage and out of the sun. Now, the sister car, the 74, does have some tyres standing by, but I think they're going to try and get through this entire session without using a new set of tyres. I can't remember ever seeing a qualifying session where they've not once gone for a new set of tyres.
Yeah, that's important because, one, they're in the session, Chad, they're safe in the top 10 at the moment by nearly 5.5 seconds to the aggregate, so they're very, very safe. They're saving tyres for the race tomorrow. It's as simple as that. They only have 12 sets of tyres of the Pirelli control tyre for this weekend. Think about it. They're going to be doing 9 pit stops, so they'll need at least 10 sets, but those 12 sets of tyres start from practice. They don't start from qualifying, so they've had to use quite a few Pirelli tyres already. So if they can get through this session without having to use any more new ones, they're in much better shape for tomorrow's race.
And the concern Thursday, Krause, when we all sat around talking about how this weekend was going to play out when they were expecting the Armageddon of rain to hit here, was they were going to chew through their 5 sets of wet tyres as well. That hasn't eventuated.
Yeah, they did increase the allocation to 10 at the end just to make sure there was enough of a wet allocation just in case the
just for continuity,
predictions
just
came through.
Car 11, as per Rule 3.
I'm just hearing from James Taylor in
I
race
think
control.
that's going to be the red flag rule, that you lose your fastest lap because you brought the red flag out. So
we just saw a shot of David Reynolds, car 24, 16th position on the combined time. So they are way down from where I'd expected that crew to be. That was a shootout lock for mine with Reynolds and Waters in that car. And probably the biggest achiever of qualifying so far is the Ram Motorsport AMG. Brett Hobson and Garth Walden have done the job in the 2 sessions. They're 5th at the moment, so that's a huge job for an AM-class GT3 car.
It will not be resuming.
Session will not resume, so qualifying locked and loaded, at least the first stanza of it, because we come back for a Pirelli shootout later on this afternoon. And I think that was a sigh of resignation from Kelvin van der Linde, who wanted to go again. He just rested the head against the headrest and went, I wanted to go, because he was so fast, and 0.3 of a second on combined times, Garth, behind Chaz Mostert and Liam Talbot.
Yeah, well, that's the work that Talbot did in that earlier session, wasn't it? He did such a nice job to have that car at the top of the timesheets, and we knew Chazzy was going to punch out a good lap time. He's so fast around here in a GT car. He's proven that in many different manufacturers over the year. There he is with his right-hand man, Adam de Bore, just talking about how things played out in that one. But Liam Talbot, pretty happy. Fraser Ross in the background. He's the 3rd driver in that combination. Just listening into what Chaz has to say. Shane Van Gisbergen be a pretty relieved man to make him way into the shootout this afternoon.
So that's a big effort from Van Gisbergen, because they were on the outside looking in after the AM part of qualifying. So they've dragged themselves in. So all 4 brands in GT3 make the shootout later on this afternoon. The Porsche, Ben Barker from Grove Racing, and Stephen Grove did the job there. So 6th fastest for them. And great to see the Lamborghini in as well. Tony D'Alberto got the job to qualify that car, and they ended up 9th. But check the margins. Remember, we're combining the times of 2 drivers, and just 0.3 between those 2 unbelievably good Audis, and there's still a shootout to come. So that's not by any extent the locked-in top 10, but there's some pretty cool names to rattle through when we get to the second part of qualifying later on this afternoon that will be having a red-hot go.
How good was it for the 55 Valmont team? We didn't see them at all out there. They've made it comfortably inside the top 10. That's great. Chad?
I'm down in the Audi Mega Garage. It's an amazing vibe down here with all 4 of these cars lined up alongside each other. Great job by Chaz Mostert and Liam Talbot. We heard from Liam earlier. I'll grab a quick word with Chaz, who's down here with Fraser Ross, his co-driver as well. Big Fraser's down here as well. You guys are going to be the last out in the shootout. That's going to be a pretty cool show coming up later.
Yeah, we're not sure exactly what the format is. It's been changing a fair bit. So, just happy. Obviously, Liam did a fantastic job. Gave me a couple of tenths up my sleeve to just make sure we get the car around. But the balance of the car's been good. Adam's been giving us a pretty good car. We tuned it up a little bit, and I'm just lucky to drive these 2 superstars. So it's great.
And the way that the last session's going to work today, we've been calling it a shootout, but essentially get multiple laps in there with 5 other cars out there with you.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird this weekend for GT cars. Normally we'd have tyre ovens and help us guys out bring the tyre in, but a cold Pirelli around here definitely takes a few laps. So for us to do a shootout for 1 lap, we probably wouldn't be able to use green tyres. So it'll still be a different style of shootout, but it's still going to be a lot of fun today. So I think we'll chuck Fraser in for that one, we reckon.
Love to. All right, I might go for a walk and see if we can find the other fast Audi drivers out the back here. So many different crew members around, and we'll see if we can grab Calvin van der Linde and also Ricardo, who's been very quick. We'll see if we can grab a quick word with Ricardo Fella. He's having a chat with Yasser Shahin out there. Sorry, guys, might just dive in and grab a quick word with Ricardo. Can you just talk us through how much faster you maybe could have gone had that session not ended so prematurely?
To be honest, not a lot faster. Maybe half a tenth to bring the lap perfectly together. But I had quite a good sector too, so I'm quite happy with myself because it's still the first time for me on this track, and I really love it, so I'm quite happy.
Your first time with proper qualifying laps out there. Just what is that experience like here at Mount Panorama?
Well, it's just it's super cool. I mean, now I had a clear lap, which was not always the case in practice. And I really tried to send it, especially in Sector 2, which is the nicest part of the track, obviously. And it's just super cool when you go up the hill and then you fall down, and it's what I like.
Absolutely. It's great to have you here, Ricardo. Mate, see if I can get your teammate Van der Linde as well, but I've lost him at the moment. He was at the moment at the front. So I might have to see if we can find Kelvin a bit later on. But top 3 for Audi at the moment. They've done a fabulous job. And when Chaz Mostert, and he's going to be sharing his racetrack with a lot of his teammates out there for those last few laps. It's going to be simply one to watch later today when they fight it out for that Alan Simonson pole trophy.
Yeah, Jules Gounon, the defending champion, is back and in great form. Congratulations. That was a great qualifying session.
Yeah, it was nice. I enjoyed going side by side to Conroe with Kelvin at the beginning. It was funny, and that's why we like racing. But yeah, car feels good. At the moment, we are a bit, let's say, under the underdog because the Audi looks really strong. But we are still tuning the car with our engineer, with 888, that is doing an amazing job. I'm really, really impressed by the team, super professional. And yeah, we are going through the details to find that extra pace. But at the moment, yeah, they look really strong. So we're going to keep pushing and see what we can do.
Jules, 3 campaigns here with Bentley. Of course, you won in 2020. Back now in a different car. How different is the Mercedes?
Yeah, it's very different. I've been now a factory driver for my second year in AMG, but most of the time when I came here, I was driving on the right side. So my first few laps, everything was different again. I felt I was discovering the mountain, but coming back to this place, whether it's in the Mercedes, which feels amazing, but also in the past, it's simply amazing. It's mind-blowing. You go to the crest and to the top skyline, everything. It's one of the best places in the world, or for me, one of my best places in the world. So I'm really happy to be back. Happy to be with Kenny, Martin, and Luca. We have a strong lineup and a strong car. So let's hope we can do good.
Jill, how do you get yourself ready for this track? I mean, after a couple of years not being here, how do you set yourself and get yourself best prepared?
I think here it's a matter of respecting the place. So every practice you go step by step. So you start very low, at least that's what I do, to not take any risk. And then step by step you go increase the margin to the limits during the race also to be real prepared for the last 2 hours when everybody is on the limit, because this is quite difficult. And yeah, it's a way to go step by step improving to reach the limit. And you don't want to spend too much time at the limit because it can bite this track. So the goal is to increase the confidence and then when it matters, really push for it.
All right, we know you're going to be up there again this year. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Well, they're putting on a brave face down here, Davey Reynolds, Cam Waters, but P16, talk us through what happened.
I don't think we're even 16th, are we?
Yeah, I think you are.
Oh, no, we are, sorry. It's basically second last. But we're only a minute 25 off the pace, so we've got plenty to work at.
Why didn't you string a lap together? Tell us what happened.
Well, with all the cars crashing and they shortened the session, I never actually did a complete lap, so that's why it looks so miserable.
You were just here discussing with Tony Bates, you might have to rethink your strategy for the race tomorrow. Cam, have you got any idea what you might do?
We'll just roll the dice, do something different to everyone else. Yeah, so I can't actually start the race, so it's either out of Reynolds or Tony, so I don't know, they might roll the dice and have a crack and do something different to everyone else.
You get a sleep in.
Yeah, I can't wait. I hate early mornings.
We know. We know.
You've chosen the wrong race if you hate early mornings.
I'm trying to keep him fresh for the last few stints. Like if he's good then, he's on fire, you know, he can achieve great things.
Look, there's still a really good energy in the team around here. Wish you all the best for the race tomorrow. Good luck, guys.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Bryony. That's one of the cars that we expected to make it through to what remains a Pirelli Top 10 shootout later on this afternoon. But Garth Tander, there has been a change to the format. Rather than a single car one lap dash, and this is breaking news, the format has been changed. So it will be split into two 15-minute sessions. The bottom 50% of the top 10 that we've just set. So Ben Barker, Devarshan Padiachi, Shane Van Gisbergen, that's a big one. Tony D'Alberto and Lee Holdsworth will run first for 15 minutes and bank the fastest possible lap time they can. There'll be a 5-minute break and then another 15-minute session with the fastest cars from combined qualifying. So that will be Chaz Mostert, Kelvin van der Linde, Ricardo Feller, Jules Gounon, and potentially Brett Hobson or Garth Walden, depending on who they stick in car 45. The reasoning behind it, Garth, is around the topic we've been discussing throughout qualifying, which is generating tyre temperature. And for the good of the show, for the competitor base, and for putting on a good qualifying session and a safe qualifying session, the decision has been taken that rather than a single lap shootout, two 15-minute sessions are the way to go. Initial thoughts?
Well, I think the big thing that you mentioned there was the tyre warm-up, and we heard that Chaz Mostert, when he was talking with Chad, talk about tyre cupboards. And in GT racing, they use these tyre cupboards for pre-warming the tyres, if you like. And they're not allowed here this weekend. So a lot of the teams here in Australia have them already. We've used them in the past in the 24-hour race. Those that are used to watching Formula One, for example, would see that they use tyre blankets to get the tyres up to temperature. So it's a GT version of that, if you like. But they're banned this weekend, so we have to warm the tyre organically, so on the racetrack, on the car. And we've spoken plenty about that, how it's taking 2, 3, 4 laps to get the tyre into an operating temperature window where you can have the confidence to push the car. We heard Jules Gounon just say there that you cannot push too hard at this place because Bathurst bites. And the last thing we want to do is have a car have a massive moment and crash in the shootout at 5 o'clock this evening and not be ready at 5:15 a.m. for 12 hours of racing tomorrow.
Well explained. Let's go back and have a look at highlights from qualifying before we get into some support category racing. So cars rolled out. It was busy as always qualifying at Mount Panorama in a unique format for 2022. And I think one of the stories will be the battle for track position, especially when the pros were on the racetrack. But it's always frenetic, it's always busy, isn't it, qualifying at this place? This was Will Brown. Well, at least drivers you'd expect to do that. Guy who was on provisional pole here for the 1000.
That was cold tyre. We talk about the tyre warm-up and just not having enough experience on with these cars on a cold tyre. So that was the first red flag we saw in the pro session. We saw this one from Yasser Shaheen. Oh no, this is on board with Ricardo Fella, who was very, very fast. Yasser Shaheen had a moment in that car in the AM session, so they ended up only 4th overall on their combined times. Kelvin van der Linde, very, very fast also. He's been fast here in years gone by, and he will certainly be one of the players in the afternoon session. But Chaz Mostert, we know he loves putting a fast lap together around Bathurst, and combined with Liam Talbot, the 65 Audi was fastest overall.
Thank you, Garth. Nice work from you in qualifying a top 10 shootout, or the new format of a Pirelli shootout. It's still a shootout, don't worry, coming your way a bit later on. But Chaz Mostert, once again, second event in a row at Mount Panorama. He's done the job in qualifying, at least the initial phase of it, with Liam Talbot contributing massively. Thank you, Garth. You can have some time off and prepare us for the next session of qualifying later on today, when we do set the grid for the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour. New South Wales, or the combined Sedans field, joining us now on the racetrack for a little bit of support category action. Always a highlight of the Bathurst 12-hour weekend. Lee Holdsworth is on his way up from pit lane to jump in and call this one with me. So looking forward to hearing from a driver who's just been on the circuit and getting some experience in the GT cars ahead of the race tomorrow. But combined sedans, well, what is it? It almost does exactly what it says on the tin. It's a whole bunch of high-powered sports sedans, former supercars, improved production cars, joining forces on the grid and going motor racing at Mount Panorama. And there is a wide array of machinery here to put on a show. Stephen Lacey and his wife Robin put an enormous amount of work into building this field. Every year it's become a staple of the 12-hour, and we really enjoy it. And I don't think there's anywhere else in the world you'll see a former supercar driven by a current supercar driver alongside an XE Falcon sports sedan. Starting off the front row of the grid with Ryan Humphrey alongside one Jack LeBrock. And yes, that is the Matt Stone Racing Truck Assist Racing Supercars driver. Here's how they line up. They had a shortened affair this morning in really foggy conditions and ultimately went 4 laps. So LeBrock and Humphrey 1 and 2. Paul Boschert in that amazing Corvette next, and Stuart Inwood goes off the second row. Grant Donaldson and Grant Elliott next. There's some good names throughout this field. Stephen Coe's fast, Mark Duggan quick as well. Watch out for Stephen Lacey charging his way through in his Camaro sports sedan. Jordan Cox is in the field, the superstar of improved production racing. Birrell Setton's always pretty quick. He'll charge his way through the field. Brent Edwards in a Falcon. Lacey off 23rd. I bet we'll be on to see how many positions he can make up in this race. And Jordan Cox, who I think had a crash this morning, will go off 38th position, and that man who owns about 3 million YouTube views for doing insane things at Mount Panorama in class racing will go right off the back of the field. So it'll be a 10-lap distance motor race. So LeBrock and Humphrey 1 and 2, Boschert and Inwood off the second row of the grid. It will be a rolling start behind the Mercedes AMG safety car. So they'll line up side by side into the chase, and we'll go motor racing. 10 laps the distance. It's an ex-Kelly Racing supercar that Jack is driving on the front row of the grid. It's a rare little extra Bathurst miles at Mount Panorama, always valuable, even for the full-time professionals in supercar racing. And there is truck assist racing driver with a mighty Chevy Corvette in behind. That's Paul Boschert, who's been racing in the National Sports Sedan Series for some time. The weekend being sponsored by Duggan Family Hotels. They've been a great supporter of sports sedan racing in New South Wales and have jumped on board for this weekend. So a unique sight of a Wake Up Backpackers ex-supercar Holden Commodore leading a fairly wild-looking XE Ford Falcon into Murray's Corner for a rolling start at Mount Panorama. Now that is one of the Holden Commodores rolling into pit lane. I think that's Danaher. So he'll jump out of formation. It's an ex-888 Techno Autosport car, I should say. Correct myself there for the car that Jack LeBrock's driving. Regardless, it's on pole and it's about to start a motor race at Mount Panorama. Jack's done this a few times in his career. Away we go. Has the Toyota 86 with the start, looking down the inside of the Corvette, but can't quite get there. Mark Cars Australia entry, that's Donaldson looking up the inside. Off the road goes Paul Boschert in the Corvette. The other one swerves across that Stuart Inwood, the local Bathurstian, just taking massive evasive action in car 51 and somehow managed to avoid making contact with anybody. Donaldson with gown grade in that Ford Focus, the Mark Cars Australia entry. Furcher, it is in the Toyota 86, up to fourth place, and Brad Shields, another Bathurst local, Tilton racing driver. He's racing Carrera Cup, he's racing TCR, he's a busy boy, but he still jumps in this amazing Fiat, car number 1, and he's made up some ground. How about this field? There's Manny Holt in the GTS Monaro, a car that's had some success in Bathurst 6 Hour in class competition. And there's the Gen 1 Mark Cars Australia entry of Jeff Donaldson. That car has raced in the 12 Hour before. They were a 12 Hour staple developed by Ryan McLeod to run in the Invitational class, and quite successfully. As Brad Shields goes down the inside of Brock's Skyline, that's for 4th position, and gets the position done in this ridiculous Fiat Sports Sedan. So that's 1 position done. He's got the speed to get Donaldson as well. And we'll get down the inside at Maguire's elbow too. Great pass. Gartender's stuck around for this. I think Lee Holdsworth in debrief mode down in the Lane GT, but this is a wild sight at Mount Panorama. This event just brings these support categories out, and you get to see a cool array of different racing cars attacking this place.
Oh, and what a great opportunity for cars and drivers that wouldn't usually get the chance to race at the mountain to come and have a burn at what is arguably the best 6.2 kilometres of asphalt that we have in this half of the world, and drivers getting the chance. Bathurst miles are so rare, you just don't often get the chance. There's one of the sports sedans, space-faring sports sedans, just parked the entrance to McPhillamy well out of the way, so hopefully that doesn't interfere with the remaining 9 laps that we have ahead of us for this one.
That was Paul Boschert, who started 3rd and had that big moment at turn 1, and the car ploughed ahead, massive understeer at Hell Corner, and it's certainly gone no further. So LeBrock at the end of lap 1, 4.5 seconds up the road from Humphrey, but Shields will be the one to watch to see what sort of pace he's got aboard car 1. There's another one of the Mark Cars Australia entries going up the inside of Matt O'Brien. VS Commodore, that's an ex-Commodore Cup car. The old one-mate Commodore Cup series.
Yeah, I remember those.
Hugely entertaining
racing.
racing.
Slightly wilder now than it used to. And there's a Toyota 86 up the inside of one of the Mark Cars, followed by a space-faring Corvette, if you don't mind. So there's a pretty reasonably wide and varied bunch of machinery making their way up to the cutting. That Toyota 86 is a Nissan-powered ex-Time Attack car that's now been turned into a sports sedan. So
of course it is.
Yeah, well, it doesn't scream that when you look at it. But if you look just a little bit behind that Corvette, you'll see a Ford FG Falcon that's probably a little bit familiar to some of our viewers. And then deeper in the field, there was a couple of ex-Perkins Motorsport, Kelly Racing, Commodores as well. So lots of cool and interesting cars amongst this field. There we go.
New you going to channel your inner V8 sleuth and tell us about this?
No, I'm not. I just recognised that it was one of the XDJRs.
It is.
FG Falcons.
Owned by the Beekoff family in Queensland. Shane and his son Jono, who have been around the sport for a long time. Ex-Dick Johnson Racing BF Falcon that they've been running in Super 3 competition and V8 touring cars before that. They've still got the AU as well.
Yeah, it's great to see the Beekoffs back and involved in supercar competition. With a rundown Conrod, and the Mark car has parked himself beautifully in the middle of the racetrack, and that's the great defending technique that you can use on Conrod here. But the Corvette with far too much horsepower inward, making his way past the Mark. Nice job up the inside. Donaldson does a nice job of getting back up the inside into turn, or into the chase. And these Mark 1s, if you like, the original spec Mark specification race cars, were built basically for this racetrack and for the 12-hour. And fit for purpose and doing a beautiful job.
Bit of overlap here as the Corvette will go back up the inside of Donaldson. So Stewie Inwood, who is a Bathurstian, notable locals.
Bathurstian? Was it Bathurstian or Bathurstite?
Bathurstian, I believe, is the local vernacular. We hail from this part of the world.
Okay. It's one of the Jack Daniels Commodores that we were speaking of. Beryl Sitton, one of the front runners in the New South Wales Sports Sedan Championship, making his way through.
Bring in a guest commentator in a second, GT. We'll just go back and unpick the start as well. There's a bit going on at turn 1. So here's the rolling start. LeBrock in the Commodore. That Toyota fair leaps off the line as you'd expect from a time attack car, but check Paul Boschett in that car number 427. The thing just does not turn at Hill Corner at all, and it ended up buried out in the sand. How's the launch from this thing, though? Busy as always, and Boschett just plows ahead, and that Stewie Inwood in 51 took evasive action, and he ended up parked across on far left. Here it is, this will show it. How's the catch from Inwood? That's amazing.
Well, he got a little bit of a help, Inwood, didn't he? So we've been talking about tyre temperature in the GT3 category. I think the same applies for the combined sedans. Brad Shields up the inside, down into Forest Elbow, in a rotary-powered Fiat, which is something you see every day, isn't it?
No, and this is Paul Boschett after that drama at turn 1, just limping back to pit lane. So that car was stopped at the top of the hill, but this is the process of it becoming stopped. Delighted to say that having just finished qualifying part 1 for the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12-hour, we can welcome one of our stars of supercars and a defending Bathurst winner as well. Lee Holdsworth, welcome to the commentary box.
Sounds nice, thank you.
Doesn't it?
Yeah, it's got a good ring to it.
You've only got it for 6 more months.
The bloke next to you wants it back. Thank you very much. How did qualifying go from your point of view?
It's actually really good. We didn't expect to get to the 10. Mark Sandy did a great job in his qualifying, got us down to a 10.5, and then I jumped in, did a 4.4, which just put us right on into the 10. So that was pretty cool.
Bit of racing going on here. Stewie Inwood still trying to find his way past this fairly wild Toyota of Humphrey, and behind them Stephen Lacey, who started 23rd, 7th. Now, no, make that 6th. So he's just bumped Donaldson back, and he might well be following his Sports Sedan brethren past. So it's been a really good drive through the field for Steve Lacey. Tyres have been the talk of the town, as always, and getting tyre temperature up. Now, and I were talking about it in qualifying. What's it been like from your point of view behind the wheel?
Oh man, this is the first year that we haven't used tyre warmers from from where I sit. It's very, very difficult to get the tyres up. We do a lot, the outlap is just sketchy as. You can't even begin to turn the wheel and swerve the car because you can lose it very easily. So we get the temp in the tyres through brake, braking very hard, getting on the ABS. And then once you've done that outlap very slowly, then you can start building some confidence. But the front is taking way too long to come up.
The GT cars are so stiffly sprung, aren't they, Lee, because of the aero that the cars have, that you can't use the body roll to actually, like a supercar, where you can use the body roll and the weight transfer to build tyre temperature. So now that we've seen the change in format this afternoon, Lee, now that you're in the 10, so it's probably something you didn't really think you were going to have to expect to think about this afternoon, but now you're in the 10, the change of format, for the 15-minute session. You guys will be first out in the first 15-minute session. What do you think about that?
Well, I only just learned this before because I didn't bother looking into what happens after qualifying. So apparently it's first the back half of the 10 first,
correct,
the 5, and then the next 5. So I don't know. I mean, the conditions can change so much this afternoon as well. So we might be in a sweet spot, or we could be in a really bad spot. But look, we can't go backwards from 10th, so everything's a bonus from there. You know, it doesn't really matter where we qualify. We've got a good car. We just want to circulate and keep our nose clean tomorrow, and hopefully be there on the lead lap. That's the plan. But look, it's always a bit of fun being out there for a quali lap. Throw another set of greens at it and have another dip.
Do you and Dean do the rock, paper, scissors thing to see who gets to do the hero lap, or are you qualifying the car?
No, we think Dino got a pretty good deal with starting in the dark, in the fog and the rain. So I got the qualifying duty.
I spoke to Dean about that a couple of weeks ago, and he wasn't of the same opinion of you, that he was happy to be starting the car in the dark.
Well, it was lucky. A couple of years ago we set a 10-year plan in strategy.
And that's just locked in? Let's just lock it in.
It's locked in. Whatever works. We come home with a trophy most years, so it works.
So Jack LeBrock continues to lead the way in this race, where 6 laps to go in the Bathurst combined sedans here at Mount Panorama at the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour. Brad Shields second, Humphrey third.
Some cars on screen that we'd expect to see here at Easter time in the Bathurst 6-hour, more of production-based race cars in the combined series.
Looks like one of those cars you started in, Garth. Just the Holden.
It's enough of those
before
sorts
your
of jokes.
time?
Don't come up in here in the commentary box and start throwing gags around, and you'll get kicked out swiftly, Holdsworth.
First Bathurst win was 20 years ago.
That's enough out of you too, Crail.
Yeah, but at least he can say his last Bathurst win was only one.
Correct. Well, yeah.
18 months ago.
2 most recent Bathurst winners alongside me. Yeah, it's pretty good, actually. Elite company. Yeah, this is part of the fun of this sort of racing at Mount Panorama. The class stuff isn't going to be... It's a bit of...
it's like a toe strap hanging off the back of that Commodore.
Commodore, and there's the other half.
Yeah, it's actually, they call it silver temperature tape that they use to seal the car up. So high temperature race tape, if you like.
You won't be getting travel sickness.
No.
It's one of those
leasing the static.
Okay, static strap. Yeah. We're just going to make the point about traffic at this place. It's probably not so much of an issue this year with a more condensed field, but what's it like early hours of this race, having to negotiate some of the cars? It's 12-hour spec, of course.
Yeah, it's obviously going to be much easier this year with 20 cars, most of them being GT cars. Everyone's travelling around at similar pace. There's a few GT4 cars out there, but they're all pretty quick as well. So we just want to see every car keep circulating, and we'll be in for a good show.
That's Brad Shields in pit lane from second place, and he was hunting down LeBrock. He got the margin down to about 6 seconds and had set the fastest lap in the race last time around at a 2:11.8. And this is GTR, not showing the heroics of 92 or 2015. So that's a shame for Brad, who is one of those drivers, GT, that's racing everything this year. Still races the sports sedan on weekends off. He's in Porsche Carrera Cup Australia for Tilton Racing. He races TCR, where he's competitive. He will drive anything with 4 wheels and drive them well. And it's one of those perennially underrated talents that just needs an opportunity to show what he's capable of.
Certainly is. A replay up at turn 1. Looked like the inside rear locked on that BMW, which is strange because it's rear-wheel drive. And Shields there at the chase. It's got a tyre going down on the right rear. Just ran him wide through the grass there, and Brad Shields brought that car to the lane. But to your point, Rich, yes, he's one of those underrated guys that does an awesome job every time. Every race car he jumps in does a really good job. I've raced against him a bit in the Australian GT Championship. Good, solid driver, good, safe driver to go wheel-to-wheel with, and really deserves a break. And I certainly hope in Carrera Cup and the TCR Championship he gets that chance this year.
How's your season going, Lee? Penrite Racing in the supercar, back full time, of course, which is cool.
Yeah, no, it's been a pretty good start. We've had a little bit of a lock up there from the Falcon.
Well, that's the damage to Brad Shields' car.
It looks like the valve's gone out of the top of the rim. If we zoom back in, there should be right there. There should be a rubber valve. So that valve stem's gone out of the back of the Alpha. So they usually say with Alphas it's the electrics that let them down. This time it's the valve.
So LeBrock continues to lead the way. 5 laps to go. Humphrey and Lacey now up to third. From 14th position, from absolutely last, Jordan Cox is limping around Mount Panorama. Now, this is an improved production car. I'm joined by Gartander and Lee Holdsworth, by the way, for the final race in the Duggan Family Hotels Bathurst Combined Sedans. But Jordan Cox being Jordan Cox, any opportunity to get laps and drive a thing at outrageous speeds, he put slick tyres on this thing, wound the boost up to see how fast it could go, and he dragged the thing from the back to the top 15. But unfortunately, the little thing's got no drive at the moment, and he's limping across the top of Mount Panorama. Another one of those underrated talents that just does extraordinary things when opportunity presents.
Yeah, that looks like the Suzuki Swift didn't like the extra boost, that's for sure. So it's gone into limp home mode. But Jordan Cox in this car has done some seriously impressive things. So when I saw the lap times that he was doing in qualifying, I thought, man, I don't think that's improved production spec. No. So we've taken the turbo restrictor out of it, put some slicks on it, and wound her up, and was seriously fast yesterday. Not so fast today.
Sounds like he's got some fans over the top too, cheering him on. He's one bloke that can steer a front-wheel drive car. Yeah. And loves getting through the field, doesn't he?
Yeah. Well, you've raced him in TCR, haven't you?
Yeah, he's a good steerer, great steerer. So, yeah, I'm sure we'll see him win a few more races in TCR this year.
So LeBrock leads the race 16 seconds now. He's way out in front. This is the battle for third and fourth. It could be a battle in the Australian Sports Sedan Championship with Stuart Inwood leading Stephen Lacey. As we touched on earlier, Steve is a front runner in New South Wales Sports Sedan Championship, which is one of the strongest state-level sports sedan categories, but runs at a national level too, and is generally top 5 or 6 there. Look at JLB just dealing with some traffic down Conrod Straight. These will be valuable laps for Jack, wouldn't they, at Mount Panorama?
Oh, this will be fun, really. A bit of fun. I mean, this is a Generation 1 car, if you like, so the original solid rear axle, so very different feel than what the current generation cars have, and nowhere near the downforce that the current supercars have, so just a little bit of fun. And yeah, I mean, if someone's going to say, do you want to drive my 888 spec supercar around Bathurst on your weekend off? Of course you're going to say
sure.
Yes. So a bit of fun for Jack, and really showing here how Bathurst experience shows. It makes a massive difference, doesn't it? Because really some of the sports sedans that are out there on track probably have more car performance, but Jack, with the experience that he has here at Mount Panorama, really showing how to make lap time around here.
So he's carrying an old sponsor too. I remember him having that on the side of his car, and was it Super 2?
Super 2, that's right. So Warren Millett, the Wake Up Backpackers organisation. This is his car, actually, Warren Millett's car. So invited Jack for a spin.
Ex-Techno 888 built car, and Jack, of course, drove for Techno Autosport for a couple of seasons in Supercars Championship. We were talking about your current season, Lee. How's it going? What's the vibe so far, 4 or 5 events in?
Oh, it's going to be interrupt me again here, mate. We've got a car pulling off down the up mountain straight.
Is that one of the old Commodore Cup cars?
Yep, converted into a sports sedan.
We have a Commodore Cup expert in our commentary.
We do.
Lee Holdsworth.
What a beast of a car.
We do.
There's lots of action.
Nash off the road, that ex-JD supercar, and that's exited the chase, isn't it? Yep.
I don't think he went straight in, judging on those.
Like a few loop marks there.
I wonder what gives that game away. Here it is. Talk us through it, experts. Oh, that's exploded, hasn't it?
Lunged an engine, I reckon.
Something's yes.
Coming
from under the front of the car.
So he's obviously dropped a bit of oil, and it's gone onto the rear tyres, which is why he had no grip.
Very un-Perkins spec, it must be said. LP built car right at the very end of the Perkins era before it became Kelly Racing, which the very tenuous link, Lee, is that ultimately it's become Grove Racing and the team you're driving with now.
It has. And to answer your question...
yes, finally, as we go safety car.
The seasons, we've had our troubles in qualifying, but our race car has been amazing. So being able to race my way through the field, the car is hanging onto its tyres really well, so we can plug away once everyone starts dropping off and get our way back up through the field. But I prefer not to have to drive up through the field every race. We did a test day just the other day at Winton, and I think we unlocked some stuff for qualifying. So fingers crossed, we should have a better second half of the year.
Winton next weekend, of course, for the Repco Supercars Championship. So Jack LeBrock's, what was a 16.5-second lead will disappear, but I don't think it'll worry him too much. And the Mercedes AMG safety car, so a diverse car will lead the very diverse field around Mount Panorama for what will be 2 laps to go. So it'll seem unlikely, but potential that we might get a restart in this one. And this is why we are under safety car. And the shot that came into view at the chase a couple of years ago, looking straight up the road. Unpleasant feeling, I would imagine.
Yeah, that's not the greatest feeling. You might have had a Chaz Monster downshift there.
Thrown
you can't just leave it at that. Anytime I get to have a dig at Chaz, you got to take it. I know he does the same to me.
Chaz, he is a bandit for a quick downshift, that's for sure, and the engines don't like that.
Not suggesting that Nash did the same, but that can happen. Yeah, that would be an H-pattern gearbox, do you think?
I think it potentially right on the cusp of the change from H-pattern to sequential, that generation car. So the AMG safety car slowing the field up quite a bit, so that hopefully we might be able to get one more in here right at the end.
Just word from Race Control GT, they will get the checkered flag next time by, so they've determined that between that recovery and Matt O'Brien, the Newcastle driver parked on the side of Ford Mountain Straight this weekend, that car will not move any further. The local constabulary here, but I don't think from this era, though.
Old school.
Yeah.
Is that retro
XR8.
round? Is that a retro round cop car?
Falcon XR8 cop car, that's a pretty good ride, actually. The AU XR8.
So what was the
Oh,
back, what
you've
was
missed
the,
the
back
best car behind it.
What was the back seat of that car like, Rich? The AU.
It's probably a bit before my time, honestly, before the point I would be able to be arrested, GT. I'm not going to get that. The replica 68 Bathurst winner, Bruce McPhee and Barry Mulholland. This car particularly famous at Mount Panorama, not because it has a nod back to an incredible Bathurst win, but because of what our mate Craig Lowndes did to it at the Bathurst 1000 a couple of years ago, and almost firmly implanted a virtually irreplaceable 1968 Holden Monaro into the fence at the top of Mount Panorama.
I saw Lowndesy have a photo with that car earlier this week, and I've never seen a car actually look nervous before. That car looked nervous.
I took it. What you didn't see was standing just behind it was the National Motor Racing Museum director, Brad Owen, looking extremely nervous. And it was a bit wet when we did the Town to Track Parade. He did not want Craig to get back behind the wheel. YouTube it. It's on the Supercars YouTube channel. Bathurst a couple of years ago, Craig Lowndes did a demonstration lap in this car. Spirited would be one way to describe it.
Hooliganism was what I would have called it.
Terrifying for those that care about this car. Amazing little bit of moment at the top of Mount Panorama. And there is the scene. What do we think, gents? You two have been here plenty of times. You've raced in the rain, you've won in the rain. Are we going to get some this afternoon, or will it stay dry for Pirelli qualifying?
Oh, it's the million-dollar question.
Well, you're a part of
Exactly.
qualifying this afternoon, Lee. What do you want?
Here.
What do you want?
Look, I'd prefer it to stay dry. You know, you want to be able to give it a fair crack in qualifying. I think everyone wants to see the fastest man on the front, and it'll be a pretty hairy place in the GT car in the wet. But look, we'll deal with what we've got at the time. I think there's word that tomorrow morning could be wet, so it could be a bit of practice for then.
The upside if it's wet tomorrow morning is it probably means if it's raining it won't be foggy. So at least we'll go car racing.
Always the positive.
I'm an optimist. You've got to be. So we're under safety car at Mount Panorama. In this race, we'll get the checkered flag at the end of this. The AMG safety car on the racetrack. Doesn't look like a lot of rotation on that rear axle there.
It's probably been left in gear, that car. And you want a graphic example of how gravel traps work? There you go. So, making it very difficult to retrieve that Commodore of Nash. He's out, and we'll park the car.
You actually drove away, though.
Yeah, well, it looks like there's no tow rope on it, so hopefully the alarm system on that car alerted him to the fact that there was a significant amount of oil coming out of it just before he parked it at the chase. But we'll get back to the rain. As a commentator that's not going to be taking part in qualifying this afternoon, I hope it rains. I hope it pours down, because I won't be out there, and it'll make it interesting to watch. So tune in for that, because it'll be certainly exciting. Stays dry, you'll see GT3 cars at their maximum on the limit at Mount Panorama. If it does happen to rain, you'll see every driver out there trying to find the limit in conditions that we haven't seen GT3 cars here at Bathurst for a long time, if at all ever. I mean, I've never driven the GT car here in the rain, and I've been here for the last 4 or 5 years, and quite a few have said the same. So either way, we're in for something pretty exciting this evening.
So the Mercedes AMG safety car will lead the field around. Jack Le Brocq, who's come out for an enjoyable weekend at the mountain. It ends for him now. This will be his last race of the weekend. Race 3 of the Duggan Family Hotels combined sedans here at the mountain. That will be another victory. He'll sweep the weekend. Good drive from Humphrey in that wild Toyota. He's a little bit further back in the queue. because Jack had done a nice job of lapping most of the field. And Stewie Inwood will round out the top three. Lee Holdsworth and Garth Tanner alongside me. Final comment from Lee as this field gets the checkered flag. We've got updated Audis this year, the 22 spec Evo car. Different?
Much nicer, yeah. I always felt like I had a gun pointed at my head every lap around here in the Audi until this year, and it just feels much nicer. It flows better. It's not as darty and pitch sensitive, so when you come off the throttle, it doesn't want to bite you. So yeah, it's a really nice car to drive, and you know, Mark Sini, our AM driver, is much happier with it, and to be honest, it's mostly about the AMs and what they're happy with. So yeah, Audi's a great car.
Lee, thank you for jumping up. Really appreciate it. Go and get ready for qualifying.
Thanks, guys.
Now. There's Lee Holdsworth, Bathurst champion, joining us here in the commentary box. Really appreciate that as we take a look at race results from the Duggan Family Hotels combined sedans. And Jack LeBrock gets the win under safety car. Ryan Humphrey and Stuart Inwood on the podium. Grant Donaldson, William Furcher next. Jared Danaher in the Beakoff Racing Turbo Brisbane Falcon. So pretty solid day and weekend for them. King Elliott, Birrell, Seton and Boyle rounding out the field. The big drive through that was Steve Lacey, although he ended up 28th. I'm not sure what happened. He got that car up to 3rd. But just before the safety car out, it appeared to tumble down the leaderboard, GT. So not sure what happened there, but between himself and Jordan Cox, they passed about 60 cars in that race. And
you could throw Brad Shields into that equation as well before he had the tyre failure. So there's Jordan Cox using the mountain to make his way back to the lane. But some highlights from this one, and it was on right from the start, wasn't it, Rich? The run down to turn 1, the big red Corvette just understeered a little bit wide right here, right now. And then there was contact in the background, and that was very nearly a very big accident. And Brad Shields was just making his way through there, so that's where he got a lot of his positions, was right straight away, turn 1.
Decent bit of driving from Stewie Inwood to catch that, because could have very easily ended up parked in that fence at pit exit there, and cars have ended up there before. Brad Shields was flying through. This was Paul Boschett, so I wonder if there may have been a mechanical drama that contributed to that issue at the start. This was the pass for second place that Brad Shields held all too briefly in this race after another great charge through the field. That amazing Fiat, and they will have to fix it again, Tony, after this one, because it ended up broken, and this was why with a puncture. Good catch, good save at the chase, fast bit of road to do it. And unfortunately, all that work for naught. And then this is what brought out the Mercedes AMG safety car. Nash in the JD Commodore. Pretty serious drama in the braking uphill there into the left-hander. The KW Suspensions chase. And that brought out the safety car and ultimately ended the race. Thank you, GT. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Rich.
Qualifying coming our way soon. You'll be back with us for that. Matt Nolte will be in the box for Aussie racing cars not far away. So more support action coming your way here at Mount Panorama before we do see the best drivers in the fastest cars going head-to-head for qualifying here at Mount Panorama. It's the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour. We really hope you're enjoying it. Stick around. The best bits still to come later today as we count down to quali on the mountain.
Kenny, welcome back to Bathurst. I've brought you here to B-Town Barbecue, which is one of the many unique locations, I guess, we have here in Bathurst for eating. You've raced at Spa, you've raced at Suzuka, Daytona, South Africa. What does Bathurst mean to you in terms of endurance racing?
It's the one and only. It's everything to every driver that's ever been here, and those who haven't been here, you tell them you haven't raced. You know, I was talking to Jimmy Johnson, a friend of mine, who's a 7-time NASCAR champion. I said, for everything you've done, you haven't done anything until you've come here. And a lot of the Europeans who say that, and they don't believe us till they get here. And then it's just, you know, they're speechless, they're lost for words. It's, to me, I mean, I grew up here watching and coming here, but it's having seen probably most of the best tracks in the world and raced and done well on a lot of them, there's still nothing like here.
You've come close, 2018, finishing second with Jamie Whincup. Tell me about that race and where that ranks in terms of your achievements.
Yeah, probably the most special, just because I love this place so much, and I had not been here in close to 20 years. Last time I was here was in a Formula Ford, I think, and I was a lot younger, better looking. You know, put a team together kind of at the last minute with AMG and never met Jamie, and you know, you got different personalities, and everyone came together that weekend, and it was great. And, you know, I said to my friends later, you could come here for 20 years and not make the podium.
Tell me about the team that you've assembled for this year's assault on the Bathurst 12 Hour. Some really big names. Jules Gounon, the defending champion, is one of them.
Yep. Super guy, French guy. For a French guy, he's okay. He's honest, he's a nice guy. We finished on the podium at the Dubai 24 Hour. Got to ride a camel, which was interesting experience.
Not during the race.
No, but camel tried to bite me a few times, but that was fun. So, look, he's super quick, Luca's quick, and then, you know, in terms of the bronze drivers, I think Marty's probably one of the best out there, so we've done really well together over the years. You know, now it's just fingers crossed, not to do something silly.
Before we go outside, one question. Obviously, you're Australian, now living in America. Who does barbecues better, Aussies or the Yanks?
When it comes to barbecues, I mean, over there, they couldn't organise a 2-car funeral down a one-way street. You know, it's just, there's no clue. I mean, we are the barbecue nation. Don't even try to take that away. No comparison. So that's an easy one.
All right, Kenny, well, this is the famous smoker and ash. You're going to reveal the showpiece.
Welcome. Let's unwrap it. This is a meat lover's Christmas. So, and we've got two things in here. We've got pork butts. It's been smoking for 14 hours, and as you can see, it's just dripping with moisture.
Wow. 14 hours. That's longer than the Bathurst 12-hour race. So that puts it in perspective, right?
That's amazing.
What about we come here and we put one of these on before we start the 12-hour, and then after you've celebrated on the podium, of course, come back for a feed.
Right, or maybe they can bring it for lunch in between sessions.
Don't forget about the cold beer inside. I think you'll be looking more.
I'm not sure what the stewards would say, but I'll have one.
Thank you so much, Ash, for having us here. And Kenny, all the best for the weekend.
Thank you, appreciate it. I'm excited.
One of the many great spots to dine and have a few drinks here when you're in Bathurst. How cool is this autograph session happening here at the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour? There's Craig Lowndes signing some autographs, but I feel like the most signatures are happening inside the garage. We've got the lovely Lara Lowndes here. She's rattling the tin out here for the Prostate Cancer Foundation, because what we've got going here is $50 donation to the foundation, and you can actually sign the car that Craig is going to be racing this weekend for Scott Taylor. I think we've got a live signature about to happen down here at the moment. So this is a wonderful initiative. And before we get to the Aussie racing cars, I might get a quick word off Scott down here about this. Hey, mate, well done. I know that you've tipped in personally $50,000 of your money to this cause. What made you come up with this idea, and what was the inspiration?
I think it's just, you know, I'm 59 now, so as I'm getting a bit older, I'm becoming more aware. And I was surprised by how little we knew about it. I kind of live in these catacombs and we don't know about it. And then obviously Craig and Alex would have had some history throughout their family. and we're not an outright car, so we just thought we'd change it up a gear and use this platform, which is a fantastic platform at the races. And, you know, there's blokes and there's girls and there's families here, so why not use that to send an important message about awareness and raise some money for these guys so we can take it kind of further up the ladder than where it is at the moment.
Obviously the fans here can sign the car, but how can people at home get involved?
Yeah, so we have an online, so we go to Prostate Cancer, you go onto Scott Taylor Motorsport website, you go on the lounges, it's absolutely everywhere, you go into supercars, and there's reference points there, so we can go online and donate. You mentioned, I donated a few dollars or whatever, there's guys with more money or whatever, and it's not about all the money, it's about the awareness. So there's two things. One, money is important, awareness is equally as important, so let's dig deep a little bit, guys. It'd be good.
I love it. Come check this out. I'll quickly show you the car as well while we're down here, while the fans are signing it. How about that, Nolte? I love that initiative here this weekend. Scotty tipped in $50,000 of his own money, which is fantastic, and at $50 a signature, you could sign this thing 1,000 times if you wanted to.
Yeah, Chad, save me that spot right where you are right now. I'll be down there. Hey, Dave McAdams signed it. That's good to see on the left-hand side too. What a great initiative. The car looks great. We wish them all the best for the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour here at Mount Panorama. Clouds have hung around here this afternoon as the autograph session continues. There's the shirt. That's the shirt, GT, I want.
Chazzy Gilmore. There. Famous golfer. Race car driver extraordinaire. Part of the shootout this afternoon.
Earlier in the week, I come across a page from Indiana on Instagram, and there is a golfer over there now called Happy Gilmore.
Of course there is. That was he so played against Shooter McGavin for the PGA Championship.
Oh dear.
That was a documentary, that movie, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. Set the scene for how we know golf today.
Right.
On the track now, the Aussie racing cars making their way around to take the grid for their final race. Just 3 races here on the cards with a busy week coming up as it continues on down in the paddock. There's a great atmosphere this weekend. Lots of people making the pilgrimage here for the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour. Josh Anderson and Tom Heyman starting on the pole based on the overall points from the 2 races coming into this. Reece Chapman and Joel Heinrich on the second row. We've got some cars starting towards the back of the field. We'll keep an eye on here in this one, including Cody Garland starting from 20, caught up in that incident which brought out the safety car during race number 2 earlier today. He'll start down the field in 20th position, and Ryan Reynolds having to do the work from the back once again. He charged his way up inside the top 20 for the first race of the day, second for the weekend. A very short turnaround time because they're going to be at Winton next weekend. There's Grant Denyer and Tony D'Alberto. David Wall on the right-hand side down there. And you've done enough of these over the years now. It just builds every year, doesn't it? I know this year was sort of like we may not have got the race in, but next year's going to come back even better, isn't it?
Well, it's about keeping momentum going. So obviously we lost the opportunity to have the race here last year. So a smaller event as far as car count goes for this year for the Bathurst 12-hour, but it was important to start to build momentum again. And it's certainly great to be back at the mountain in the GT Championship and having the various support categories here this weekend, Aussie racing cars. And Nolts, wasn't that last lap dash in the previous Aussie racing car event one of the all-time? I mean, we talked about the last lap. It was the last sector where it all came down to, and it was an awesome one to watch.
In fact, the guy that won the race and started from pole was 4th when they come out of the Maguire's elbow, but now he'll start from pole position for today's final race. Tom Heyman has completely dominated this year's series. He's won all 3 rounds coming into this one at Bathurst and had a streak of victories that was ended by Cody Garland, but 10 victories next to his name so far this season. It's going to be very hard to beat him. But as we see, just because you lead the last lap doesn't mean necessarily you're going to win the race.
It's almost like you do not want to be leading coming out of Forest Elbow. If you've got a bunch behind you, you almost want to let someone dive up the inside at Forest Elbow, so then you could use their slipstream to get back in front for the run down to the chase. We have all that ahead of us. 6 laps in this one, so it'll be pretty frantic right from the get-go. Is that Dave Reynolds actually getting Cam Waters' signature there? Maybe. Hey, Cam.
Could be. Or it's David Reynolds' die-cast model. He's getting inside down there by Cam Waters. Hard to tell, but Cam's had a great season so far, and of course, spending the off-season on the dirt tracks, racing a sprint car as well. He'll do that again next year. Looking perhaps to maybe go over to WA and run as well there, so that should be interesting to see.
Well, I was going to say, when I was talking to him, he's looking at trying to get to America to have a run in a sprint car, so
even better.
That'll be pretty cool. Difficult to make that happen because the American summer is during the Supercars Championship. He might be able to sneak over for a race or 2.
Ryan Reynolds taking his spot at the back of this 29-car field. We look from Carl Ensby's number 21 that scored a 5-second penalty in race number 2. Cool Drive Auto Parts car of Anderson and Tom Heyman starting from the front row for the final race of the Battery World Aussie racing cars. And again, he slides his way from the grid box, will give Tom Heyman the better start all the way down into turn number 1. It's an instant at the back, and it's now Grant Thompson. So not a day for the Thompsons here. Both Western Sydney Motorsport cars in trouble, and the 17 of Dennis Butler, I think he was just trying to avoid the scene of the crime. Oh man, your heart goes out to this Western Sydney Motorsport team. And now Joel Heinrich, that's on the way into the campground, so you'd have to think there's been assistance there.
It's a late attempt to get into the pit gate going up Mountain Straight, so clearly something took place there. But Heyman now assumes the lead for the run up to turn 2, exit 2. And it's 3 and 4 wide in the background as the rest of the Aussie racing car field sort themselves out, but plenty happening off the line. And also up Mountain Straight with Joel Heinrich. We'll try and find out exactly what happened there as the Aussie racing cars make their way up the mountain for lap 1.
So across the shelf, that's Lee Bowler just ahead of Reece Chapman in the second Cool Drive Auto Parts car. And across the top of Mount Panorama, we go for the first of 6 laps. Let's hope we stay clean and green for the entire race. It was a one-lap dash, but we wouldn't argue about having a one-lap dash if it served up what we saw in race number 2 today. Through McPhillamy Park they go. Just behind this group is Adam Clark in car 7. Courtney Prince runs in 8th. Ryder Quinn 9th. And Brett Osborne finds himself in position 10 in the very early stages of this final race.
A bit more spread out than it was in the previous race earlier today. So the top 3 making a bit of a break for it. Woods in 4th. No man's land by himself in this battle between Bowler, Chapman and Clark. As we make our way down to Maguire's Forest Elbow for the first time. Important to get a good run out of the elbow for the long run down Conrod Straight, and it is a long run in an Aussie racing car.
Safety car.
Flags are waving, and yeah, safety car.
Safety car has been called to the Mercedes AMG. Safety car will slow the field down. Once these guys acknowledge it's out there.
Yeah, maybe a few that haven't seen it.
And past Team Shakedown on the left-hand side. They would have the best view of that change in the lead just before. On the left-hand side, Robbo's place. As we slow it down, so Grant Thompson trying to get this car back to the pits.
Back to the lane, get the front clip. It's all one-piece fiberglass, get all that torn off. Won't have quite the same aerodynamics that it had before the launch.
So the Mercedes AMG safety car waits for the cue to form up. Tom Heyman, Josh Anderson and Lockie Ward are the top 3 with the safety car out here on the mountain. It's the second time in as many races the safety car has come out, but it was later in the race. In race number 2 today, Tom Heyman started from 10th position. If you missed our reverse top 10 race today, to charge his way up to the front. This is the replay of the start, GT.
Good launch from the front. Let's look a bit further back and see if we can understand what happened with Thompson. Right at the back of the field, and it was the last 3 cars in shot that just tripped over each other, really. And once the tyres grabbed each other, spun Thompson around and contact, big damage to the front clip of his car. There's a replay of Thompson trying to make his way back to pit lane. See if we can't get rid of that front fiberglass clip on his car. Here he is now.
So we'll be able to get the car back out as the crew just
slow him up. Whoa, Tiger.
And not just that, just in case any of the bodywork has got under the wheels while he's coming to pit lane, they'll peel this away and he'll go back out, but it won't be the fastest car in a straight line.
Oh, so you can actually see there also lost the front under tray. So the front under tray splitter arrangement on the Aussie racing cars works very, very similar to what we have in the Supercars Championship. That's all gone now. So now this Aussie racing car has all the aerodynamics of a brick, but it will run nice and cool. The engine will run nice and cool now. It's
normally
obviously lost the ducting to the radiator, but the actual engine is now air-cooled as well as water-cooled.
Saving a few kilograms as well. They're normally 500 kilograms, these cars, with the Yamaha motorcycle engine that powers and produces about 135 horsepower and revs to about 11,500 RPM as well. And most of the time they use every single RPM.
Yeah, that's right. All of the 11,500, you can often hear them between gear changes. There's one just at the exit or the entry into Reed Park. We call that the tree.
Now, that's Jeff Waters.
We didn't pick that one up originally. So this is potentially why we are under safety car.
So this happened while we were showing the replays. There is a front bonnet and under tray for sale. Western Sydney Motorsport, take the highest price.
Yeah, come and get your own bit of memorabilia. But that's not meant to look like that.
Of course, Craig Thompson went out early with a lot of damage to his Hertz Rent-A-Car entry, car 72. And now Thompson will make his way around to catch the tail of the field here. So Heyman, Anderson, Lachlan Ward, Craig Woods up to 4th position. He got a penalty for a rear wing infringement after race number 1 yesterday, and they've caught the train fairly quickly on the way up to Solomon Park there. Lee Bowler runs in 5th position, having a carbon copy of his Simmons Plains round. He didn't make it to Sydney Motorsport Park. Well, he did. Just an unloading incident on the Thursday. Popped his shoulder out and he spent the weekend in hospital. So he got to Sydney but never got to get out on the racetrack there at the first round of the Battery World Aussie Racing Car Series. He's been doing it for a long time and has been a regular inside the top 10. He's ahead of Reece Chapman, Clark, Prince, Ryder Quinn and Brett Osborne, the top 10. In car with Kyle Ensby that sits in 11th position. John Stephenson was aided by the fact he got some points yesterday. Will take the restart in 12th position with DeMauro, Gooding and Lichtenberger 15th. So several cars on the track here at Mount Panorama. Race number 3 of the Aussie Racing Cars. In fact, we've had a chance to retrieve.
That's a big Aussie Racing car, Matt Nolte.
That grew very quickly. That's one of our combined sedan cars. They've taken the opportunity to retrieve this now. This might tell us what happened on the way up through the right-hander.
Too wide into Solomon Park, rarely works, and yeah, heavy contact. Spins Waters around, and then big contact with the concrete wall, and that concrete wall does not move. We've seen plenty of cars go in there over the journey. There's Waters, around he goes. Unfortunately, a passenger on the way to the scene of the crime right now, and that contact with the wall damaged his car, and unfortunately will have to make its way back on the tilt tray.
He's chalked up his 200th race start at Wakefield Park just a few weeks ago too, so he's been around for a long, long time and just loves the idea of going car racing with his mates and just enjoys it everywhere he goes. But I don't think he's going to enjoy what's happened in that last few moments. So the Mercedes-AMG safety car continues to lead the field around right now. I'll tell you, the clouds have gotten darker out there right now. The wind's picked up. It's a fairly strong headwind up the LIQUI MOLY front stretch. Western Sydney team looking on down there in pit lane.
Young fella's pretty keen to be on the big screen.
Got his moment in the clouds. I wouldn't say in the sun, but there's the view.
There's the clouds, the rain that Matt Nolte's trying to sell us.
I'm not trying to sell you the rain.
I'm not sure. I mean, I learned coming to Bathurst a long time ago, never try and predict the weather here. It's near on impossible. And that's one of the great challenges of this place. The weather can come and go very quickly, and it can catch you out just as easily as the run across the top of the mountain can catch out any driver. So, Matt Nolte, you're a brave man predicting the rain. There's Jeff Waters' car making its way around on the back of the tilt tray. There's some young fans watching from the hotel at the exit of the chase. Not a bad vantage point at all for 12 hours of motor racing tomorrow.
Have you stayed there?
I have stayed there.
Yeah.
Quite a few times. It's not a bad spot to stay
Very
when
cool
you have a 5:15 a.m. start for a 12-hour race, I've got to say. Many times you get to... There's not many tracks in Australia. There's 2 that I can think of where you can stay at the hotel and walk to pit lane.
I remember when they built that back in the mid-2000s. I think 2006 it was really starting to show its presence. I thought, a hotel and a racetrack. I've never thought I'd see the day. And, of course, now the Ben Motorsport Park in South Australia features the Ridges as well on pit lane, so it's even closer to the racetrack over there. But just part of this incredible Mount Panorama motor racing circuit. And we're looking forward to the shootout later on this afternoon. Of course, 5:15 Eastern time here tomorrow morning. The LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour gets underway. We're hearing safety car lights should go out at the end of this. Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
I'm thinking we're in for a 3-lap dash, and if a 1-lap dash at the conclusion of the previous race was good, what's 3 laps going to be like at multi? So I think 1's good. Let's try 3. So another opportunity. Anderson, Ward, Woods, Bowler, Chapman, who's dropped back a little bit in that opening stanza prior to this safety car. It's an opportunity for all our front runners to stake their claim for this final race of the weekend of the Aussie racing cars.
In car with Kyle Ensby, it's only his second round start of the year. He finished in 3rd place at race 2 at Symmons Plains. Was having to dabble in Super 3 for a period there as well, but has decided to rule out the KE graphics. Downsize again. Getting them all in today, aren't you? We'll take the restart here soon with the rest of the field. Tom Heyman, who debuted last year, one wonders if that series went on, whether he could wrap the championship up. He certainly dominated in the 2nd round at Sydney. Of course, they'll go to Winton next week. We'll see him later in the year at the Bend in South Australia as well. There's Ensby. Just behind him is Woods and Anthony DeMauro. DeMauro yesterday started down the bottom of the top 20, stalled at the start, went all the way back to 28, charged up to the middle of the field, and now finds himself in 13th position. This is only his 4th round start ever in the series. First time at Mount Panorama. This guy's a talent out of South Australia.
Great opportunity to get laps on the mountain. Saying it all day that for all these support categories, you just cannot get too many laps at Mount Panorama Bathurst. So just starting out on your motorsport journey, then this is a great opportunity to get experience here that may benefit you further in your driving career when you come back in other categories. So for a lot of young drivers in the Aussie Racing Cars series this year, starting their motorsport journey, a lot of them come straight out of karts, straight into Aussie race cars.
And it was a smart decision yesterday, I thought, to give him 2 sessions instead of being the first session out yesterday, and that was going to be practice/qualifying. The decision was made to lead into the weekend, saying, we better give you 2 20-minute sessions here to get used to it, because it's not the place you want to come to with just 2 or 3 laps before a race.
No, that's right. So the fact that that first session was going to be a combined practice and qualifying, traditionally when qualifying starts up, you always tighten the belts up and push that a little bit harder. There's Nick Percat, Joey Mawson signing some autographs. Happy campers. They'll be happy campers. 1, the rain is holding off, but 2, their car is fixed and ready to go ahead of tomorrow's Liqui Moly 12-hour. Tony Bates, Dave Reynolds and Cam Waters.
It's a massive effort by Team BRM to get that sorted out in such a short amount of time. This is a good sign. Mercedes-AMG safety car peels off to pit lane. We're back in the rows of 2 with Heyman and Anderson, Ward and Woods, Bowler and Chapman, Clark and Prince, Quinn and Osborne past the ridges. Look at those fields again about before. They're getting stacked up in the corner. The Aussie racing car set for a green flag restart here at Mount Panorama. There's some clean-up material still on the track. They'll blow that away fairly quickly, and we go racing on the LIQUI MOLY front stretch once again.
Nice restart from Heyman. So he had to negotiate all that oil and speedy drive that was down at the apex of the final corner and negotiated beautifully. 3 wide through turn 1 as Heinrich tries to go around the outside. Contact there with one of the local Legends cars, but gets away with it. Heinrich nearly had drama on Mountain Straight, just like we had on lap 1, but got away with it.
That's in fact Osborne in the 86, the sister car to the 16. So they could have ended in tears. He finds himself in 11th position as they spread out into their battle packs and they climb into Griffins once again. So Ensby's got ahead of Osborne now, and John Stephenson gets into this as Heyman tucks in behind the back of the Prinzio Concrete Services car of Tom Heyman as they work their way up to the cutting on this restart lap.
Bit more line astern now as the field spreads out. They run through Solomon Park. Heyman and Anderson, they have a bit of a gap over 3rd, so Ward needs to get his head down and have a nice clean run across the top of the mountain. Let's see them run through here.
Still speeds upwards of 200 k's an hour. They come past the Pirelli wall cam and through McPhillamy Park as the fans settle in for a big afternoon of the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour. And the local Legends cars doing that nicely, making the move in a place you don't commonly make a pass at Bathurst, but cleanly done as Ryan Reynolds coming back through the field after contact at the start with Grant Thompson, as Chapman squirms his way down through Maguire's elbow, and down Conrod we go once again.
Heyman and Anderson, a nice gap over Ward now, so that gap's out to 1 second for the front two. Then the big battle between Ward, Chapman and Woods. Big slipstreaming duel as they make their way down Conrod Straight. We saw in the previous race just how powerful the slipstream is in the Aussie racing cars. And I feel like there's a chance this may get changed. As Ward goes very defensive on Chapman. So Chapman's, okay, I'll go around the outside then. And Aussie racing cars doing Aussie racing car things. You can run 2, 3 wide.
And watch Woods.
3 wide, as requested, for the run down to the final corner.
Oh, it's the middle car here.
Oh,
squeezed
Speedy
out.
Dry. I think they forgot the Speedy Dry was down.
And they survived
Somehow made their way through. And it's still Ward, Chapman over Woods.
Great photo op down there at the final turn, wasn't it? 3 wide into Murray's corner as we start the final lap. Woods sits in 5th position. Meantime, Anderson's going with Heyman. That's the battle for 1st and 2nd. Here's 3rd, 4th and 5th. 3 cars are 1.
Bit of bump drafting as they make their way up Mountain Straight. Ward is welded to the inside white line, and I dare say he's not going to unattach himself.
Change at the front. Anderson goes ahead of Heyman at Griffins. Gets it done, but is that too early?
I'm not sure I would have done that. I would have sat back and waited and just sat behind until we exited Forest Elbow. So unless Anderson's confident that he can have a run across the top of the mountain and pull a gap on Heyman, I don't think he'll be able to do it. So a little bit of strategy still to play out in this one. A bit of high-speed chess as they make their way across the top of the mountain prior to the final run down Conrod Straight.
Tucked in nicely, so they drop down towards Metal Grate and across Mount Panorama for the final time. Anderson, and he's been getting pushed along a bit here. He's going to set the fastest lap of the race again the way he's going, with maximum pressure from the series leader on the way down through Skyline.
Nicely dancing the cars across Skyline through the S's for the run down to the Dipper. Heyman does a nice job through the Dipper. Takes a nice tidal line to get a good run out. Now, do you fire it down the inside here, Matt Nolte? Heyman's having a look, but I think he's waiting. I don't think you wait for the slipstream. I think that's a smart play there. So has Anderson gone a bit early, or has Heyman set this up beautifully? We'll find out shortly. This is the battle for 3rd between Ward, Chapman and Woods, and I feel like that's not going to stay in that same order by the time we get to the finish line.
Meantime, Woods was at the tail of that group as well, trying to take the wider line as Heyman just pulls out to make the move. He could reverse this on the way through.
Well, Anderson might just get the slipstream straight back and do it up the inside as they make their way through the kink. Heyman runs it super defensive. Does he get it stopped in time? Carries a heap of speed and takes a lot of curb at the chase.
Here he comes.
Anderson gets around the outside. You don't need a big hole in an Aussie racing car to open up before you can take advantage of it.
As close as you like, they try and break the side draft into the final turn. A photo finish coming here at the mountain as Anderson pushes him up onto the top of the curb. And Anderson in a squeaker here on the mountain.
How good was that? The team are happy. The team are very happy. Chapman brings it home in 3rd over Ward in 4th. Woods gets to 5th. Bowler 6th. But what a last lap. We talked about the high-speed chess. And there was a bit of checkmate going on as they made their way out of the chase.
2 races, 2 phenomenal finishes. And Josh Anderson, a 3-time winner this year in the Battery World Aussie Racing Car Series ahead of Heyman. Reece Chapman home for her 3rd ahead of Lockie Ward, Craig Woods, Lee Bowler and Courtney Prince. Adam Clark was 8th, Carl Ensby and Brett Osborne home in 10th position. Just 0.4 of a second. Measuring the first 2. DeMalro, great result, home in 11th. Ryder Quinn, John Stephenson, Lichtenberger back to Mackay, then Gooding, Cody Garland gone up to 17th. Brzezinski at the bottom of the top 20, then O'Keefe, Grant Thompson with damage, Lorgelli, Dennis Butler and Ryan Reynolds at the back of this 25-car field. Highlights, thanks to Maguire's, of our final Aussie racing car race of the weekend. Set by the points. There's still some of that speedy drive on the track there. And watch the back of the field there because Thompson was being served up into Dennis Butler.
So big contact, big damage for Thompson. He managed to make his way back to pit lane and get the front of that car torn off. Unfortunately, one of our front runners, Joel Heinrich, was caught up on the first run up Mountain Straight. Here's Thompson, having made his way back to pit lane. The team ripped the front of the car off and sent him on his way. It's a hot rod Aussie racing car. Then this contact for Jeff Waters up the inside was sent to the outside wall and contact, and that brought out the Mercedes-AMG safety car. We went racing again with 2 to go.
Heyman was very quick on the restart to get going there with Anderson as they set sail for turn number 1 on the restart. That was Chapman down the inside of Woods. That was Courtney Prince almost coming undone with Brett Osborne. They stayed 3 wide though, heading up Mountain Straight.
This battle, the final run down into the chase. We thought Heyman had the job done, but took way too much curb at the chase, and that opened the door for Anderson. And he only needed a little door to open up to slide the Cool Drive Mustang up the inside for the final run down to the last corner. Heyman packed his bags and sent it around the outside, but ran out of tarmac.
And Heyman up on top of the curve there and loses the race at the death knock of it. And Anderson, very happy. Darren Chamberlain loves what he sees. And why not? Picks up the win and picks up the round as well. Congratulations to Josh Anderson, the Battery World Aussie Racing Cars. The autograph session continues here as we build up to the shootout as part of the Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 hours. We head to a break. Here's a chance to win thanks to our friends at Shannon's.
Shannon's are giving motoring enthusiasts the chance to win the All-American sports car, a 1974 Chevrolet Corvette convertible in classic white with a factory original 350 V8 motor with a 4-speed manual transmission that provides great driver engagement. And a heritage-inspired 2022 Scout Indian motorcycle in white smoke. The prize also includes up to 12 months Shannon's comprehensive car and bike insurance and Shannon's roadside assist, plus $5,000 cash if you're an eligible Shannon's Club member. That's up to $103,000 in prizes. To enter, go online or call Shannon's on 134646 and obtain an eligible new quote on your car, bike or home insurance. Or to find out more, scan the QR code.
This is a motoring enthusiast heaven. Bruce, Maguire's Cars and Caffeine, tell us all about it.
Well, look, it's a simple concept. People love turning up with their pride and joy. Get up in the morning, it's a great day. Come somewhere like this, show off their car, really passionate people. And the idea behind Cars and Caffeine is it's open to everybody. It goes from supercars, collectibles, old Commodores. It's a bit of everything. So the idea is people can come here on the Saturday of the Bathurst 12 hour and have a look at something totally different to race cars.
Give us an idea of the width and breadth of vehicles that have shown up for Maguire's Cars and Caffeine this year.
Well, some of it can get fairly zany, and I think that's all part of the show, right? They're on all, of course they use Maguire's to make them all nice and shiny, of course, but you get everything here that isn't about really that classic show and shine. It's bringing along whatever you're passionate about. It isn't about the value of the car or the money it's worth in this sense. It's what it means to you, I think. So that's what gives you the variety.
This has been one of the most popular attractions here at the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour for many years, and hopefully this won't be the last time.
Oh, we're far from done, right? So we're continuing on with this. We think it's a great idea. It really represents our brand well and what we stand for, which is being inclusive, open to all sorts of cars, fun, things to look at, and importantly, it's really good for kids. So we see the 12 Hour is a wonderful place that a lot of dads bring their kids along these days. So bringing along, getting kids interested in cars is one of our key objectives.
All right, well, we've let Chaz Mostert loose as one of the specialty judges. Let's go and find out which one he's chosen. Well, Chaz, you have had the tough task of picking your winner amongst all of these amazing vehicles. You've chosen...
Well, first of all, let's just be honest. Maguire's are throwing me on the bus here and only giving me one award to give away. So there's about 90 people here that hate me at the moment and one very happy person. But I've chose this beautiful Army Jeep here. I love passion with all these motorsport enthusiasts, and when you absolutely have a love for a certain car or a certain type, I think it's pretty special to see all these people bring out their pride and joy here. So for me, I'm a little bit wacky. I love the passion. Richard here, the car owner, showed for his car, and I've picked the Army Jeep.
So many cool cars. You can see them on the way through the gates here at Mount Panorama, the Maguire's Car Show happening down part of the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hours, the final race of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Australia 86 Series, ready to go. Chad Naylon's alongside me with 33 cars ready for the final race of the weekend.
Zach Bates on a hat-trick here at Bathurst. Can he complete the 3 from 3 sweep, just like Will Brown did back here in 2016? Brown, speaking of, goes to the outside of Gibbons. Bates wins the race down towards turn 1. Stewart, potentially 3-wide action there for a moment. He's been nice and aggressive today. His moves on Will Brown earlier in race 2 were really good to watch, particularly that one on the inside when Brown was on the defensive. But it didn't work out this time. He's been dropped back to 4th. And also watch out for Ryan Casher fighting inside the top 5 for the first time in his career. As we crest the mountain, Zach Bates leads the way.
They don't want to let him get away to a big advantage here as the field stack up on their way to Griffins. Everybody safely through the first set of turns on their way up the mountain, trying to bring these tyres up the temperature, and on their way up, conditions much different to what we saw for race number 2. It's cooled off out there now. Some headlights starting to light up the tarmac here on the mountain.
Well, they've raced here at Mount Panorama in a whole different bunch of conditions now. Think back to February. Oh, that's tight through there. Maddie Dunstan's getting a bit of a push and a shove, and she might have one on the right to watch out for as well. That was tight going up through the cutting, and it's still on here at Reid Park. Watch out for this. Rossi Johnson sideways, slots in back behind Harrison Gray. Look at this for a fight of cars working their way down through Silman Park. Can they get through here running 2x2? This is hairy stuff for a moment, but I think they've mostly got away with it at McPhillamy. Plenty of commitment, keeps on the edge of your seat.
Always worries me that shot, watching them climb to Silman Park, where they're going to come out the other side. Oh, Johnson's gone left and shortcuts the track on the way down into the Gazoo dipper. Now, while there might be an advantage doing that, you're still going to be able to pull the car up for the dipper.
He's got a seal at the front of that bonnet that's flapping around on the front of that car. Wow, this is aggressive. Ryan Haddon to the inside of Sam Christensen, and he might make that one stick as he get the run. Onto Conrod, they rub. Need to be really careful not to get a car fired over to the right-hand side. And they've managed to get away with that. Side by side down Conrod. Watch for speeds here. 200 clicks. Grabbing gears. This faithful Toyota 86 has been a part of this series since 2016. New cars coming for 2024. The new GR86 is going to be released at the end of the year. And a change for the lead. It's been a while, but Zach Bates is looking at the back now of Lockie Gibbons. Tail lights, and that was a bit rude as Schultz shoves. This time it's Bailey Sweeney. You need to be very careful with how you rejoin down there, but thankfully he was clear of the field. And how about that one? Clay Richards getting a few moves done. And I think there's more issues there as well as Schultz pulls over into the pits. But nice move. Clay Richards running here at Mount Panorama. And he finds himself higher than he's ever been before. He's running 7th at the moment here at the mountain. This will be a special moment for him and his family.
Definite left front damage to the Schultz car as he comes back into the pits. So Lachlan Gibbons leads this race. They're still using the cleanup material for advantage. It's James Holdsworth down the inside of Wilkins into turn number 1.
That's impressive.
Nicely done.
He's actually on crutches this weekend, Jimmy Holdsworth. He dropped the trailer on his left foot when loading the car up onto the Spirit of Tassie to go racing for round 1 back in February. The official word from the doctor is that he turned his bones into something that was closer to powder than they were bones. And it's actually quite brave that he's racing here with a chunk of metal in his foot today and doing a nice job sitting inside the top 15. He's won races here at Bathurst in this class before, but he's fighting through some pain at the moment. So got to throw an arm around him for just sheer bravery. Flashing headlights here for Harrison Gray on the attack right now, putting the pressure on Hayden Jackson to climb up towards the cutting. That's the shot, isn't it, as they swing across the front like that. Always a nerve-wracking moment.
That was seriously close, though.
You jumped slightly then, didn't you, Matty? I noticed that.
Across the shelf we go again here on lap number 2. They climb towards Solomon Park. Battles wherever you look. And it's about an 8 or 9 car battle here for the minor positions, while Gibbons leads from Bates and Will Brown. It's good we've got a second pair of eyes in the commentary box, because while they're battling at the front, we just saw an 8 or 9 car battle outside the top 10. We're watching Sweeney, Richards.
And Luke Pink, who had an almighty slide coming down the hill, then the year 11 student had that thing well and truly sideways. Been admiring their onboard cameras this week, the commitment that these young drivers have to show from McPhillamy to the elbow to get the speed out of these cars down the hill. So brave, and the fight is on again here. So let's just watch them through the speed trap last time by. Gibbons was in the tow, 5 kilometres of an hour difference. That's quite big when we're talking about 214 to 209 clicks. So Zach Bates is in the slipstream. Watch for the move down here at the chase.
Pulls out to make the move. Gives him enough racing room. He'll have the better line. He's used the curb, Bates. Unsettles the car. Gibbons locks up for a split second, but manages to hold the lead. He covers him off nicely, but it brings the next 2 cars in. Will Brown and Akasha now buy in. Brown to the outside of Bates. So what can the 2016 86 champ do?
Goes back to the inside and holds steady for a moment. Kasha falls in behind him. Having a really nice run here, Ryan Kasha. Sitting inside these top 5 spots. Has been moving slowly forward through the field this weekend. Car 79, keep an eye out for him on these last few laps. Just 17 years of age from Ipswich. Prior to this weekend, had never finished higher than inside 8th position. So doing a nice job here. Might be on for his first top 5 here. And to be able to run on the tailpipe of Will Brown, I mean, that shows you the sort of pedigree that a lot of these young drivers are already at.
And that was always the great plan from Toyota when they came back here. We needed to have a grid full of potential stars, but also put in the experienced drivers, because you need to have that measuring stick, don't you?
Absolutely. They sort of act like the pulled umbrella of Super 2 there for a while, where you've got a comparison. Do you have it? Yes or no? If you can beat those guys like Zach Bates and Lachlan Gibbons is doing right now, then the answer is yes. You do have exactly what it takes for a career in motorsport.
It's tighter again here at the cutting. 4 cars make it 5, battling for the lead here in the final race of Toyota Gazoo Racing Australia 86s, to continue our build-up to the shootout here this afternoon to set the grid for LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour here tomorrow morning.
Dramas for Emerson Harvey, unable to make the start line for this final race of the weekend. A shame for Emerson, one of the many drivers with a great family pedigree and fantastic history here at Mount Panorama, and they'll be sorely disappointed with that. This is the part of the racetrack that has intrigued me the most with these cars this weekend. Watch them flow down the hill here. Absolutely on the edge. Dunlop Dereza tyres squealing. It's an R-Spec tyre, so they're not on slick tyres. So it does move around on the track. It really teaches these drivers great car control. Look at the expression on the back of Zach Bates' car there. Just cranking sideways on the downshift. And again, here we go down Conrod.
Ryan Casher sits in fourth behind this group. He needs to stay with them as they head down Conrod Straight once again. They've got about 4 seconds to the cars behind now. It's down towards the chase, so similar to what we saw. And this time Bates pulls out to make the move. They'll go side by side through the chase.
The action is well and truly on track right now, and contact between the leaders, Gibbons and Zach Bates. I don't think they've swapped paint all year long, or maybe even dating back as far as Townsville last year, which says a lot, because they have been absolutely sharing the exact piece of racetrack everywhere that they have gone.
It's another streak.
It's amazing. The first time that they've really banged doors, and it was enough to let Will Brown through to second position. So Will Brown slotted in nicely. He will be in the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12-hour. And have a look at this, as he puts the pressure now on the back of Lockie Gibbons. It's as far back as we've seen Zach Bates all weekend. Clay Richards doing a lovely job inside the top 10. And Luke Pink having his best race. Check out this battle pack. Here we go. Campbell Logan on the inside. Ryan Gilroy to his outside. Ruben Goodall in the 20. Craig Thornton, he's got a couple of donuts in the door of that car. He falls back in behind him up the hill. Fight for the lead. Here comes Will Brown. He's going ultra aggressive. And he swoops to the lead. Final race of the weekend, Toyota Gazoo Racing Australia 86 Series. And this is heating up.
Look at Casher with the under tray showing on his 79 at the same time. He goes to the outside, Chad.
Oh, hold on at the cutting. This would be an awesome move. Casher outside. How about that? And he gets it done. That is glorious. As high as he has been in a Toyota 86 race, and boy, did he earn it.
That's a long way around Bathurst.
That was amazing. Gibbons probably thinking, how on earth did that happen? And now Zach Bates is fifth. I actually can't remember the last time I saw him outside the top 3. It would have to be well and truly over 12 months ago.
What a cool piece of action that was on the way up to the top. Just going, he's not going to do it there. He's not going to do it there.
He did it, all right.
So Brown leads. I wonder what Brown's thinking now. How much intensity's gone up in the 86ers since he last raced. Down to the Gazoo Dipper we go. Lap 4 of 6 in the final race of the weekend. 5 cars in a position here to potentially win the race.
The attitude of these cars as the weekend goes on, and the more laps they put down on these Dunlop Dereza tyres, going down from the skyline is getting scary and scary to watch, isn't it? You can feel the energy building. They are putting everything on the line down there. Brown leads. Casher sits second. A slight chance to have a breath. As Will Brown tries to break the toe, but it's not enough. Here comes Casher. Can he go for the lead for the first time? Bodywork dangling or not, he's got the momentum. Can he keep it still and on the brakes down here at the chase? This is the hard part. And Brown is just wiggling away down there at the chase to swing back to the lead. This is awesome stuff and great experience for Ryan Casher right now. Bates with the momentum to the outside of Job Stewart, who's in this fight. Erebus Junior driver. The intriguing thing here is Zach Bates is actually, being supported by Will Brown, and he's wide, and he might actually be beached. Can he get that out of there? No! And this will have huge championship ramifications. Second in the points, and he is out of action at the last corner and might score a donut.
Well, he's doing plenty in the gravel right now. That's as far as it's going. Will they keep this as a local yellow down there with 2 to go?
Let's hope so, because the race is still well and truly alive. If they go to an AMG safety car right now, it'll surely be the end of it. Brown leads.
So if Casher is going to make his move, he needs to do it now. If a safety car gets called, he's in the box seat, but Brown continues to lead the race. Up through Griffins. Casher is next, Gibbons, then Stewart. Bailey Swinney holds down 5th.
The streak will end at 15 straight races on the podium, but no more for Zach Bates. The first tiny moment that we've seen from him in about a year of solid racing. He has been perfect. Finally, the points come to an end. How about this? This is not a spot that typically would make a move stick, but Job Stewart has done just that at the run-up towards Reed Park, and now Gibbons off the podium. This is a totally different looking podium to what we've seen before. Apart from the name at the front, Will Brown turning back the clock is leading second last time across the top.
Kasha glued to the back of Will Brown. He looks a lot closer as Brown gets up on the dirt. Confirmation, this is the last lap now. So 2 potential chances for Kasha will be at Maguire's elbow or down into the chase. Stewart runs third with Gibbons, Sweeney and Pink in 6th position. Clay Richards is next, then Pither, Gray and Rossi Johnson with just 1 sector of racing remaining.
Just the class of Will Brown to be able to just get that tiny gap from the dipper down to the elbow. Last time, last chance for Ryan Kasha. Can he just draw Will Brown back to him? Stewart, Gibbons, Sweeney, Pink, Richards, they're all in this fight. Brown desperately trying to shake Ryan Kasha from his tail, but here comes Kasha. He might be close enough. Last chance will be at the chase with that yellow flag. Yellow's in the last corner. Here we go. Gibbons to the inside of Stewart. Championship leader moving forward. And do they even know that there's a yellow flag down here? If they haven't been told, it'll be a surprise to them. There's the yellows waving, so no more passing. That'll freeze the field. Will Brown, a clean sweep of wins here back in 2016. The champion returns, and he shows that he's still got what it takes to run with the kids. Will Brown, a winner at Bathurst again in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Australia 86 Series. Race of the season so far. And the big storyline is no points for Zach Bates. It did not finish, and that has blown this championship apart. Advantage to Lockie Gibbons, not on the podium in the final race, but definitely bagging some points for his championship charge. Next round of the championship, off to Townsville, and he is in the box seat to win his first championship.
The slowdown lap, they really had to slow him down, didn't they? Will Brown picking up the win here in a thriller in the Toyota Gazoo 86 Series. Ahead of Kasha, Stewart, Gibbons, Bailey Sweeney, Luke Pink and Clay Richards down in 7th place. James Holdsworth back there in 12th, ahead of Ryan Haddon in 14th. Sam Christensen in 18th position. Jared Hughes completing the top 20 today in the AC Delco entry. And over the page to Ryan Gilroy, Alex Haddon, Jaden Wanzek, Mitch McGarry and Zach Bates, who ended up in the gravel trap with 1 lap to go here on the mountain. There is the 24. His streak comes to an end, parked in the Murray's Corner gravel trap here. Well done to the Toyota Gazoo Series. As Chad said, they'll be back on the streets of Townsville in July, supporting the event up there as we take a look at the Maguire's highlights of the final race of the day with Zach Bates lead us away. Boy, didn't this race change. Brown on the outside there as they made him 3 wide. Stewart just tucked it in nicely, but would drop back to 3rd position as everybody filtered their way through Hell Corner and up Mountain Straight for the first time. Bates had a healthy lead already as they made their way up towards Griffins for the first of what would end up being 5 laps. This was the contact at the top with Matty Dunstan almost being turned around there in the middle of the cutting. And cars with battle scars all around this 29 car field. It was Rossi Johnson, no choice but to take the shortcut down there on the way to the Gazoo Dipper. And he would finish in the end in 9th position. So the Northern Territorian did a fine job. What about this? Going through the chase. When we'd see the change of lead. Haven't seen that for a while, have we, in the 86s? And that would be Gibbons to the lead. That was further back in the field with the 33 of Bailey Sweeney making his way off the track. This was Will Brown tucked in behind our then race leader, Lockie Gibbons, who parked it down the right-hand side, and Brown said, I'm going to make the move here. And got it done, using all that experience to move the Invitational car up into the lead. And would go on to lead all the way to the end. This was on the way down to the final turn. Bates had nowhere to go but out onto the grass, and that would push him off the track into the gravel trap, and very rarely do you see a car escape there. In fact, he would sink himself further and out of this race. It would give Will Brown a win on his return as an invited driver, a pro driver in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Australia Series here. Picking up the win from Kasha, Job Stewart, Lockie Gibbons and Bailey Sweeney, completing the top 5 in the final race here today on the mountain. We'll retrieve the Harry Bates car as he gets taken back into the pits. We'll give the track a bit of a clean-up. Well, time to settle in, get comfy, because when we come back, the Bathurst 12-hour shootout is set in the grid right here on the mountain. We'll be back.
We love racing in New South Wales. We love visiting New South Wales. It's an amazing place any time of the year. But as the warmer months have moved away and it starts to get a little bit cooler here, I know there'll be a lot of people keen to check out all there is to see in Sydney. And about 3 hours out of Sydney, we're here in Bathurst, ready for the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour. The Pirelli Shootout is not too far away, but there's been a slight change, or actually quite a major change, to how we're going to run things today. To help explain exactly what that is, Head of Motorsport, Adrian Burgess, is here to talk to us. Burjo, thanks for your time. Can you quickly run us through what the new format is? And I'm really looking forward to this, exactly how it's all going to play out.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, we think the new format is going to be better for the TV. So at the end of the day, we've gone from 10 cars, each on the circuit on their own, to splitting that into 2 shorter sessions with only 5 cars at a time on the circuit. And the reason we've done that, we've been looking at all the data, talking with the teams, talking with the drivers, and because we're here in May, as opposed to normally in the middle of summer and end of January or February, it's taking 3-4 laps for the tyres to really come up to temperature. So they're a little bit nervous. These cars are hard to drive at the best of time, and we don't really want to put the drivers at risk or the teams and the cars at risk ahead of a big day tomorrow. So this 15-minute session will allow the guys to get some proper temp in there. So sort of lap 3 or lap 4 in, we should still have the same amount of excitement. They'll all still be going to put the time on the board and give us a pole position winner. And we split that into 2 groups so that there's only 5 cars at a time, so there's no problem with traffic. They should all have a good little window to go and do it in. It should be good to watch.
Absolutely, well explained. What's been the feedback from the teams here? Because I imagine Supercars and the team at the 12 Hour were keen to gauge their feedback.
The teams are fully on board. Some of the drivers came to us as we were actually discussing it on our own. They're worried about the risk. They don't want to risk the car ahead of tomorrow's race. So they're fully supportive. I think it should be a good spectacle.
Yeah, well, here we go. So we're about to light it up here at the 12 Hour. It's Mount Panorama. Conditions are cooling down. You're an old school motor racing boy yourself. You're looking forward to this?
Who isn't excited about being at Bathurst, especially with a top 10 shootout? It's a great place. We love it.
Bring it on.
Thank you.
I tell you one guy who gets excited about a shootout at the mountain is Shane Van Gisbergen. Shane, you're making some last-minute tinkering with the car. What have you done and how are you feeling about this session?
Just a few little tweaks. Now the change, we get 4 or 5 laps if we want it, so hopefully can build up and get quicker and quicker. We don't quite have the 1 lap pace. I don't as well, so hopefully I can get a bit better in quali trim, but yeah, hopefully get a better spot for Brock to start as well, so yeah. Should be right.
What about this time of the day now? The sun's going down a little bit, things are cooling off. Suit you?
Same for everyone else though, so it's fine. But yeah, the Merc it seems to be 3rd, 4th lap, where the Audi's lap 2, but those guys are on it as well. So yeah, but maybe we can pull it out. We'll see.
You've had a bit of time in these cars now. How do you find it, and how different is it to driving your supercar?
Very different, and now the Europeans here, they know the track. They're so fast and so committed over the top, and the aero stuff takes me a while to build up to, but I'm getting better. But having a good teammate, Joel Goulnon, he's really, really quick. So I'm just looking at his data, try and do what he does.
You're pretty lucky, aren't you? It's a great bunch in this garage. The team you're used to, having 888 with you on side. Yeah. There's a lot of positives heading into tomorrow.
Yeah, there's a lot of people doing a few too many jobs, though. It's pretty full on, but it's all right. We'll see how we go.
Mate, I know you love it here. Enjoy it. Have a great session.
All right, cheers.
Thanks, Shane.
A brand new set of Pirelli P0s bolted on to the number 4 Grove Racing Porsche 911, and it was all hands on deck here a little bit earlier, so I'm just going to dive in here before Ben Barker takes to the shootout. We'll leave you alone because you'd have to get ready. Couchy, you saw a lot of work going on the Porsche 911, particularly at the rear of the car. Have you made any tweaks for this top 10 shootout?
Yeah, we didn't quite have all the parts that we needed to fix the car after the practice incident over the top, so a few parts came in, so we managed to replace those, and hopefully things should be a little bit nicer for this session now.
In a supercar, you can kind of blank off the front of it for a qualifying session. What sort of tweaks, what sort of things do you do to one of these cars to get that 1 lap of speed, or 1 or 2 laps of speed?
I'm not sure. You'll have to ask this engineer over here. He's the man with all the tricks.
Well, come on. No. Don't. Well, I've asked the question, so now I've got to get an answer. So you heard the question. What do you do to get some more speed out of this car in a qualifying sense?
Well, it's a different style session for us, really, with longer 15 minutes rather than the usual single-lap shootout that we plan for. It's just all about generating the tyre temperature as fast as you can. Get the car in the window whilst the tyre's at its peak. So different ways, different manufacturers achieve it different ways. So yeah, we'll see how we go.
We put you on the spot. That was well answered. Good luck, guys, down here for qualifying.
snuck into the office space down here for Tony D'Alberto, who's getting ready to lead out his Lamborghini Charger here this weekend. This beautiful Huracan GT3. Tony, talk us through your workspace in here and how you're planning on maximising it in this Pirelli shootout.
I just need to do these belts up as tight as possible and just have a big crack. You know, that's what it really requires in these GT cars around Bathurst. It's an amazing ride. They're great cars and just such a rewarding circuit. So we're having a good weekend so far. We've got to get to tomorrow. So it's risk versus reward, but the car is really nice this weekend.
I can see plenty of dials ahead of you on the steering wheel. We've got traction control. We've got things like ABS. How much of those do you lean on when you're out there trying to produce a lap time?
Oh, look, it's a little bit set and forget now. We're pretty comfortable with our settings on the dash, but you know, if the conditions do change tomorrow, then we'll be turning up our TC and ABS to try and look after the car in those conditions. So you do have to alter it a little bit depending on the conditions, but now, you know, dry track, new tyres, we'll turn the TC down, the ABS down, and just have a full attack.
New car, new tyres, Lamborghini, it's all very good fun, and best of luck for the shootout, mate.
Thank you, mate. Cheers. Appreciate it.
They qualified in 9th in qualifying early today. We've had 6 practice sessions. We've been building to this moment. Richard Craill, Garth Tander alongside me for this very important 40 minutes, but a very different looking session of what we originally had.
It is, Nolts, but ultimately the end game is the same. The end game is to be the fastest, to score pole position for the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour, and to win the Alan Simonson Pole Trophy, named after the late great Danish driver who was one of the fastest ever drivers and certainly most spectacular to watch. And we lost him at Le Mans in 2013, and we thought there was no one more appropriate to name the pole trophy after someone so committed, someone so courageous. All the traits you need to be fast in qualifying here at Mount Panorama. Garth Tander's with us as well. GT, 6 different brands on pole in the last 6 years here at Mount Panorama. All 4 GT3 brands represented in this top 10 group, which will be split in half. Bottom 50% go first, and then the fastest cars should be pretty exciting for that second group of 15 minutes.
Well, don't just think that the fastest car is going to come out of the second group. There's every chance that Shane van Gisbergen, for example, is in the first group. He lays down a lap time that the fast group don't match. So we'll go on board here for a lap. We're on board with Chaz Mostert in the 65 Melbourne Performance Centre Audi. And the run down the front straight, still 4th gear when you brake, but you're braking so late past the 100-metre board. Turn in nice and early to turn 1. 2nd gear, grab 3rd on the exit. You need to flow good speed through the apex at 1, but importantly on the power, nice and early for the run up Mountain Straight. GT3 cars do not have the same horsepower that a supercar does. It makes this lap time up through the corners, so you need to make sure you exit very well. All the corners so deep at the end of Mountain Straight. The 70-metre mark, flow the speed in 3rd gear. Still run the car out nice and wide over the curb at the exit of turn 2. And then right here, turn in on the throttle, doesn't even lift off for the kink before the cutting, back to 2nd gear. And then again on the power nice and early, flow the car out, flat gear over the hump, grab 3rd gear and grab 4th gear before you turn into Solomon. Don't lift all the way off there. And now another difference to the supercar, you actually grab 5th gear for the run down into Reed Park. Don't lift all the way off. You see the car get a little bit nervous there. Hold 5th gear. Don't lift all the way off again at McPhillamy. Back on the power. 220 k an hour through the mid-core of McPhillamy. Then send the car over Skyline. Then brake. Back to 2nd gear for the run down the dip. Wait for the car to bottom out. Then hard on the gas again. Use the traction control as the car settles. Grab 3rd gear on the limiter. Flow a heap of speed around down to Forest Elbow. Get it stopped. Get the nose in. Pick up the throttle nice and early, flow the car out. Got to be careful, you're in a left-hand drive car there, don't go too wide on the exit. And then nice and gentle hands for the run down Conrod. Only about 280 k an hour, only 280 k an hour in a GT3 car as opposed to 297 in the supercar. So you have a bit of a rest, take a few deep breaths, flow the car out here, nice through the kink flat and send it 110 metres an hour on the brakes, back to 2nd gear. Chazzy uses 3rd this lap. Flow the car out again. 4th gear on the exit. You'll grab 5th as the car goes down the hill here. And about the 100-metre board, hard on the brakes, back to 2nd gear. Make sure you make the apex for the final corner. Don't make a mistake now. On the power and run the car out again for a flying lap. You work super hard in a GT car to make lap time around here. It's a whole lot of fun.
Now it's enough to put them into provisional pole earlier today. It's about 2 or 3 hours ago as he came back into the pit garages. So that's what it looks like from the driver's perspective as we get set for this first part of the shootout. Let's go to Brian Ingerson.
Yeah, Devarshan Padiachi is strapped into the 55 Valmont racing machine. He's going to conduct the top 10 shootout. Marcel, it's just an amazing result for you guys to get into the top 10 shootout. You pumped?
Definitely pumped. We weren't expecting it. I think half the team were expecting to finish 11th, which they were happy about. They can get home early. But yeah, look, we're excited. It all matters tomorrow, really. So Devarshan will go and have a good hot crack and see where he ends up. But we're pretty happy.
Now, I spoke to you a little bit earlier and said, what were your thoughts on, the 1 lap versus the 15 minutes? And you said to me that if you had 1 lap, what was you going to do with it?
We're going to do scissors, paper, rock, and I was hopefully going to win. And I was hoping to do burnouts all the way around the track with my hand waving and finish 10th. But alas, it's not to be.
Well, let's hope Devarshan can get it a little bit further up the grid. All the very best for this session.
Thank you. Cheers.
We're just ahead of this Pirelli shootout. The excitement's starting to build. I'm pretty excited because I'm back in my favourite place, the Pirelli pit bunker, and we were able to use this to really break down all the key things for the 2020 race, including all the strategies, the rules, the pit stops. But as we edge closer to the shootout, I want to take a moment to highlight this fabulous racetrack that we know as Mount Panorama and point out a few things that you might be a little unsure of, or also a chance to explain how they might compare to the Bathurst 1000 shootout that we're used to seeing. So the first thing we're going to see, this is the track layout, 23 turns, more than anywhere else in the country for any other circuit that we have here that we run in the whole entire calendar. But I'm just going to break it down into these 3 sectors. And these are the markers that we're going to be looking for across the course of the lap. The first sector is just out of the cutting and the run up towards Reed Park. This middle sector is like nothing else in Australian motorsport. It's flat out through Sulman Park, McPhillamy, across Skyline, down through the Dipper, and at the end of the elbow, you'll get that second sector time. Check out the speed on the third sector, all the way down Conrod Straight. Now, these cars hit a top speed of about 280 kilometres per hour, which is a little bit slower than you'd see in a supercar, closer to 300. So they're flat through the chase, easy flat, back down to about third gear, and then you want to try and make sure you nail that last corner for a perfect shootout lap. What are we talking in terms of numbers and times? Well, if we quickly turn on our fastest laps, we'll get a bit of an idea. Supercars can dive into the 203s in a shootout lap. We have seen in the past as low as 201s, but 2020 we're down into the 202s in the Pirelli shootout. So extremely fast. They're about a second a lap quicker than a supercar. And how do they manage to do that if they're slower down Conrod? Well, if we bring up our turn numbers again, there's a few parts of this track where they're much, much faster. And I'm going to highlight McPhillamy. Check out the difference here. A supercar is in fourth gear, 195 kilometres per hour as they rip through turn 10 McPhillamy. But check it out, LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12R cars, they've grabbed fifth gear on the approach and they're hitting 220 kilometres per hour. This is where they produce their speed. That second sector across the top of the mountain, these cars are incredibly quick. And for the fans lucky enough, as I was last night, to watch them go from Sulman Park, McPhillamy across Skyline, there is nothing like it. And when these cars are on new tyres, new brakes, and having a flat out lap at the mountain, that is where you want to be.
It is like the calm before the storm here in pit lane at the moment. It is just a wonderful time of the day. The sun is just about to hit the top of the hill over there on turn 1. Dean Fiore's with me. Your teammate Luke Holdsworth is in the car at the moment. Any instructions for Lee?
Yes, I told him to lay it on the line for the last 4 positions.
Put it down. You guys must be happy with the way this is all going. Great team, and the car's fast.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, this, NPC, they do a fantastic job, and this aero upgrade on this new Audi is just fantastic. So it's really good for us to drive, especially for Mark. Senior, the car owner, he's really comfortable, and he's in the best form he's ever been going into the 12 hours. So we're looking forward to tomorrow.
Podium chance tomorrow, do you think?
Oh, it depends what happens. We're not focused on the outcome. We're just focused on the process at the moment, and that's to make it to the last 2 hours, give it to lethal, and then sit back, have a coffee, and watch what happens.
Who starts in the morning tomorrow?
Unfortunately, me.
Enjoy. Get a few laps in the dark tomorrow. Exactly. Lee's heading out there now, guys. Let's get to work.
Barretts, it's also going to be the middle of the night for Dean as well. He's on WA time. So we feel like 3 o'clock in the morning when it gets going out there tomorrow. It's the first part of qualifying gets underway here on the mountain. The shootout to set the grid for the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour in a little over, well, in fact, bang on 13 hours from now.
It all seems so close, Bolts. So you've got all the details. You've seen Chaz Mostert's lap, expertly called by Garth Tandy. You've seen the speed difference that these cars can produce compared to other racing cars here at Mount Panorama and the way they generate that performance. And if you put it all together, somewhere in the 2-minute 2s is going to be a pole position lap based on what we've seen these cars doing so far this weekend. The best lap in the mid-2s so far in that aggregate session we saw before. Qualifying record is held by Shane van Gisbergen, set in 2016, 2-minute 1.286. I don't think we'll trouble that, but they will go very quickly today. 19 degrees ambient at the moment, so it's about 1.5 degrees cooler outside than it was in qualifying about 2 hours ago, but this little bit of sunlight bursting onto the racetrack might just help. A little bit of UV in the surface, generate a bit more tyre temperature and battle that tyre warm-up issue that we've been talking about all day. And the drivers out. The bottom 5 from the top 10 in combined qualifying earlier today are Shane van Gisbergen, MAN Filters 888 Race Engineering, Devarshan Padiachi, Valmont Racing, Mercedes AMG, Ben Barker, the British driver who raced Formula 3 and Carrera Cup in Australia for a couple of seasons in the Grove Racing Porsche 911 GT3R. Lee Holdsworth, we heard, has got the job of qualifying the Hallmark Audi R8, and Tony D'Alberto out there in the Lamborghini. So all 4 brands in GT3 represented in this first 15-minute session.
Can't say enough about that 55 AMG GT3 as well. The Valmont team that decided to join and race together with Sergio Perez as well. Devarshan Padiachi will have the honours of driving in this shootout session. I love those stories, Garth, like that, where you see these guys take a punt, they've made their way into the shootout.
Oh, and what a bucket list thing, isn't it? You're in the shootout at Bathurst with no expectation that that was going to happen. So it's all upside for the 55 cars. They actually do the smart thing and jump in behind the 888 car. If you're going to follow someone around Bathurst, why not follow Shane van Gisbergen? So very smart play there from Devarshan Padiachi. So the driver's working nice and hard to build tyre temperature up. This is clearly not a push lap. This is a preparation lap, and you'll see, I would imagine that 55 car welded to the rear bumper of the yellow MAN Filter Mercedes of Shane van Gisbergen over the next lap, because next time we come to the start line, it'll be on.
We heard Shane say just before that he's been learning from Jules Gounon and technically teammates this weekend. 888 Race Engineering are running the Sun Energy One racing team for Kenny Habul. But it might flow the other way with this session because Jules is yet to come. He's out in the second 15 minutes, which is the top 5 cars from qualifying earlier today. So I wonder where the division between being good teammates and being rivals comes, because that might be it. Jules might go, oh, what was the session like, Shane? And he might be oddly quiet after this little first part of qualifying.
Oh, you don't even need to speak to Shane. Jules will be watching the telemetry from the 888 car. He'll be watching how the tyre temperatures come in, how the tyre pressures come in, when Shane starts attacking the lap. So not this lap. You can see even in this second part of the lap, Shane's starting to build more road speed, starting to get up to probably about 60% road speed at the moment. So Jules will be watching all that stuff. So he'll have an understanding of when the tyres have come on. So you don't really need to speak directly to your teammate. All you need to do is watch over their shoulder via the telemetry that's already being sent back to the pits right here, right now. So clearly that's the advantage of being 2-car teams, multi-car teams. You have the opportunity. So the Audi team will have that opportunity also with Lee Holdsworth on circuit in the Hallmark Audi. So there's lots of watching going on right now, not just the timing screens, but how these tyres are coming in and when's the right time to attack.
That's the view just for track position purposes. You heard from Adrian Burgess at the start of the session, the head of motorsport at Supercars and the Bathurst 12 Hour, and saying there shouldn't be any traffic issues, but Devarshan Padiachi doing the right thing. If you're going to follow someone at this place, make it be Shane van Gisbergen. So the driver behind the wheel of car 55 has done a good job. Here's Ben Barker, 31-year-old from the UK. He plies his trade now as a pro gun for hire in the FIA World Endurance Championship, and he's a long-time co-driver of the Groves. But here we go, the first push lap, Van Gisbergen on it, the car fighting him at turn 1.
Not ready yet, not tyre temperature there. So Van Gisbergen centred at turn 1 and the car did not cooperate. Pretty graphically see that, his hands through the windscreen. Lost the rear of the car, had to turn in for a second chance. So already, with even 200 metres into the 6.2 kilometres around the track, this lap's given up.
You'd rather find out there than halfway up to Griffin's, wouldn't you?
Well, yeah, I mean, you get a pretty good idea. Anytime you ever do a shootout lap, when we do the traditional one lap shootout here, you have a really good understanding of what grip you've got at turn 1. So as soon as you turn it into turn 1, you know you've got grip. It gives you confidence to attack the braking zone at turn 2 and then send the car across the top of the mountain with maximum attack. So Shane would have backed out of it straight away, gone back into tyre building mode, continue to build the pressure, build the temperature, get ready for the next lap. You can't do that too many times. It's a 15-minute session. We're already down to just over 9 minutes to go. So 6 minutes have gone like that, and we still haven't set a representative lap time.
Devarshan Padiachi will be having the lap of his life right now, even though SVG's building up to it. Ben Barker has set the fastest first sector, and here he is across the top of McPhillamy Park in the Grove Hire, number 4 Porsche, down into the S's.
Let's not take anything away from Devarshan. He's a top 10 runner in Carrera Cup on his day, so he is competitive. The Sydney sider, second-gen racer. His dad Indiran in the field in the GT3 Cup car we saw, unfortunately, make the fence earlier on today. Barker on it, so still a couple of seconds away from where they need to be. There's David Cauchi, who's taken over the reins at Grove Racing this year. They brought a mixture of their regular GT team and the supercar team, plus some internationals to help out this weekend. And remember, Grove Racing have won this race on 5 occasions in their class. 4 times in Class B in a GT3 Cup car. And in 2020, last time out, they won the Pro-Am class in the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour. So this year's field's stronger, but they know how to put together a good Bathurst 12-hour campaign. I'm looking forward to seeing how that plays out. The Porsche still looking like it was understeering, turning into the final corner, but does a 5.7, so the first semi-representative lap time of the session so far. Padiachi did a 2.06.4, decent lap time. They'll get to work now, those two Mercedes.
Lee Holdsworth, fastest middle sector, comes to finish this one. What's he got? He goes to second with a 6.0. So time's continuing to build. Don't forget, we saw in the pro session very high 2s in that very fast session. So still some way to go in this one. But the risk versus reward in this session, you have to think about. Van Gisbergen's given this one away as well, so doesn't want Padiachi learning. Padiachi beat him on the last lap, so he doesn't want him following him around. So still continuing to prep. You only need 1 lap. That's the thing about this session is, well, it's not a traditional shootout. It only takes 1 lap to put the car on pole. So still 7 minutes to go in this one.
See how the Valmont Mercedes goes now with a bit of fresh air ahead of him. So Barker, Holdsworth, Padiachi, Van Gisbergen and D'Alberto, the top 5. The first part of this qualifying session, the bottom half from original qualifying today.
Talented bottom half, isn't it?
Yeah.
Driving talent, so the reigning Bathurst 1000 champions in there. Shane Van Gisbergen, bloke who won it 2 years before that and currently demolishing the field in supercars again. So Padiachi down on his second flyer. So he's gone on with it this time around. Personal best sectors, though, down on Barker's lap time. Ben has found some improvement, though, in the Grove Racing Porsche. Great crowd watching on down at the Chase, basking in a really lovely Saturday afternoon. The clouds burned away, sun setting, and a great afternoon as we set the grid. The top 10 positions for the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour. Here's the Porsche. So fastest of anybody in the first split. Personal best across the top. The Porsche tends to be a really good all-round package at Mount Panorama. It's just generally very good everywhere, and what it translates to is a really good race package. Winners in 2019, pole position with Matt Campbell in 2020, Porsche's first pole at Mount Panorama, and that lap time sees Ben improve to a 2:05.0. Still lap time to find, not in the 4s yet.
I just wonder, guys, whether the cooling track conditions are starting to actually get too cool. We've heard so much about everyone talking about trying to get the tyres up. But if the road surface is actually too cool, you can't generate enough tyre temperature. Lee Holdsworth now goes to the top with that first 4 that Richard Crail ordered, a 4.8.
Thank you, Lee.
So you ask, Lee Holdsworth delivers aboard the Hallmark Audi. And the Mercedes team and the Porsche team were feeling like the Audis were the ones that could turn the tyres on the quickest there. Van Gisbergen again leaving the cutting, oversteer. Let's just stay on board with this one. You can hear the car bottoming out as he tips it through Solomon Park.
50.7, it's the quickest
Bottoms
sector
again
of the
at Reed. He's working hard though. 5th gear now, McPhillamy. Still bottoming, runs it on the curb at the exit McPhillamy.
No lower than 213 k's an hour through the apex at McPhillamy Park. It's so fast across the top. That's the Gazoo Dipper done. Check the next timing intermediate is on the exit of the Forest Elbow. Brock Feeney watching on. He will start the race tomorrow. That red driving suit behind, that's Jules Gounon. So he'll jump aboard the Sun Energy 1 car exactly as Garth Tander said, watching the data.
Van Gisbergen fastest to the end of the second sector now, so a cumulative time of a 22.68. That's the fastest we've seen so far. And based on the sector times, this should see Van Gisbergen into the 3s if we can get it through the chase efficiently. About the 120-metre mark on the brakes. Van Gisbergen always complained that the Mercedes wasn't as good as the Audi on the brakes at the chase, but it gets out of there very nicely. That's Duvash and Padiachi just up the road. I wonder whether Van Gisbergen's put him up the road just to get a bit of a slipstream from him. Bit of experience coming there. What does Van Gisbergen do as he comes to the line? It's a 3.6. So the first car well into the threes now, and that's starting to look like this car's far more competitive than what we've seen so far, but the balance is still not where you want it to be for a 12-hour race. Van Gisbergen was having to work pretty hard. He's aborted on this one. So whether he just cools the tyre and has another go at the end of this one, we'll have to wait and see.
Barker found about 0.4 of a second himself on that lap, but will stay second with an 0.47. Here's Tony D'Alberto, currently with an 0.56, and improves by 1 spot, goes 2.051 to put Pagliacci back into 5th position. As they've got about 3 minutes and change remaining in this part 1 of qualifying. And the Wildlife having the best seats in the house here. It's down in the chase. It's just another day, isn't it, really?
Nothing perturbs them, does it?
No.
Tony D'Alberto going past at speed, didn't even bat an eyelid.
I would rather those than the Cape Barren geese at Phillip Island. And much smaller obstacle down there at the chase outside of Ridges Mount Panorama. Here's a slow-mo shot of the Wall Racing Lambo, that amazing livery. It's a bit of a nod to the old BASF Porsches that used to run in sports car racing at Le Mans 24-hour. Adrian Dex has been running that on this car for a long time. Lots of fans at the top of the mountain. Such a good vantage point. No fences to get in the way of some nice photography up there as well. This beautiful afternoon light. So Pagliacci going on with it, and his lap times continue to improve.
His first sector was seriously impressive on this lap. His first sector was a 50.89 versus the session best of Van Gisbergen, a 50.7. So Pagliacci, yes, they'll be counting their good blessings that they've made it into this shootout, but they are not disgracing themselves at all with this car, doing a very nice job.
10 behind SVG's time as he works his way into the chase. Still 2 minutes to go. Holdsworth is now the fastest man in the second sector, but the bottom 3 all on their fastest laps right now as Pagliacci brings the Valmont Mercedes AMG around to the final turn. Up on the curb, just get up on the dirt, and goes up 4th now, 204.6. 1 second covering 4 cars. This is the guy we need to watch.
Holdsworth fastest middle sector. He's fastest to the cumulative to the end of the second sector. The Audis are traditionally very strong on the brakes. Van Gisbergen's given it away with 1.5 minutes to go. He will not run again. So what does Holdsworth have for him? Finishes the lap nicely. What does he have? Second, a 4-0. And this will be his last lap with 1 minute 24 to go on this one. Holdsworth needs to make this one, everyone a winner, and sends it through turn 1.
So really good across the top. Gave away 4/10 in the final sector relative to Van Gisbergen. That's where the time went missing.
It wasn't even a personal best for Holdsworth. So I talked him up in the final sector and he didn't deliver. Maybe only delivers for Richard Crail.
Oh, let's be honest, as it should be.
You take this part.
55 seconds to go. Part 1. Remember, another 15 minutes coming your way after a 5-minute break. And we stick the internationals in for the most part. 2 fast Audi drivers. Jules Gounon in the AMG. We look forward to that. SVG out. He's clinging on at the moment. 3/10 faster than Lee Holdsworth, who has not found improvement in Sector 1. He's 3/10 down on the best time of the session so far.
Still, though, that's a potential 7th place. Well, at the moment, that's assuming that all 5 cars in the next session do better than Lee Holdsworth 4-0. So don't forget, these times still count when the fast 5 come out, if you like. So Van Gisbergen gets his head and neck restraint hybrid system off. He'll come and check the timing screens.
And if your prediction of the track cooling off maybe for the next session, we could have a very different looking top 5.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I feel like, just how hard Van Gisbergen was working to do that 3-6. They haven't had the balance that they wanted with that car all weekend, but he has done a lot of laps around here in Mercedes AMG cars, so he knows how to maximise it. Barker's pretty good here.
Yeah, great lap. He's improved in the first 2 splits, Garth, and just dropped it wide off the final corner. Yeah, gave away a couple of tenths, 204.3.
Richard Crail put the moz on that one. You can see Ben Barker get over the apex curve at the final corner, bounce the car wide, then drop the outside rear in the dirt to finish the lap. So not a strong final sector. Here's D'Alberto to come in to finish his final lap. To second gear, makes the apex nicely. Has he rolled enough speed through there, though? What's he got? Improves his lap time, not his position. A 4.69 for Tony D'Alberto.
I wasn't going to say he was up before he crossed the line, and it turns out he was. So you're absolutely correct. Sorry to Ben Barker after all of that. So part 1 of the Pirelli shootout done and dusted, and Shane Van Gisbergen It took a 2:03.6 to top that order. Lee Holdsworth next. That's a really impressive job for Hallmark Racing. Barker, the British driver, next for Porsche. Devarshan Padiachi, well done, within a second of SVG. And Tony D'Alberto rounding out the top 5. So now we pause and wait, and we set the internationals loose.
So cast your mind back to this morning, Crail, alongside me. A round of applause for this guy, and why not? Padiachi was very impressive in that session for the Valmont team as he makes his way back into the pits. Do you remember when you were heckling this guy alongside me in the commentary box this morning? I think he's getting a little bit back on you now. It's only warming up for tomorrow. Dean Canto.
Haven't started on you yet, Matthew. Don't
yes,
worry.
you have.
That's right. Yeah, I thought for Devarshan, not a professional race car driver, does it for enjoyment. Still very, very competitive, but he's got a day job. He works for a living. He doesn't race week in, week out. In similar machinery, to get within a second of arguably the best racing car driver in the nation at the moment, that's a huge job.
Oh, you'd sleep well tonight, wouldn't you, if you're Devarshan Padiachi? I mean, that's a job well done. I mean, just to make the shootout was a big job, big news story for that team, but then to go out and to put that lap time down within a second of Shane, you sit down at the end of the day, have a deep breath and think, yeah, that's pretty cool. That's not bad at all. Watching now inside the cockpit of the 75 Sun Energy AMG Mercedes, Jules Gonon, reigning Bathurst 12-hour winner from 2020. He was aboard a Bentley then. That was a big front-engine V8. It's a very different big front-engine V8 that he's aboard now, but certainly very fast around the mountain. Chaz Mostert.
Sorry, Garth. Broadly regarded as one of the best GT drivers on the planet at the moment. 2017 Spa 24-hour winner. He's one of the Nürburgring. He's racing in IMSA sports car racing at the moment. They're racing this weekend, but Bathurst won in the battle between Mid-Ohio and Mount Panorama.
Says a bit, doesn't it? The fact that he wanted to come down here and defend his Bathurst 12-hour crown. It's Kelvin van der Linde aboard the 74 Valvoline Audi. Adam de Bore, very popular engineer up and down pit lane, a very common voice that we often hear on the radio to Chaz Mostert. They're like strawberries and cream, those two. Go everywhere together.
Did you have a driver-engineer relationship that's lasted as long as Adam and Chaz in your career?
I had a very long working relationship with Matt Nilsson at HSV dealer team and Holden Racing team, but these guys have been together pretty much for the entirety of Chaz's supercars career. And I've worked with Adam quite a bit with the Audi program. He's a very smart engineer, knows how to get the most out of these cars, and spends a bit of time talking to Germany, the Audi engineers in Germany, and they use a lot of his information on the cars in Europe as well. So you can see the cars that have done their job. They're parked at 45 nose in. The ones that are about to go to work, they're parked at 45 nose out.
This was SVG's lap on the way through at the chase that's put him into provisional pole of 203.63 just a few moments ago in the first part of qualifying. As the sun disappears behind the clouds once again. That session was almost a dream session, wasn't it? If you were to pick the two. The fans look on here, of which there's plenty, taking in the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour here today to set the grid with the race to come at 5:15 local time here at Bathurst tomorrow morning. We are looking forward to the big one here.
Control 2, Paul in 5, 4, 3, 2,
That's the scene at Mount Panorama.
Green light, open pit exit.
That's the voice of race director James Taylor saying that pit exit is now open for the fast 5. 15 minutes on the clock to set the grid for the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour. If you missed the first 15 minutes, net gain for Triple Eight. Shane Van Gisbergen has improved their starting position regardless of what happens now. They could be no worse than 6th on the grid and only be beaten by the 5 cars to roll out in this second stanza of a revised Pirelli Top 10 shootout here at Mount Panorama on qualifying day for the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour. So, to reset, the drivers out there. Brett Hobson has got the job behind the wheel of car 45, the Ram Motorsport GWR Mercedes AMG. The fast South African Kelvin van der Linde will be behind the wheel of car 74. Ricardo Feller, this young Swiss prodigy who's come here as an unknown, a factory Audi ace, and has been one of the fastest drivers all weekend, will get the job behind the wheel of car 777. Chaz Mostert, Bathurst pole sitter last October for WAU. He's driving car 65, the Coin Spot Audi. And this man, Jules Gounon, the reigning winner of this race, is behind the wheel of car 75 for Sun Energy One Racing. The scene is set, Chad Nalon, for a fascinating and fast 15 minutes.
Indeed it is. Lee Holdsworth is out of the Hallmark Audi. He came back to a very warm reception. All the mechanics were there to clap you back in. High fives all around. Seems to be a pretty good vibe down here with this team.
Yeah, really good, Chad. We've been setting it up for a race car. We really didn't focus too much on quali at all. You know, we want to make it comfortable for Mark. He did a good job in qualifying, and then we were able to just slip into the 10. So that was cool, and then had the track pretty much to myself. I mean, we all had a good gap out there. It was pretty sketchy at the start, going up towards the cutting because the sun was quite low and you just couldn't see a thing. And then suddenly the corner came up on you. So once that went down, we could push on a bit. I think the track's gripping up a little bit now, but yeah, just pleased to be in the 10, and I think the worst we can be is 7th.
Yeah, great drive, mate. Well done.
Thanks, Joe.
It's a solid job, wasn't it? Lee Holdsworth walks away. You're in car with Kelvin van der Linde right now as they start to generate the heat into these Pirelli tyres in the second part of qualifying. Just shutting the air vent off right now, so they continue to build the heat and build the drama, the tension as we get set for pole position. Who will claim the #1 spot? The LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour.
Have a look at the top left of the dash aboard the Kelvin van der Linde 74 Audi. You'll see 4 red squares there. They're the tyre pressures. I sort of know what the tyre pressures should be, and when they're red, that's not enough. So we've spoken about building tyre temperature and building tyre pressure. When the dash displays the tyre is red, they haven't got the tyre temperature and pressure that they need. The fact that right there, Kelvin went back to 2nd gear for turn 2 as opposed to the traditional 3rd gear says that he doesn't have the front grip that he needs then. What you need to do with these aero cars, though, is you need to go as fast as your tyre will let you to build the road speed. That's how you then start to get temperature. So it's chicken and egg, because you need tyre temperature to go fast. But you need to go fast to get tyre temperature. That's where these guys that live in the GT3 cars, these factory drivers, have such an advantage. We may know the circuit better here at Bathurst, but they know how to get the most out of the car. And it's in these types of sessions where you need to maximise the time that you have available and get the tyre up to temperature as quick as you can. That's where the pros and these factory drivers really earn their money.
I could now look at nothing other than those tyre pressure warnings.
Left front's coming, left front's coming. Big moment, though, for van der Linde as he came down into the chase. Had to go back to 1st gear to slow the car up. So left front's coming. You see that's gone to black now. But the right front and the 2 rear tyres still not in the operating temperature window that they need to be. Kelvin loves playing with the air vent on the car as well. That's actually really powerful. You run your visor down so that you don't get too much air in there.
Well, it was part of the 22 Evo upgrade for these cars, was a really nice air conditioning system that drivers do say is actually extremely powerful to keep the drivers cool. I don't think we'll need that too much over the course of this weekend. He continues to fidget with that. This is actually a half-decent lap time. Sector times are strong. It's going to get him in the mix, even though it's his first sort of flying lap, and it's a 2:04.3, so the Audis go straight to work. And the 25-year-old South African from Johannesburg, he now races basically full-time in DTM competition in Germany for Audi, but still does a lot of the big enduro races like Spa and the Nürburgring. He's right to work, P4 already.
They've had a mortgage on that 4th position all through practice as well, this team. Brad Schumacher and Nathaniel Berton will share the driving duties in this team tomorrow. So he breaks in between Ben Barker and Devashan Padiachi's headlights ablaze for Ricardo Fella as he graces the top of Mountain Straight in the Ben Motorsport Park entry and climbs his way with just on 9 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in his part 2 of qualifying. It continues to get darker here at Mount Panorama.
Just before we get too serious, who's money on, boys? I'd like to know.
I think it's really between van der Linde and Fella. I think, Mostert's a chance. It's like asking for the lotto numbers, Richard. Like, seriously.
Come on.
I think with Ricardo Fella being so quick straight out the box, I think they'll grab the pole here today. You're in car with him right now.
Van der Linde very fast in qualifying mode. I've had 2 very, very, very fast teammates at Audi. One was Rene Rast, who's been one of the best. And Kelvin van der Linde's right up there with him.
Soon to find out as he works his way down to Maguire's elbow. Fastest in the first sector. Van der Linde's on a lap as well. We're watching car 777, Ricardo Fella, the fastest in this session so far as you're in car with the Ben Motorsport Park Valvoline 777 Audi, working Conrod straight in the final 8 minutes and 45 seconds of qualifying to set the grid for the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour here.
There is nothing between the two factory Audis at the moment. Van der Linde's on a very good lap, so too Ricardo Fella. We're on board with the young Swiss driver in car 777. Van der Linde's about to cross the line. He goes second with a 3.6, but it's about to be beaten, I think, by the driver we're watching now. Gets the car stopped and turned to the final corner. Where's the lap time for Ricardo Fella? It's fastest, 2:03.3. Instantly finds 3/10 on Shane Van Gisbergen.
Don't think Chaz Mostert's not here to play.
Oh.
He goes to the top with a 3-2, so there was nothing in it to the end of the second sector between the three Audis, and Mostert shows the international boys he knows his way around Mount Panorama. What does Gudon have? This is still not a fast one, a 5-2. So we have said that the Mercedes are taking that extra lap to get the tyre up to temperature. There was a little bit of strategy going on right at the start of this session where 888 held that car of Gilles Gounon right to the end, let everyone go, and Gounon was the last car out on track. So a little bit of fun and games going on there between the Audi Sport Australia team and 888, who are running that 75 Sun Energy 1 car of Gilles Gounon.
Van der Linde's going on with this. Fastest first sector of the entire day, down through the Gazoo Dipper in the 74 Valvoline Kelso electrical Audi. You feel it, can't you? The intensity's rising. This is great.
It's so good to watch at maximum attack, these drivers and these cars at this place. Bit of oversteer on the exit of the elbow. He's up though.
This is predicted to be into the twos. A very fast middle sector from Van der Linde.
Chaz is going with him. Chaz fastest of anybody. Ricardo Fella quickest across the top. This is an absolute Bathurst shootout. It's exactly what we want at Mount Panorama. Where does he break? About 110 metres it is for the run uphill. So this has been a good lap. He's been trumped by Chaz Mostert at the moment, Van der Linde, but it should be good to drop into the twos for the first time in this qualifying session. Gee, just got it stopped at the final corner, didn't he? They're on such a rugged edge, and it's fastest. It's in the twos. 2:02.86 for Kelvin Van der Linde, but Chaz Mostert is about to knock that off. Or is he? He's got some traffic. There's only 5 cars in 6.2 Ks, and he has found one of them.
It's Brett Hobson in the Ram Motorsport entry. Hasn't affected it. No, it hasn't. 2:02.6. There could have been more in that car, though. A 2:02.6 puts Mostert back into 1.
So now Mostert's backed out of that one with the traffic in front. There was no point pushing on. So really now Mostert needs to re-prep in case there's a counter battle or counter attack from Van der Linde or Fella. Gounon's moved himself up to 4th with a 3.47. It's pushed Van Gisbergen's time from the previous session back to 5th.
He's up.
2/10 again.
He's up. Kelvin's been very good in the first sector all session. Brushes the fence across the top. More to come from the Audis. I spoke to Troy Russell yesterday, who heads up this mammoth 6-car team. He said, we desperately want pole. The Alan Simonson pole trophy is one we want to have in the mantelpiece. Audi have not been on pole here since 2015. And it was another great GT ace in Lawrence Vantor who did the job that year in a Gen 1 Audi R8. Middle sector not special. He's given away 4/10 across there, but still on for a PB. He only needs to find 0.19 to beat Chaz Mostert.
He was much tidier for the run out of the dipper for the run down to Forest Elbow on this lap, but potentially gave away a little bit of lap time. Noticed on the previous lap, Van der Linde was using second gear right here at the chase after the braking zone, whereas Fella's using third gear, as is Mostert. So a little bit of a different in technique from the drivers. Van der Linde's always used second gear at the chase. So he comes to complete this one. What's he got? Just over 4.5 minutes to go in this session. Does it improve? Lap time, yes. Position, no.
Oh, it's 500 slower than Mostert, so he'll have to go again. Brett Hobson looking to set his fastest lap. The Ram Motorsport Mercedes-Benz. This is the spare car, or the borrowed car, if you will, for the weekend. But he's sharing with Garth Walton. These guys got inside the top 10. Where does the 45 Mercedes go? Stays in 10th, improves on the time, 2:04.7. Gunon on the way down to the final turn in the Sun Energy 1 Mercedes.
There's some improvement here. Middle sector not special, but the lap time does improve. 203.4. So still 0.7 off the ultimate pace of those Audis, who are currently first, second and third.
Car looks a little bit nicer though than the 888 Man Filters AMG Mercedes. Much better run off turn 1 for the run up Mountain Straight. Nowhere near the amount of oversteer aboard this car that we saw when we were on board with Shane Van Gisbergen. Here's Mostert though. He's got pole, but I don't think he's fully comfortable. He knows that both Van der Linde, Fella and Gunon will be coming for him. So he backed off from that slower traffic, found a bit of track position, and we'll have another push lap.
I don't think you'd be comfortable with 500ths of a second, would you?
Never
5
comfortable.
tenths, maybe.
Never comfortable at Bathurst. If you're comfortable at Bathurst, you're not going fast enough.
Van der Linde fastest second sector, 31.4. We stay with Mostert across the top at Solomon Park.
No, he's backed out of this one as Mostert.
He's got time. He'll get back if he wants to go again, and I think he's going to need to, because this guy on the cumulative lap is up on his rival, the Aussie, who won the Bathurst 1000 last year, but he's only got to find 5/100ths of a second. Can Kelvin van der Linde put car 74 back on top? It's been fastest throughout the preliminaries leading up to this qualifying shootout. Is it good enough? Oh, yes, it is. 2:02.57. He was 500ths behind. He's now 900ths in front. There is nothing in this, folks.
Jules Gunon makes his way down. Conrod straight into the chase. He's on a personal best. It's still not competitive to what the Audis have been able to do to the end of the second sector. But this car is getting better and better and better every lap. And when you've got 12 hours ahead of you tomorrow, that's exactly what you want from your race car. This car looks far more comfortable doing this lap time than those Audis do doing those Hollywood lap times at the front.
Moves up one spot though, 2:03.3, 7 tenths away from Van der Linde. Inside the final 2 minutes of the shootout, part 2 of qualifying. Mostert coming around to go again. He's got time, but chasing that 2:02.57, the margin 0.0969.
How much do you want it, Chazzy? This is it. This is your last chance to find 9/100ths in 6.2 kilometres of the best bitumen in Australia.
We're going to ride with this. We will take you all the way. This is the difference at the moment. This is where qualifying is at. Van der Linde's on top by less than 1/10 of a second. It'd be the smallest pole margin in 12-hour history if it stays that way.
Van der Linde's aborted his lap, so this is it. It's between Van der Linde, Mostert. Gunon's now gone to third. Fella is on a reasonable lap, but not spectacular at the end of the first sector.
I think it's a fight for third between Gunon and Fella. A battle on the second row of the grid. Pole is right here. What's the first timing intermediate like for Chaz Mostert? 50.5, 3/10 down. But the Audis are good across the top, we know that. And Van der Linde has traditionally been very strong in Sector 1. That's where he's been at his absolute best. But Chaz has got some time to find. Gunon is still improving, by the way, on his final lap.
This car looks very nicely balanced in the high-speed stuff at Reed Park and McPhillamy. Taylor off the dipper like we saw from Van der Linde's car. How does it pull up for the run down into the elbow? Yeah, nice. Gets on the power nice and early, flows the car out to the wall. What's this second sector like? Still not quite there. Still not quite there. Maybe Chaz has used the best of this tyre. He's having a crack. He's low on fuel. It's got no fuel left. This is it. They've fueled it perfectly for this last lap.
Ricardo Fella has decided to come in, but we're watching Mostert with a checkered flag out. The rest of the field coming in. Van der Linde at the top. It's 900ths of a second. One car to determine who will have pole and who starts on the front row in the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour. Mostert to the finish line. Checkered flag waves. Goes to the top. And 2:02.4 is 800ths quicker. He found something in the final sector, and that is pole position for the Bathurst 12-hour.
Where did that come from?
Last sector, that's where it came from. Best last sector of the session. And steals it. Turns a 9/100th deficit into an 8/100th advantage.
Oh, what a lap. Chaz Mostert does it again at the mountain. 2:02.49. Audi take the Alan Simonson Pole Award. It's their 4th Bathurst 12-hour pole, which is the most of any brand in the history of this race. And the margin is the smallest in the history of this race. 8/100ths of a second. Chaz Mostert, Liam Talbot and Fraser Ross are on pole for the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour, and that was a great qualifying session.
They traded lap after lap, minute after minute, and Mostert secures pole. Vanderlinde second, Goonhorn third, Ricardo Feller in fourth. Van Gisbergen was the quickest in the first session. He'll settle for fifth with Holdsworth, Barker, Paddyarchi, D'Alberto and Brett Hobson making it inside the top 10. What a thrilling finish. 0.0858 of a second, and Chaz Mostert on the pole tomorrow. How cool was that?
Well, when you go back and reflect on life decisions, a couple of 15-minute sessions at the end of the day, on a day like today, very good life choice, yep. Pole position to Audi. Well, he did it last December, it was, for the 1,000, and then smoked the field on Sunday as well. Could we see a repeat? Could he go back-to-back? This combination looking so strong. Liam Talbot and Fraser Ross have been incredibly competitive from an AM driver point of view throughout, as Chaz gets the gracious applause from the fans at the top of Mount Panorama. He'll get the Alan Simonson Pole Award. It's his 2nd pole position in this race. He was on pole in the BMW. Chad, what a lap.
Yeah, before we get to the official pole awards, I want to grab a word with Liam Talbot, Fraser Ross, who were just elated when they saw that lap time come up. You guys have one hell of a pro co-driver to work with this weekend. How about that last sector?
Oh man, it's special. You know, he can drive, we know that, but that's mega. That is unbelievable.
And you played your part in this as well, Liam, by getting the car in the shootout.
Yeah, I mean, it's a team effort. The car's amazing to drive, so I can't wait for 12 hours at Bathurst.
Absolutely. Tomorrow, we're going to set our sights towards what could be a huge day for you guys as well.
Yeah, of course. You know, it's a long old day tomorrow. It's 12 hours. You know, obviously got the night tomorrow morning, so it's going to be great. You know, but Chaz, it's been awesome. MPC, Coin Spot, that's been fantastic. Work with Adam and Chaz, you know, it's been really cool. And obviously Liam, you know, teaming up again, like starting on pole for the Bathurst 12-hour. How good's that?
Any idea tomorrow the plan yet? Particularly for the morning?
Well, not me.
We'll talk about it tonight.
Unless there's fog, and I'll take it.
Get those hours in the fog. I don't think he's too far away, guys. He's coming back in the lane right now, but what are you going to say to Chaz when he gets out of this car, Liam?
You legend.
Phrase?
Just a big hug, mate. Big hug.
Well, here he comes right now. He's going to be an absolute hero when he steps out of this Coin Spot Audi, because that was an all-time lap. Not even the lap, but the last sector was just something truly special. It looked like he was absolutely gone on the timing sectors. He's unclipping himself from the radio comms, the drink, and out comes Chaz Mostert, winner of the Alan Simonson's Trophy, and the team down here at Audi. Well, they're absolutely stoked with that one. How cool is that? We're going to dive in there. We'll let him get his helmet off and have a moment to celebrate with Liam Talbot and Fraser Ross. And they are going to be a very formidable team tomorrow. We saw how fast Liam was. We'll give Chaz a chance to take the helmet off. He's going to hug Adam De Borre. I'm going to grab Adam De Borre for a very quick word while you take your helmet off, Chaz. Adam, well done. How much work went into engineering that car for that lap?
You know, it's just been a progression all weekend. You know, the car is such a great, you know, base platform to work with, and you know, I've been playing with these Audis for a little while now, and you know, they just keep getting better and better, and this one's the best one we've had. So it was great to get the lap and get the job done.
Well done. Chaz has the helmet off. He's got the Pirelli cap on. Hop in here with your co-drivers, mate. We've got the Alan Simonson Trophy as well as the Pirelli caps. And here it comes right now. We've got the team from Pirelli. Congratulations, Chaz Mostert. We'll come around the front, guys. Come on around the front. We'll get you in front of the car, Chaz. Absolute chaos down here with the amount of people down here celebrating this one. How cool is that? Chaz Mostert, Fraser Ross, Liam Talbot. A word with Chaz Mostert. Incredible lap. Amazing last sector. Where did that come from?
I had a red hot crack. I knew the other boys are pretty quick, but first of all, I just want to recognise this trophy. Obviously, you know, being the Alan Simonson Trophy, I won it a few years ago. It felt very special then, and to do it again, it's pretty amazing. Obviously, Alan was a fantastic competitor here in Australia in GT racing, so yeah, just really grateful to win this one again, and obviously do it with these two legends beside me and Adam and the whole Audi team here. It's pretty cool.
Kelvin van der Linde pushed you all the way just then.
Yep, yeah, he generally does that. He's a bit of a South African pain in my bum, to be completely honest. So, look, yeah, we have a lot of fun. The race is going to be a lot of fun. A bit darker at the start, a bit earlier, so I'm looking forward to that, whoever starts, and hopefully I can have a sleep in.
All right, well done, guys. Alan Simonson Trophy winners in the Pirelli Shootout. Congratulations, Chaz. What a lap time to celebrate here down here at the Audi Sport Team. That was fantastic.
You just get the feeling, Garth, that Chaz really enjoyed that, didn't he? That was a great effort.
Oh, what a lap. And I mean, I thought that he wasn't a chance until as he was coming down Conrod. And in that last sector where he just pulled out personal best last sector of the session was enough to steal pole by 8/100ths of a session. What a qualifying session. How good was that to watch? Just the intensity building all the way through the 15 minutes. Hasn't it set it up for a great 12 hours tomorrow?
Hasn't it just? So grid is set now. We get to work tomorrow morning. Everything that we've done really is pushed aside as we get set for 12 hours of tough racing.
That's fun, that's enjoyable, but tomorrow's when it counts. So 12 hours starting in the dark at 5:15. There's a lot to get through. You've got to make sure you get through the dark part of the race and get into it once the sun comes up.
Join us early tomorrow morning, 5 a.m. we're on air. We'll see you here from Mount Panorama. Hope you enjoyed the day. From all of our team, have a great night. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning.